It's 3 a.m. I just touched down. Wanna call me to buzz down. It's love over lust now. I don't know who to trust now. Tell me who can I trust now? Hey. Yeah. It's 3 a.m. I just touched down. Wanna call me to buzz down. It's love over lust now. I don't know who to trust now. Yeah. Who can I trust now? Hey. Lately I've been on the go. Stewards home away from home. Inner teed up on my own. Load up the beat, I'm in my zone. I feel alive today. Don't fuck up my vibe today. Don't come at me stirring my pot. You might get erased from the plot and end up on the plot of them grass blades. They been throwing me mad shade. All this ducking and dodging, your offs in the wavelengths. You negative headspace. That version of me that you thought that you knew had been newly updated. I'm activated. Whatever they on, oversaturated. I'm the cure, my intention is pure. My life been a blur, yes sir. Yeah. I've been stitching my wounds and flipping my tunes, reversing my curses. I wrote it in braille, never stale. I spoke it in cursive. I'm not from where earth is. The features ethereal, the ancestors surging through veins. I've been curving and purging all person in places and things that don't serve me. My hands on the cloud, my feet where the turf is. That's perfect. On God, yeah, I'm activated. Control, burning down trees. Big shout out my ashtrays. Never empty, I'm litty. I've been painting the city. Yeah. Still painting the city. It's 3 a.m. I just touched down. Wanna call me to buzz down. It's love over lust now. I don't know who to trust now. Tell me who can I trust now? Hey. Yeah. It's 3 a.m. I just touched down. Wanna call me to buzz down. It's love over lust now. I don't know who to trust now. Yeah. Who can I trust now? I've been painting the city. It's 3 a.m. I just touched down. Wanna call me to buzz down.
I complicate things. One of my many skills. I'm making things up, all in my mind, 'cause I analyze their body language. I hear every change in their tone. Maybe they hate me, somehow I blame me. My mama said, that's just the weight of the world. It's not personal, it's just how it works. Don't be angry for too long or get burned, 'cause that's just the weight of the world. Shake it off now. Personal, it's just how it works. Shake it off now. That's just the weight of the world. 'cause that's just the way of the world. Now, shake it off. Now, shame to know it's just how it is. Shake it off. Now, 'cause that's just the way of the world.
black dress 동 신선하게 원옥저 홍대 춤춰 죽을 같이 I know your friends 해 불러올래 어수 많은데 it's time Little black dress 동 신선하게 원옥저 홍대 춤춰 죽을 같이 I know your friends 해 불러올래 어수 많은데 it's time Yeah 클럽 안에서 119는 급식 ladies with the black G만 쳐다봐 여자들을 좋아하는 style You know filthy 우리 더러워질 거니까 yeah You got time 여기 자리 비워한 질레 High heels crop top 조금 가깝게 Got time call your friends 친구 데리고 와 대표한 the king understand lil ma 너나 몰라 내 말 들어봐 I got my crew got my squad 우리 들어가 I know a girl 너가 저건 좋아하나 봐 Baby 1, 2 step skip time 찾아가 You can call me king 사진처럼 picture perfect hopping at the bend 미안하지만 줄 서 있어도 she a 10 조금만이라도 여기 있어줄래 오빠 착각 공연하고 we can kick it back Little black dress 동 신선하게 원옥저 홍대 춤춰 죽을 같이 I know your friends 해 불러올래 어수 많은데 it's time Little black dress 동 신선하게 원옥저 홍대 춤춰 죽을 같이 I know your friends 해 불러올래 어수 많은데 it's time Party 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 I like my girls real thick from the waist down 예민하기 사과하지 않아 say what I want 나는 맞지 여자 한 명뿐이라면 너무 재미없지 Baby hit the flow get low body touch 저기서 you from across the room 이름은 다 아는 거 알아 be true 알았는데 think you feel me 여기 오라고 때가 가라고 같이 여기 나와 내 집으로 in the limelight Thinking about the time I'm thinking that the time's right 시간 내줘 내가 보여줘 that all night I can show you things I've seen 여기 큐퍼 어떻게 놓는지 know what I mean 나 지금 여기 사실가 친구랑 있지 너 지금 기차 타고 여기 올래 작전했니 You go on and on 술 안 마신다고 했지 너 왜 내가 좋아하는 치마 입고 왔니 난 뉴욕에서 제일 잘 나가는 MC 모르는 바는 모르는 사람 여기 별로 없지 미쳐버린 범인 나의 편망은 버밍햄에도 알지 너 멀지 너랑 나랑 같은 줄 알아니 Don't say me 미친 듯이 crazy yeah kill it on I'm a Kelby During the penny when it's any get for wealthy 돈에 문제 없지 이젠 cause you know I'm wealthy 북은 찾아와 you can find me boy Little black dress 동 신선하게 원옥저 홍대 춤춰 죽을 같이 I know your friends 해 불러올래 어수 많은데 it's time Little black dress 동 신선하게 원옥저 홍대 춤춰 죽을 같이 I know your friends 해 불러올래 어수 많은데 it's time Party 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 Party
you never existed. I'm done being a victim. This my villain era, look out. I go hard for my heart, play with her, it go down. Now you blocked, don't make a sound. Don't wish you no harm, but I hope that no good come around. In my space, there's no cheaters allowed. I gave you my word. Try it again, you're gonna lose your girlfriend. The nerve to think I wouldn't disappear from your life. Boy, watch me. To my job now. Oh, you realize what you lost now. I've been pressure never stop now, but I'm way too good at goodbyes. Bet you thought grass was green on that other side. Guess what? I'ma help you decide. Tattooed on my tears, no, I swear that you won't catch me cry. Got no reasons left to rewind. I gave you my word. Try it again, I'll put you on a bench, do not disturb. To think I used to dream of being your wife. Cold-blooded. Boy, I'm cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. All this blue ice water in my veins. Memorial service in your name. Cold-blooded, blooded. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
Welcome in, Smite fans, to day number 3 of the Road to Worlds playoffs. You've got Frog joined by Inbound here on the desk. And we sent some teams to Worlds yesterday. We're doing the same thing again here today. Ready to send some of these teams from the SPL to the Smite World Championships, less than 60 days away in January. So getting excited for it. This tournament, though, a little bit fresh for the eyes. Best of fives all the way through. Similar to the Road to World season, right? We've got the top 6 teams from the SPL here matching up all the way through best of fives, double elimination. The top 4 teams that qualify through are going to be the top 4 seeds for the Smite World Championship. The bottom 2 teams, they'll head down to the group stages that will be decided to qualify, get our last 4 teams for the World Championship. That'll happen all the way in January. And then, of course, the number 1 seed will get to pick from the qualifying teams. The group stages, number 2 seed gets the next pick, number 3, number 4, and so on and so forth. And today is all important, Inbound, because today is do or die. It is win and go to SWC, or lose and go to the group stages. You're not fully out of it. Your season is not over. But these matchups we've got today, you can see how the brackets progressed. We're in the losers bracket phase of it now. The Jade Dragons versus the Camelot Kings, and later today, Oni Warriors versus the Highland Ravens. And the winner of these, they go to Worlds. The loser of these matchups, they have to try again in January, sent down to the group stages to qualify.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the final day, the final set for these guys, Dragons, Kings, Warriors, Ravens. This is the kind of winner-take-all, as you said. You're eliminated, you go to those January tournaments, and then you have to win that tournament just to make it to Worlds. So guarantee your spot at Worlds right now. You can't be a first or second seed. We already established who those are going to be. We don't know which one's which yet, but you're playing for that third, fourth seed. Guarantee that spot at Worlds. And, I mean, a lot of pressure on. This is like your chance to prove that you are a top 4 team.
Absolutely. I mean, earlier in the weekend, yesterday to be precise, we did crown our top 2 seeds for Worlds. The Styx Merriman and the Atlantis Leviathans are going to be headed there. That's our top 2 seeds. We'll determine that seeding tomorrow. And then today, our 2 winners will play again tomorrow as well to determine seeding as far as like seed 3, seed 4 goes. But I'm not sure these teams today are just focused on making Worlds and just getting there in the first place. And I mean, our first matchup today, Jade Dragons versus the Camelot Kings, definitely set the stage for maybe a high-octane matchup.
Yeah, and I think what we saw from both of these teams is kind of what we've seen all in the second phase. High highs, and then some not-so-high highs. And for the Kings especially, I think lows even just in this tournament, end of phase 2, they've had some not so great showings, whether it's coming from Soul Lane getting ganked a lot, camped a lot, Jungle not being able to put on as big of a performance as expected, or whatever it is. I think the Kings have a little bit more to prove than the Dragons do in this set. I think they have to show that. I mean, this is your Season 9 World Championship team. Yes, the roster's not the exact same, but 4 of these 5 players have just won this last World Championship.
4 of these 5 players are quite literally current world champions in the season of Smite, right? They were the last ones to lift the hammer, so they're still holding on to it. I mean, it is definitely, I think you mentioned it well, some high highs, some low lows. When this team has been on, they've really looked good, I think, truly. But they're really have been continuously trying to find their footing, I think. And we get to hear from the team themselves as to how they're feeling for this matchup. We've got an interview with Big Man Tings.
That's right, I got BMT here first. And actually, I want to ask you a little bit about the meta, because mages are still pretty popular. We've seen, I guess, Maman, who's, assassin mage going mid. But, like, how does it feel for you? Because you keep going to mages that are even outside the meta beyond that.
Yeah, it feels a bit weird right now. I say the meta is very, wide in terms of, like, the spectrum of the gods being played. But, I think more often than not, people are playing more mages than hunters now, so can't complain with that.
So the other day, obviously doesn't go the way that you guys had expected. What kind of things did you learn from that set that you're bringing into today?
Honestly, I don't think the drafts I felt were fine. I think just the gameplay was just not up to standard. We just didn't play very well, so hopefully today's just a little bit different.
And today's match, it's an important one, right? Loser's going to go to the qualifying stage. Winner just gets to go straight to Worlds. How important to you is it to win this set?
Obviously it would be great just to qualify for Worlds, but, not saying we're sandbagging today, but, like, having the momentum of playing in the pre-Worlds tournament as well is also just a good advantage to have. So it depends. We're obviously going to try and win today, and hopefully we do.
But what happens. Well, good luck in your games, man. Thanks for your time, and we'll throw it back to the desk.
Here at Therapy from BMT, definitely some confidence today, still trying to win, of course, but want to be clear. Yes, you get knocked down to the group stages if you lose these, but your season's not over, right? It's not do or die in the literal sense. And he makes a valid point. Playing through those group stages, we've seen world champions come through those group stages in the past.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about momentum all the time, momentum in sets, momentum going towards the end of the year. And it's always going to help being able to establish some wins coming from that tournament in January with those SOC, SEC, and the lower SPL teams. So that's not like end of the world set right here. This is not what this set is. This set is just, if you are good enough right now, if you have scrimmed and everything is coming together and you can prove that you're already top 4, you get your entrance to World. You don't have to stress in January for that tournament, because if you don't win now, you have to win that tournament, or I guess top 4 that tournament in January. So there is going to be pressure then, even if there's not as much pressure as I think BMT kind of alluded to. There's not a ton of pressure on this set. He's happy to go to that tournament and get that momentum, or he's happy winning this one right here and proving that they're already a top 4 team.
Yeah, certainly want to win here if you can. And I think their matchup on Thursday earlier on is going to be one they're looking to improve from. Obviously, they played, they lost, got sent down to the losers bracket a little bit earlier. And they're playing up against the Dragons. They've gotten a chance to adapt, potentially, watch what the Dragons want to do, and maybe big focus is around BMT. Both of these teams have been the ones maybe more focused on this new Kukulkan pick, as we see right there in the clip, and maybe this more objective style of play. So I almost wonder, in Aphrodite as well, Quig and PBM have been the two to play that. I almost wonder in the picks and bans if we're going to see some of those maybe not super top of the tier list picks, but being fought over just because the play style and the drafts are a bit similar.
Yeah, I think that's a good highlight. The meta that all these teams have, they're going to slightly differ until you actually get into these best of 5s. But, I mean, so far, just off the rip, where's Afro going to be prioed? Where's Maman going to be prioed? Are we going to see any Cuckoo contention? Because I'm nearly positive we had an early Cuckoo pick by Dardes in one of their games. So is Cuckoo going to be one of those top 3 characters? And then on top of that, On Her, where's On Her going? Is Coast going to be able to get it? Is Yarkor going to pick it away and try to use that against Coast? And then, obviously, you got to touch on the Mage solos. A bunch of Mage solos. And when you talk about Mage solos, I think Final K is one of those players that kind of sticks out to me. Raijin. Or sorry, not Final K, Nika. Raijin. He plays a lot of Raijin. MLF, the same thing. I don't think of Opwash as much when I think of Nika. I think it's a little bit farther down the list. But he is a very good Mage solo player, and he's kind of proved it.
Were you thinking of Agni? When you think in Nika, maybe thinking
for
of
some
Persephone?
reason, yes. A little bit, yes.
When you think in Nika, because those, I mean, we saw those picks yesterday up against the Styx Varium and the J Dragons. Of course, they tried to qualify to Worlds yesterday. They were able to take a game. They were 600 health on a Titan
Insane.
away from pushing to a Game 5 versus the Styx Varium, and I'm sure that's lingering in the back of their minds in this matchup today. But trying to come in, especially with a fresh mindset. I mean, you've been a pro player before. Talk to me a little bit about how just, trying to reset mentally after a day where, man, you wish you could have won that set yesterday, but trying to come in with a fresh mindset today.
Well, I can tell you all about coming off of a loss, because I had a lot of those. Yeah, exactly as you said. It's just resetting that mental, especially when it's as heartbreaking as that loss was, where it's not like you came in and you're getting destroyed for 30 minutes. It was pretty, I would say the Dragons had firm control of that game for most of it, and they just threw it towards the end. And I think that is something you can kind of look back on, where like this Ferryman team has kind of proved that one of the best. We nearly beat them. We had an opportunity to go to 5. This Kings team has not looked as cohesive as a unit as one would expect. So we should be going into this pretty confident, and that's what I think the Dragons are going to be doing. They're going to be showing confidence here. And I would be no surprise to see, I mean, a bunch of On Her, the Aphrodite we already touched on, this duo that the Dragons really do like to run. When they get this and they have confidence in that duo lane, it seems like everything kind of plays really well around it.
I mean, the duo is one that the Dragons have liked to play through. You get that pressure on Vaporish Coast, this On Her, of course, one that he likes to go back to, and then Mike playing the mages, the Baron, the Aphrodite. And we talked a little bit about the mid matchup. I mean, Kukulkan got banned away in the first phase from Dardes yesterday, right after they took that Game 3. And then he top 2'd a Vulcan, which almost came out of nowhere, right? I mean, they are clearly experimenting with their own version of the meta and how they value these mages. And of course it includes those solo picks like Raijin, but it also includes, things like Persephone, things like the Agni that we sort of saw. I mean, we were talking about, I gotta ask you about Spice, because that's I love watching some spicy picks.
Same.
You think Nika's pulling out anything spicy here in the solo lane today?
I think if they keep holding Nika's pick for that 10th spot, I think he's going to 100% have some spicy picks. I mean, we even saw the E-Shell yesterday, which is not something we've seen a ton in solo. I think it's maybe had one other pick before then. But it's something that looked good when solo was on it. Yes, They didn't end up winning the last game they played that E-Shell, but I mean, he got a solo onto the Raijin, which is considered one of the best mage solos in the game. So that is something they can look for. We've seen the Persephone, we've seen the Agni, and there's always a chance that Mammon is something that gets shoved over into solo lane, even though Dardes has looked really clean on it. I know Myth has kind of beaten into it a lot that Mammon is not a very good mid laner, but she team fights well late game. It does not matter what role she's in.
Well, picks and bans for game number 1 here. Camelot Kings going to be in that first pick slot. Notably, Jade Dragons selected that second pick slot, so they got their choice. They chose to be in that second pick option. And as these bans start to come through, I think pretty similar to what we saw yesterday, would be not unexpected versus the Styx Ferryman. You saw the Ferryman trying to focus out a lot of what Dardes wanted to do. They took away Mammon, they took away the Morgan early on, and so trying to take away some of those picks from Dardes. Meanwhile, the Dragons taking away that Baba Yaga, I think something that BMT has played in the past, but I mean, notably this Naja. Not sure that there's another team that you're banning the Naja against. Twig's gone back to it so much.
Yeah, it's kind of like a comfort pick that Twig has kind of defaulted to. It's like that and Rat are like the two main gods I think of when I think of Twig. And then he pulled out the Hebo also yesterday, which is something that was a little unexpected, but it didn't look too bad. But going to the last bans, the Kings, the Umoja, and then the Athena match ban by the Dragons. Both supports are gone, but a lot of mage solos available. Opwash is one that comes to mind, and Opwash is one that's locked in.
Yeah, Opwash prioritized here, and we have seen this quite a few times from Variety as he's played mage solos over there in the short lane. Still, Mammon Brigitte available, so could be flexed, has been played thus far by the Dragons if they want to try to go back to that, and some other mage solos available. Raijin, Morgan the Face still on the board. I think you can maybe hold those for third pick if you want to for the Dragons, right? Notably, the Opwatch does get picked, but you think you can hold those?
Poseidon. It's something that we've seen like permabanned,
right.
And it's something available right now. I don't know. We haven't seen it this weekend. It's been, I think, banned nearly every game.
Yeah, it's been banned pretty heavily since we saw some of those matchups on Thursday. I think got a chance to play it. That may be what
That's
the
true,
Jade Dragons are considering. Is this Poseidon matchup? Camelot Kings choosing to... I understand the Chernobog and the Umoja. Those are maybe top of the tier list. Morgan really only being banned away here against Dardes this weekend as consistently as we've seen it. But instead, the Dragons opt to go for that Raijin. Once again, we have seen... a little bit of flex potential here, but I doubt we'll see the flex potential with this. I think that Kukulkan's definitely going to Dardes.
Yeah, I think that pretty much confirms it, and that's with Mammon available. He's picking this Cuckoo over that Mammon, which is something he went to earlier in the week, but maybe that's something that, as we highlighted, Cuckoo also being played by Big Man, something he wants to just take away, confirm that for his side. But now the Kings, 2 picks available. Poseidon, something that's sticking out. Mammon. Curious if we see them go for the Mammon. The only Mammon we see them play is with Twig, and we only saw it one time. So now Rat hovered, Hachiman hovered. Rat locked in, which I like Twig on Rat. Especially with Najak gone. I think this is the god that I really think of. This and Lancelot we saw a little bit are 2 that really stick out to me that I really do like him on. And Hachiman last for the Kings before we get into that second ban phase. It's like the best default hunter. If you want just a lane that you can win, you can be safe, you can play for late, that's what it does.
Yeah, it's got a lot of flex potential in terms of how you want to play the lane.
Exactly.
Not like necessarily role-wise, but I'm a little bit surprised they choose not to take the Anhur away from Coast when that was on the table. But the Jade Dragons now with this third pick have to imagine if you don't want the Anhur for Coast, if you don't go it here, might be banned away, but looks like PBM wants to prioritize his pick early on in the draft. That'll be an Aphrodite locked in for the top 3 here. Looking at the top 3 for both these squads, I mean, who do you think got the better end of this?
I've never been a fan of this double mage solo support, and the Dragons kind of go to it a lot. I think it's a lot harder to run. I really like this King's top 3. Opwash, Rat, very good space control, really good engage, good poke. And then Hachiman on top has potential all-in if the fight's going well. Can also play pretty safe. And if they can't get this on her, which I hope the Kings ban here. Just ban this on her away, put Coast onto something else. Kama banned, Baron banned by the Dragons. Both bans available, or one ban available left for each teams. But we've talked about it forever. I mean, Coast looks so much more comfortable on the Anhur than he does on other picks, and they're not banning it. They're giving him the option with it.
Giving him the option, choosing to focus out Lasbra a little bit instead. Now, I mean, you know, I'm not necessarily against that. Lasbra did have a dominant Daji performance yesterday. He looked really solid on the Camazotz, I think, as well. He's certainly been a high player when that team is popping off for the Dragons. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just lock in the Anhur here and hold Lasbra's pick for that 10th slot, give him the option to try and counterpick some of the options on the Kings. Daji, of course, unavailable, but, you know, noting the lack of CC immunity from the Opwash there over in the solo lane if we do see any of that mage focus. But here, with the Jade Dragons' 4th pick, yeah, I mean, unsurprising, you go to the Anhur.
No surprise whatsoever. We see the Anhur locked in. Coaster's almost chuckling there as he's saying, lock in the Anhur. Now going to the Kings with 2 picks available. Support and some flex potential on this Opwash, but for the most part, support mid lane. Big Man has a few available picks. If you want something that can match the secure of the Cuckoo, something like that Vulcan, which we saw Dardes play. I mean, also, Poseidon we really see in solo, but it's something that's still available. I don't know if there's a ton of flex potential in it to mid. A lot of times we do see that Poseidon, it does default to the solo lane. But I mean, Opwash has played mid before, so there's always potential to flex that Opwash to mid. I don't know if Big Man has really shown a want to play it. And then looking at Quig's side of things, Baron, something that he really likes playing into the Afro. Same with the Sobek, so a couple of his gods are going to be gone. But when you have this major backline that the Dragons have, something that just gives you free engage, like a Ganesh, which forces out a lot of relics, plays really defensive, doesn't have to get into the face of the enemy, and then can build into this Ankh. That's something that I think could succeed really well with this comp, especially with the area control of this King's comp.
The Charon, also something we've seen through the weekend, could be gone to us. They're sort of holding on for those last couple of picks. The Atlas, not one we've seen quite yet. I think it was banned away against Mike yesterday. But it goes back towards Quig here for the Camelot Kings. And then this Thoth lock-in, more than likely headed towards the mid lane. Opwash sealed into that solo lane. A lot of pressure we've seen from this mid lane pick. Shinto has played it. Paul has played it a little bit. But I think that's maybe the counter matchup you were looking for. Fenrir locked in against the Thoth is something that Lasbra is going to be looking to have a field day with, I think.
Yeah, this Fenrir pick is incredible. The peel potential against him is very low. He chases down Hachi and ult, chases down Thoth and ult. Gank potential onto the Opwash is through the roof. This is such a great value 10th pick by the Dragons. And this is like the pick. I really liked the Atlas, actually. I think it really groups around this 5v5 well. Good area control, good peel until that Fenrir was locked in. This Fenrir could wreak havoc in this entire game.
And it's something we've seen Lasbra play a little bit earlier on this weekend. Look promising on it and has played it, of course, you know, throughout his career. This Jade Dragons composition, though, something that maybe they've found their meta with. I mean, this is something that looks very consistent to what they've picked throughout the week, and even the same pick order where you get like top 3 mages and you have a little bit of everything in the tool belt. You have, like, you know, a little bit of objective secure, a little bit of pressure coming through for that on her. And then that 10th pick jungler has just allowed them to almost like flex their comp around whatever the enemy team picks so well.
Yeah, this Fenrir pick just, it finishes what exactly this Dragons comp kind of needs. They need some semblance of engage. And Fenrir is one of the better engage gods because he can avoid a lot of stuff. He can also avoid slows in the ultimate, avoid CC in that ultimate. And then he can look for picks with that, also with the ultimate. And then Raijin can force out beads. You know, a lot of beads pull, like a surprising amount for a comp that has no Guardian and no Warrior. So the punish potential on the Dragons is there. But I think when you go to that late game portion of the game and you have Thoth, Opwash, Atlas, it is a scary fight to kind of take. If the Dragons are at that late game 5v5, I mean, you can never count out a Thoth ult. You can never count out how much damage a rat actually does in that late game. So if I'm the Dragons, I want to play for that early game, that mid game. I want to try to get Lasbra and coast a lead. But if it goes late, this comp still has everything you really need. It's just risky into what the Kings have.
Yeah, I think for the Kings specifically, you look at their draft a little bit and think about how they're going to play through this early game. It might be towards that solo lane. You imagine you don't necessarily want to try and just match the duo pressure from the Jade Dragons, maybe let them play over there a little bit and try and focus out Variety, help him get a little bit of a lead so that this Opwash can be a little bit more effective. We'll have to see in game number 1 here. Jade Dragons versus the Camelot Kings win and go to Worlds. We'll throw it over to the casters, Gore and Trelly.
Thanks so much, Frog and Inbound. That's right, it's Gore, it's Trelly, and of course it's going to be Doug getting into the game. And Trelly, you know, I had so much that was on my mind. 30 seconds, maybe 600, 700 damage, a single tower, something like that stands between the Dragons in a Game 5 yesterday against the Ferrymen. Unfortunately, they made a call, maybe a little suspect in call, and did not find their success. Still have the Twitch chat favor, though, 62-38. The other thing that's standing on my mind, I don't think I've seen Coast play anything that isn't on her all weekend.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a pick that anyone wants to ban away, and I think that makes sense, right? You, with so many high prio picks, are you really wanting to ban away the hunter that can't fly the whole way across the map, or, you know, all of these other high pressure picks? It makes sense that Coast has been able to get his hands on the on her, just because other teams, you know, they'll look toward every once in a while, but Coast is just consistently looking for early pressure, which I think just fits the Jade Dragons play style so well. So we're going to see the on her Aphrodite. That's a lane we've seen how many times now, right? They run that back consistently, the Dragons, and they get pressure, and that's what Lasbra likes as well. He likes to head over towards duo lane because they're just clearing quicker, go towards that prot buff, go towards a possible early gank. It just plays into their style so well.
One thing I'm really excited for, and we've seen this a little bit this tournament, but first off, the Dragons are going to the kind of comp that we've seen them running. You know, no warriors present, no tanks present, just going to be running down 3 mages. That we're lucky that it's not 3 mages, 2 hunters, considering it's 3 mages this time, an assassin and a hunter. But this kind of composition that feels like it can get very aggressive, and that's what they've gone for. Quig as well, I think, being the quote-unquote odd man out on the actual Guardian, but probably going to play pretty aggressive on the Atlas. But it does feel like, specifically when I'm looking at aggressive and early game, it is these junglers, right? I'm looking at Rat, I'm looking at Fenrir. And this is an interesting dynamic because I feel like both Twig and Lasbra, well, maybe Lasbra less so. Twig likes to farm.
Yeah.
Lasbra likes to gank. It feels like Lasbra might force Twig into some early game presence, just depending on how they play. But how do you see the like Fenrir, the Ratatosker dynamic going?
Well, I mean, I see this Fenrir get a ton of value in a matchup like this. The desk already highlighted it. I mean, first of all, Yarkor taking a lot of damage over in the duo right when that prot buff spawns in. That tells me, Lasbra, get over here now, right? We have pressure. You're getting low. There's no reason that this shield buff doesn't go to us. But Fenrir, so late in the draft, when you've already seen the Thoth, you've already seen the Owlpwash, you have an Atlas in the support role that just does not do anything towards Brutalize, right? If you're trying to peel for big man tings, it doesn't really exist for Quig. He can try to go for a nice stun, but it's hard to time. And this Thoth just gets run down, and that can be super annoying, especially when you only get 1 pair of beats. Captain Twig starts Blink. That could be a 1v1 potential as well. If Lasbra is just hunting in the jungle, waiting around corners, looking to invade possibly at a blue buff, could be a good kill opportunity once he gets access to Ragnarok.
And it also comes with, I want to say, the added benefit. We have seen a ton of Fenrir's success because very recently he got that timing buff on Brutalize. It comes out faster. It's a little burstier in some terms, maybe simpler terms. And admittedly, when you think about it, it's like, well, it's only 0.15 seconds. Like, that's not really that fast, but you feel it and you see it in the game. Now, we might get to see it in a second. Variety and Twig stepping up to the blue buff on right. Looking to contest it. Variety, I think, misses the corpses where he wants them to go. Doesn't get the damage, but does get the blue buff. Exactly what you would need. And sometimes a small steal, even without the fight, without the kill. It's going to be a small gold lead for the Kings.
I mean, Variety missed the corpses, but he got the fleeting breath off, and that was just enough damage to go in for the invade. Looks like Coast was able to get that purple buff as well. So some split buffs throughout. You give the invade over towards Variety, and you give the invade over towards Coast. Just sort of righting the wrongs of the right side of the map. Still early days, but the Camelot Kings are going to be pulling ahead just a bit farm-wise, as you might expect. I mean, you've got this Thoth, right, who big man tings, he can do range damage, he can half-health you from across the map, he can look for solo kills. But what he doesn't do very well is clear these mid-camps, right? Dardes, he's got the NATO, he's got Zephyr, and Spirit of the Nine Winds, you know, in case you just want to drop an ult on those mid-camps, that's also a possibility. He only got one, and he ulted them?
He only got one with the ult because Tings steps up. Lasber goes in for the stun, brutalized to get him down to half, and then there's the ult. Force the
nice
beats,
bait.
they grab Twigs. It's perfect timing, gets the tornado, and gets first blood for his team, traded out immediately by a great ult from Tings.
Wow, first of all, fantastic bait by Lasbra. Looks towards Tings, fakes back to Twig, gets the beats, and still confirms the kill. But Tink says, all right, you're going to bait me on the stage? There's no way I'm not going to send a final judgment right back towards you. Confirms that revenge kill. Doesn't actually get the revenge gold. He didn't die. But actually does get the revenge for his jungler, Captain Twig, for falling down there for first blood. My goodness, though, the bait. Those are the kind of mind games you have to have with Ragnarok. You jump stun, ult, bite next to someone, miss on purpose, see if you can bait out those beads, see if you can bait out a CC immune ult. And now there's a target on Tings' back.
2 full minutes. He's got to be worried. And Lasber's got that ult back relatively soon. And this is something I was really interested to see, which now we'll actually see what Lasber can do. Goes in the brutalize, sticks, and you've got the oh my god, what a great shot from Dardes, and a second kill for the Dragons.
I mean, Captain Twig just wanted to acorn blast the mid camps, but you gotta watch out. Once that stun is down, Gore, brutalize is just gonna rip through you, and that's exactly what happens. Gets him to 1 HP. Dardes says, don't worry, Twig. I got you. You're not making it out of this one. Spirit of the Nine wins. Also has incredible range. That's going to be the second kill on the board for the Jade Dragons. And again, that's off of aggression from Twig. Still, though, has the XP lead, 1 level up on Lasbra. And Variety, a little bit echoing the same. The Camelot Kings don't really care.
And Dardes poked out. You got to be careful. The range from Tings is going to be a problem. And Trelly, this brings up something I think we were talking about, within the last hour or so, but very specifically, it's important to this matchup, which is a lot of the losses the Kings have seen this tournament, the last few weeks of the phase, pretty much any time, if you look at it since Quig, maybe any time, period, has been focus on the right side of the map, right? Yep. Shut down Variety, shut down Twig, you shut down the Kings. And a lot of what they had, to counteract that, I think, early on, is even if that happened, they just had such a great team fight that coalesced in the late game, it didn't matter. Lately, that's been lacking, so you'll have some, call them what they are, stinker games coming out from Variety and Twig. But the Dragons like to play through the other side of the map. They play through duo right now, and I was curious what kind of pressure we'd see. They've got 2 kills on the Twig. It feels like a great start. Twig forces beads out of Nika just to stay proactive on the map. Not behind, but definitely in that danger zone.
Yeah, I mean, you're able to pull the beads from Nika. Dardes has been just farming. I watched him go back to speed buff, ult it, just to confirm that farm quickly. Doesn't really care about Spirit of the Nine wins this early on in the game. It's not as if Gold Fury is going to be contested. So, yeah, you got to watch out for these mid camps, those neutral farm, any sort of fighting that could go on. And something you got to note as well, 2 ward chalices picked up from Variety and Quig. The vision is going to be absurd here for the Camelot Kings. Call it an investment, right? You put 400 gold down. You don't have to buy wards for the rest of the game unless you want the sentries, which most people will get into later on. But it's just going to make sure that both the left and the right side of the map is just completely lit up. Lasber's job gets much more difficult that way. Yeah, he's here. He's going to go for a gank. Nope, you walked over a ward, bro. Now Variety knows exactly where you are.
It's, pretty simple, right? Like, once you've placed 8, you've got the cost. And then any more than that, you're just net positive from there. It becomes way, way better. This cost-benefits analysis of a chalice. It feels really solid for the Kings. And like you said, that vision, specifically on right, given the thing that we had just talked about and how Variety has been I'm going to call it a lose condition. We talk about win conditions a lot, but a lose condition, if this lane falls apart, it's a good safety net to have. We'll see. Builds so far pretty much the same. I am a little curious, in your eyes, how the interaction in the, the jungle is going to, but also for the supports, because Mike, inherently as a mage, is going to be a little less tanky than the Atlas. Can they afford to step up to fights like this? They're going to try anyway. Hardcore goes in for a stun. Mike gets picked up by Quig, tossed back. Damage seems to be there, but it's all for the purple buff, secured by the Kings, and they got Tings on the way to back them up. Mike's already half. If Quig can get a good amount of CC, just close that gap, not quite there. The Dragons are going to get to walk away from that one. Good rotation, good presence from the Kings.
Yeah, you had Undying Love still available, so Mike wasn't too worried, but if there was a little bit more range, if Big Man Tings could have closed gap and get that invade and punish off, we may be looking at a kill. There's no world where a kill happens here, especially when you miss all 8 shots of Desert Fury. So Coast
I'm glad you said it.
not going to be able to find anything there. But still, that's that aggression, right? That's the confidence you got to have when you're attached to Polar Bear Mike on the Afro. You know you've got healing, you know you got movement speed, you know you got immunity. Might as well go in for an ult, even though you're not going to get too much value from it, or literally 0 value from it.
I will say I have to give credit to the Dragons as a bonus entirely. It feels like Dardas has slowed down a little bit, but they were just on cooldown. If they had the ult, it was getting thrown out there for a few of them. Because it's so easy to just secure the camps. They're looking at the farm, and I admire that that's the way they're trying to play it. Realistically, it hasn't really amounted to too much. Oh my god, Lasberg goes in, takes too much damage, and great dash from Twig. Makes sure that does not stick around, does not get hit by the Spirit of the Nine Winds. Now Quig's in an awkward spot, but you're in a numbers game here, and the Kings have the advantage. Variety's rotated on in. They've got some DPS.
He doesn't miss!
What a shot from Tings! Again, the hieroglyphic wall does all you need to extend it, and Ting steps up for 2.
Tiggs is going massive here. I mean, not only does he help out Twig, who almost certainly falls down if Lasper just goes uncontested, he also hits a beautiful ult to get Undying Love, the evade and punish just to confirm that kill at essentially max range, and now there's a 3-0 just target on this Thoth's head. You gotta be looking towards Big Man Tings at this point because he's making big things happen.
What he does.
See what I did
what
there?
he does best. Yeah, I see what you did there. Big Man Tings doing big man things, man. And it's frightening. And we've seen this, looked at it, locked in, Thoth had, what, a 25% win rate? It was not the cleanest overall. But I'm also reminiscing, it was actually against the Kings, that we got a one-shot Thoth kill. Something you got to be worried. Gold Fury started up by the Dragons, already low and secured. Lasper takes a decent amount of poke, but it was only Quig looking. Only Quig who could have contested. No ult. Not a lot of steal potential, and the Dragons make sure that this game stays within 200 gold of each other.
Yeah, they grab that Fury back up. We talked about how much vision the Camelot Kings have, but even vision alone is not going to stop you from going for a bit of a lazy back. Quig should be able to dash out of this one, not too much trouble, and covered his own peel with the Astrolabe. Either way, though, we've been talking about farm. You saw Dardes was just sending out those ultimates for farm. Recently stopped doing that. Recognized, hey, Gold Fury is a real possibility now. We need to have this ultimate for confirmation, or at the very least for some sort of peel. It isn't like Captain Twig has stopped getting aggressive. This Ratatosker has been blinking in pretty consistently, just to pull relics, but also, trying to make something happen and trying to facilitate that Thoth on your screen. Big Man Tings, who, if you haven't seen already, can do a ton of damage with this build. Fully stacked Book of Thoth, the Divine Ruin, going into Staff of Mirrodin. That was 2 shots. He still gets another one, and the ult, and the invade and punish. Dardes has to respect that damage.
And what makes it interesting, speaking of pulling relics, right? Lasberg gets those beads from Tings earlier, and, it is highlighted and maybe overshadowed a little by First Blood. And then he gets a second kill onto Twig. But since then has not gone back. Those beats timers were still down for another 60 seconds. Theoretically, that was maybe an ult opening, a potential to go for another kill, or at least shut down the Thoth before it could get as big as it is.
Yep.
And he didn't go for it, so it's a little interesting to see. And since then, we have not seen any beats pressure. Now, both the junglers over on the right side of the map. Cooldown buff comes up. Who's going to bite first? Maybe in Lasber's case, he'd rather bite last, try to get the beads first. It's going to be a simple cleanup for Twig and Variety. And again, this is some of the danger zone. I think this actually helps the Kings' long-term gameplay.
For sure. And I think, to your earlier point, Lasbra, with beads down, you can overcommit just to grab, Big Man Tings. You can just go for the Ragnarok just to make sure Dardes gets that kill. But it becomes a bit scary now at this point where you're 4 levels down. Big Man Tings just ticks over level 15. Lasbra is 11. Do you think that he can out-damage Tings at this point? I mean,
No.
the dream is you jump on him, he's not expecting it. You follow him with Evade and Punish, and then you bite him with Ragnarok, and that's 100-0. I'm pretty sure Tings would kill you first at this point. With this differential and itemization, you eat a full Hieroglyphic Assault, you eat Evade and Punish, and then he pre-beats and just Final Judgments you in the face. There's no way Lasper survives that, so he's got to stay back. He has to hope that maybe Nika rotates in or Mike is attached to him to give him some immunity to really try and out-damage Big Man Tings, the 3-0 Thoth. Same with Dardas, though. It's not like Captain Twig wants to ult onto a Kukulkan at this level. If you land on a Spirit of the Nine Winds, Zephyr will kill you. Like, it is just 2 abilities. That's all it takes. These mages just have too much farm.
It's sounding a little bit like the junglers out there. The mages got too much farm.
Hey man, I'm a mid laner. I love it. Level 16 at 14 minutes. Keep it up, Tings. You got this, man.
He's doing more than what he needs to. The Kings the other day as well were pulling like 12-minute fire giants. Like, they were willing to go for it. Now they've got some damage. It is going to be fun to watch. More difficult game for Lazarus if you look at the right column of the relics. It's all beads and every single one of them is up. Twig and Variety. Well, we'll have the eyes of the Fenrir on right for now, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be too much. I think it's this Pyromancer. See 3-man grouping from the Kings. Almost 3-man grouping from the Dragons. It's going to come up in a few seconds. It does come down to secure. We've had this conversation. You've got 2 great secure mages, but I feel like setup right now, and I'm with you, feels like it's going one way. Unless you can do that, that's the perfect pickup. Then the beads from Variety. You got some burst, you got a dash in from Nika, but you just don't have the damage in Varieties. Got the moves to get away. Stays alive under tower, and of course the corpses heal him up. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, still dashing forward. If Raiju explodes, maybe Nika goes into the Taiko drums and tries to taunt Variety back in for Lazarus, but doesn't connect. And now Primal Fury started up here. Coast already spotted out, but here comes Tings as well. Look how much damage he's doing!
Oh my god, and he's looking for the ult, immediately goes for it. He does have potential, but Tings ruins it. The potential there could have been massive, but instead it's Coast who goes down. Tings is winning this game for the Kings right now.
I can't believe it. Coast goes huge there, stops the Primal Fury, should have gotten the solo kill on a Twig, but couldn't connect with the Desert Fury. I mean, this is Coast's most played god this season. He has just not been hitting with those ultimates. Still goes huge, don't get me wrong. Stopping the Primal Fury, all the while your own team gets the Pyromancer, that's big. The Jade Dragons are fine with that trade for now, unless the Camelot Kings pull the Primal Fury in the next couple seconds. Then they're not too excited about it. Coast loses both relics, spawns in 1 second, but there it is. Primal Fury started up. The Dragons need to get here now if they want to defend, and it doesn't seem like they're walking over.
Yeah, Lazarus the closest. I do not see him wanting to go in for it. Primal Fury wouldn't even have the time. Goes over to the Kings. It's as simple as that. Charlie, that is the difference. You know, no Tings there. I think we have a double kill for Coast, and they probably pick up the Fury on the Dragon. Maybe they have to drop it. Tings turns it around. You get all of the Kings staying alive in that instance. Coast goes down, and you get the Primal. It changes so much of this game. And the farm, it's been really close, right? You know, I've been looking at the gold every few minutes, and it has not really skewed beyond where it's at now. Like, this is the most in one side either of these teams have had, and the Kings, 1,216 minutes is enough to start building your hill, but a lot of that's going to be in mid, and a lot of that's just because Tings is 4-0 and just absolutely rocking the world.
And there's positives and negatives to that, right? Big man Tings is doing incredible amounts of damage. No one can step up to him. No one can get close to him. But if they kill him, Gore, if they use Mike's immunity to kill the 4-0 Thought that has the most farm on the map, the Camelot Kings' whole game just gets shut down. That is so much gold that is taken away. The fight is going to look a lot stronger with that Thoth gone. And Coast is stepping up to 2. Not taking too much of a healthy trade, though. Uses that Desert Fury, has to back up. All the while, the Jade Dragons will confirm the beacon. That goes uncontested. I mean, the Jade Dragons should have one clear plan here, and it's get to Thoth. So far, haven't been able to do so. But these games have been going a bit longer traditionally, right? It's not like we're in the end game just yet. They've got time to try and build up, get some extra damage
all
online.
All 12 towers are still up.
Yeah. There is time to find Tings' beads in the next 5 or 6 minutes.
And realistically, he might be worth more than that last Gold Fury we just saw at this point if you get a kill on him. Could be huge for your team. Lasper's been lurking over on the side. I think Coast is a huge win condition. 7 seconds on both relics. They're about to come back up. Last time around, he had the Gold Fury when he went for that 1v2. Second time, he didn't have it. But he could be a lot. I mean, the pillars, even though, like, if we lock onto the Desert Furies, those have not been great. But everything else he's been doing has been spot on this game.
For sure.
And that's going to be some of the danger. Have a little bit of time before there's a Pyromancer. A little more time than that before there's a Fury. But there's still a lot of presence on the right-hand side of the map for both of these teams. It feels like they've been making sure to keep wards. 18.5 minutes. Like, we're in that realistic heat check Fire Giant territory. And if you're not paying attention, I mean, these teams, with the way the meta has shifted. Burn and objective secure exist on both sides. You cannot leave them alone for like 10 seconds.
And that's been the beauty of it. We've gotten to see Thoth versus Cuckoo as in the confirmed battle plenty of times, and traditionally the team with Cuckoo feels a lot more confident, right? You can cancel Final Judgment. You can stun it. You can make sure it only does a percentage of the damage it's supposed to, as long as you can get CC on the big man Tings, of which the Jade Dragons have a ton. Whereas Dardes, he can stay a lot further back. He just has to, send out that ultimate on time. It does plenty of instant burst damage. CC doesn't matter. He's got the slow immunity. So the Jade Dragon still could feel confident going in for any sort of objective pull. It's all just about, like I said, not getting half-healthed by a Thoth before you walk up. It's all about looking towards where Captain Twig's been, because despite him being 0-2, 4 assists, he's been active. He's been a part of every one of the kills the Camelot Kings have. This rat blinks in, gets a stun, baits himself a little bit, sometimes dies, sometimes doesn't, but he is still creating opportunities for his squad.
Well, speaking of trying to create opportunities, goes for the stun on Nika. Is just a little short of being able to find it. And you've got ward coverage, so you know Lazarus over here. At this point, you've got vision. Lazarus goes up, forces the beats from Variety. Do they have the damage to go in? What a great stun! And then a great root goes around. Tycho drums, missing every shot from Nika. Connects on the last one, and the knockup from Twig not going to connect. Up, down, and Lazarus goes down because of it. Twig puts one on the board.
Twig has Blink, though. I was wondering if he's going to chase down Nika. Doesn't look like he's got it. All the while, the Camelot Kings grouping up towards Pyromancer. Sure, Mike and Dardes are nearby, but you have plenty of dive now that Nika has to go back to base. This should be a fight or a pull. I guess Captain Twig doesn't feel like he wants to go in yet, so they're not going to go in for the Pyromancer. Still, good damage coming onto Mike.
You've got the ult from the Atlas. That should help out a lot, but great timing on the ultimate. Make sure that Tings isn't going to one-shot him with the ultimate afterward. Unfortunately, it does now mean Undying Love is gone. Pyromancer started up by the Kings. They've got 4 over here. Dragon's going to match in numbers soon with Coast rotating in. Presence on ultimate's going to be a little skewed now that Lasbra has the bite back up, could potentially show back up. He's over on the left side speed, though. Pyromancer's going to get back to full health, Trelly, and they're going to stare at each other menacingly for a moment.
I think they have to at this point, right? You know that the mage ultimates are down, but Twig and Lasbra, they just had a scrap before this. Twig's got no beads, no blink. Sure, Lasbra's got the beads available, but he's going to go in, find Tings' beads. That's a good pull. Who's going to be able to make use of it, though? Yarkor ults in just for some poke damage. They are just trading haymakers back and forth, but no one can land a knockout.
And the biggest thing, you can't even feel confident, right? Like, you're stepping forward now, you're missing a lot of relics on both sides, and you're missing a lot of your ultimate economy. Coming back up soon for Dardes and Mike. And the Dragons just have the perfect timing and the perfect window. Pick up the Pyro, pick up a Runic Bomb. 2 in the pocket for them. And we've only had 1 tower fall so far in 22 minutes. The right side tier 1 for the Dragons. A lot of gold still on the map. And Charlie, right now, Dragons need a little bit more. They're about 1,500 behind where the Kings have amassed.
They are, but now they have the first opening I've seen so far this game, right? I think this is the second time that we have seen the 4-0 Thoth have beads down. Lasbra had to do just about everything, almost overcommit his life just to get those beads. And like I said earlier, who's going to make use of it? It's really just Lasbra. No one else on the side of the Dragons can convincingly get to this Thoth. So unfortunately, he might have to stay kissed to Mike, which he has been. Mike has been able to keep him with, nice and healed up. That immunity is there with Undying Love. But Tings knows this. He's going to be staying so far back that there's no reason for him to be pulled by Ragnarok unless they vastly overcommit. So the Jade Dragons grab themselves the beacon, and that's going to unleash the Titans down mid lane. We're going to see a little bit of a scrap once again. Poke, definitely in favor of the Camelot Kings, but it's not like Nika and Dardes can't also dish out some of that poke. We also have to talk about that sustain battle that Mike will make sure his team is winning.
How important, very is the answer to that, but to get to Tings, you've mentioned Lasbra specifically, right? Dardes might be able to get some long-range shots, Coast long-range shots, but it's a high hope for them.
Yeah.
Do you think Nika can dash in? Like, is it too reckless on the Raijin to dash in and try and kill off the Thoth?
He can try and dash in, but he doesn't have the damage to 100 to 0 him, right? You need a little bit of backup from your squad. That's where that CC comes in, and Gore, we've been talking about it so much, his beats are up in 40 seconds. Why would you step up at this point? If there's not a Fire Giant being pulled in the next 10 seconds, there's no reason for Tings to be within range to get hit by any Jade Dragon abilities, right? He just outranges everyone on that team. no reason to put himself in danger, and he hasn't. Right? He's been sitting right behind Quig, right behind Twig. Lasper's nearby, but he didn't go Blink. He goes Beads Aegis, which felt like he needed it in this game. He's 0-3, so he's clearly been under fire. He can't close gap, so it looks like Tings is going to be just fine.
Titans going to clash in mid. Jets
Quig!
between the World Championship signs, and Quig takes a lot of damage. Great shot from Dardes, but it doesn't matter. It's between a rock and a hard place. You end up getting killed off by Coast. Titans still clashing. Numbers advantage for the Dragons. They're going to move over towards right. And you've got no seconds left on those beads. So what will Tings do? Can step up safely. Fire Giant seems to be the main goal for the Dragons. Petrelli engaged, especially in these Aphrodite comps, sometimes is where the issues lie. And Tings shows he's not afraid to let the abilities fly. Get some good poke out there. Gives us a small reset.
Wow, I mean, the J-Dragons, they have the lead they were looking for. They had the opening, but just didn't feel confident of it. And you saw Mike, one of the two tanks on the side of the J-Dragons, walks up, gets half health by Tings, has to back up. And all that starts with a great impale, right? Mayporish Coast has been on point. Pillar into impale, gets Quig low, he beats, he runs away, but Nika has the taunt back in. The Taiko drums confirms that kill onto Quig. It's already over though. Quig's back. He's got beads up in 2 minutes. Sure, that it does mean that Lasper's got an opening. Maybe he can pick him up, bring him back to the squad. But the J-Dragons did not do much with that lead. They just dealt with the Titans and had to retreat. There is still an issue of stepping up towards the Fire Giant because of the range the Camelot Kings have.
Well, the Dragons, I think we're attempting an ambush, hoping that Quig would foolishly walk in mid up against the wall for Coast to get a stun. Hardcore was in mid though, saw him setting up. So now we've gone the full circle. We've had a Pyro fight into a Titan fight into an almost Fire Giant fight, and we're right back to where we started. Pyro spawns in. The Dragons have the numbers advantage on the actual Pyromancer. Standing 5 grouped up. Twig and Quig hanging off to the side. Tings, ever-present threat, 4-0. The most kills on his team and in the game. Petrelli shifts a lot of that pressure back towards left. Kiss onto Variety. But it doesn't feel like the Dragons quite have that lockdown they want yet.
No, they don't. They've got decent sustain. They're sitting around just looking for opportunities, but I like what Tings has been doing as well, just charging up Final Judgment, send it out randomly on someone who's not expecting it. Maybe you go in. Dardes, of course, is going to confirm that Pyromancer for his team. Second Runic Bomb. 1 to Lasper, 1 to Mike. But we may be dancing until Enhanced Fire Giant at this point, Gore. Tings does dash forward. That's the first time I've seen him get aggressive with the Invade and Punish since this dance started. But nothing just yet. The J-Dragons have went underneath their tower just to try. They're fighting over a tier 1 at this point, Gore. If the tower goes down, sure, you lose a little bit of safety. But Quig could tank up this tier 1 for a solid minute at this point. Like, I don't think it's going to be that much safety. It's just the gold. No team wants to give an inch at this point because we are balancing this game on a knife's edge.
What I wanted to ask, and what I was hoping we were going to see, Dardes uses the ult for confirmation. Feels like there's an opening there for the Kings, and specifically for Tings, to just lay back. Everybody else DPS Fire Giant, we're going to kill it off. Now, as we can see, that's not the case. Dardes has his ult back up, and so if that was a window of opportunity, it is slammed shut on the Kings. And we're in, again, such an interesting spot, Trelly, because you mentioned it. We're 27 minutes in, fighting over the tier 1, right? Dances around the Fire Giant, but neither of these teams really feeling confident in their engage. It's all on what Tings is able to accomplish. Half health Dardes, and they're going to pull in Mike. Do they have the follow-up damage? They do! Oh my god, the shots are there, but he gets out of there. Up into the sky. Twig, is he going to go for the kill, or is he going to fall back? There's no way you're diving that deep. Mike stays alive, uses both relics and his ultimate in order to do so. Now has to play carefully, especially around Tings.
I mean, Variety got the stun with the Lovebirds. They had so much damage. I just think Tings didn't have to send Final Judgment out. If you have it at this point, maybe you can go in for a Fire Giant while Mike's gone. But still, the J-Dragon stepping forward, taking a lot of damage from Hieroglyphic Assault. Not the opening the Camelot Kings were looking for, though. Dardes still has both relics, still has Spirit of the Nine Winds. They're going to pull this Fire Giant, but it's more of a bait. Yarkor's not even in the pit.
Trying to figure out where they could go. Variety's looking to zone, or at least keep vision. Lazarus looping around the side. If he can get to Tings, he's got a through line right now.
There's
Good
Lazarus.
lockdown, and they've got the damage, but the Aegis buys so much time, so much space. goes in with the Brutalize, goes for the ult. You need one more hit, just one more hit, and he finds it, shuts down, but trades out his life in the process. 1 for 1 overall, but a huge kill for the Dragons. Oh my god, Tornado.
Tornado does a lot of damage. Variety's got the heals. It was close. Tings and Lasbra on mere death timers here. And it looks like that's just going to be a full-on reset, Gore. I was right. We're dancing until Enhanced Fire Giant. No team is going to overcommit. No team is going to make the pull. But that's the dream situation for Lasbra. You come around the corner. Tings isn't expecting you. Jump, Brutalize, you get the auto attack. You pull both relics, and you get the kill. Sure, you commit your life, but at this point, Tings is worth infinitely more than Lasbra, right? The only reason the Jade Dragons can't do this exactly is because they get half health every time they walk up. Variety can do a bit of that damage, but he does not have the same level of burst, the same level of range. Still, though, no true pull just yet. I think the Jade Dragons should be going in for this. There's no burst mage available to outconfirm Dardes, but they just can't walk up. Variety and Twig put enough damage out to make them feel scared, and the Jade Dragons have to back up. We will see the full-on reset. Now, it's just going to be who gets out of position first. The Thoth with no relics or the Fenrir with no relics?
Well, unfortunately for the Fenrir with no relics, he also has a Raijin right next to him with no relics. Maybe causes some trouble. Hardcore not having beads, though, maybe. Opens up an opportunity. Again, it's watching where Lasbra's going to go. This dude is a ganker through and through. It's in his blood, it feels like. He does not want to walk up, and looking at the positioning of that last fight, right? You had Twig kind of more or less with the team, waiting for his ult to go in and when he could make that big opportunity. Lasbra just ran down mid, looked for an opportunity to swing in from the side, and that's just the way he likes to play. Pyromancer, do you fight over it this time if you're the Dragons? You step up nonetheless. Kings are going to secure that one. 3 runic
Ult's
bombs
down.
on one side, bomb
There it is.
over for the Kings. But yeah, like you said, Secure is down. And the Dragons take the opportunity. Start up the Fire Giant, burn it down to half. Twig up in the sky, goes for a double knock up in the back. That's going to force Dardes.
The Kings did it!
Get the Fire Giant, and they get 2 kills to boot. They're going to chase down the Dragon's Coast. Jumps in, of all things, and as Aegis, oh, it only buys a little bit of time. The Kings crack this one wide open.
There's no way Gamma Ray Burst outconfirms Dardes. Twings definitely should be killing Mike here. The full-on deicide, unless Lasbra gets back, which he does, hides in the FG pit to go back to base. But that is ridiculous.
Did they just win?
Yeah, I mean, Tings uses ult to confirm Pyroman so the Jade Dragons see their opening, but it doesn't matter. This is Enhanced Fire Giant.
There's 3 towers up, but like you said, we waited and danced until it was enhanced, and now the Kings, they get to walk in. One team fights all you need. They win game 1 and put the Dragons down in this set.
There are still 4 tier 1 towers up, Gore. That's how slow this game was played. That's how balanced it was, right? Back and forth. All it took was one overcommit. And you know who broke the game wide open? It was Captain Twig. That was a huge ultimate on the Fire Giant. You saw the follow-up damage. Everyone dispersed. Dardes had to use his ultimate to confirm, and it was a little bit late. Doesn't quite hit the Fire Giant in time, and even though the EFG didn't matter too much, you still got to give credit. Quig stole with Gamma Ray Burst, 100-something damage.
And you know what? Couple hundred damage, sometimes that's the big difference maker for the Dragons, it feels like, and so far that's 2 games where things have gone wrong for them within the hundreds.
Yep.
And admittedly, within these huge bursty ultimates, just not quite connecting where they need to. Unfortunately for them, they go down 1, but as we saw, a very close game until literally the very end.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see what we're up to. Kings are up 1-0. We'll find out what happens next right after this.
Welcome back, Smite fans. Inbound, do you know your times tables?
Of course.
Do you know what's 8 times 4?
32.
Okay, what's 9 times 7?
63.
What's 5 times 11?
55.
That's how many days there are until the Smite World Championship. Just 55 days away now until we get to see all of your beautiful faces in Arlington, Texas come January. And we got some great merch as well, some great things that you can do to participate with us at the Smite World Championship. Merch available right now at shop.hirezstudios.com/SWC. Look at that beautiful logo, the card art from some of these past SWC skins you can grab on a t-shirt, on a jersey, on a hat if you're looking for it. All you want to come into SWC walking in styling.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to feel
For
good,
sure.
right?
I'm thinking the hat.
Yeah?
I'm a big hat guy now.
Yeah?
Starting to lose a little hair on top. Gotta start getting a hat.
Anything you're looking for, you can get on that website looking for our merch. You can join us in person or, of course, watch on our Twitch, on our YouTube, see all of the fantastic Smite action, including the game that we just saw, Camelot Kings versus the Jade Dragons. And the Kings up 1-0. They look pretty controlling, especially in that last fight.
Yeah, I think I want to start talking with Big Man about this Thoth performance because this was incredible. The early game, I mean, lucky blue buff invade, but sometimes all you need is a little bit of luck to get off to a good little start. Twig dies a couple times in the early portion, but it doesn't matter. Tings starts just nailing every ult he sends out. It was a little risky on that second to last fight, I think it was, where he actually missed the ult on the mic, and it seemed like the timing might have been a little bit off. They weren't able to punish, but through the entire portion of this game, it's just Big Man ulting, Big Man ulting, Big Man ulting, and all of them hitting. And then the opposite side, something that was brought up on cast, Coast on this Honor just seemed a little off. There was not like that same level of comfort and aggression. He was missing abilities he doesn't usually miss. Now, I'm not saying go away from the Honor. I'm just saying this game was Tings doing so much on the Thoth and expecting a little bit more from Coast on this Honor.
Yeah, I think perhaps, a little bit of an off game maybe for some of the players. I think Lasbra as well. I was maybe expecting a little bit more out of him on the Fenrir in particular. He did have a solid game, but I think you're right. It's really the story of this, though. It's so difficult to kill and then almost baits the Dragons into a questionable play there at the end, right? You have the Thoth down, or rather, the Thoth ultimate down in that last fight, and you're like, okay, they used it to secure the Pyromancer. Now we've got the Kukulkan ult, and they try and drop everything for the Fire Giant. And when you make, we saw the Dragons yesterday. They're no strangers to making those types of decisive calls. And they not only do they not even get the enhanced Fire Giant, they get out-secured by a Gamma Ray burst. But then they lose the fight afterwards, they lose the game afterwards. I mean, if that's why the Jade Dragons are picking this Kukulkan to try and play that way around the objectives, maybe this Thoth is something that they don't want to play against.
Yeah, I think the Kings played that fight about as well as they could have. Yes, when you're playing into this Cuckoo, is anything really going to out-secure Cuckoo? Probably not. It's very hard to out-secure a god like that. I think that is a little bit more on the luck side, also getting that Gamma Ray burst to out-secure. But, even considering if the Dragons get that Fire Giant, that's a wipe anyway. So, the Kings happy to dive into that. A lot of teams have been really slow to dive this Dragons comp when they have been playing for these objectives. Kings look to punish that. Now Kings going into this second P's and B's with that first pick.
Yeah. I wonder if they choose to ban away. The Thoth feels like something a little bit difficult to ban, not necessarily a top-tier pick. That being said, we see this consistent Baba Yaga ban from the Dragons. We've also seen that sort of mixed prioritization this weekend. Sometimes you see it top 2, sometimes you don't see it picked or banned at all. And notably, in that game number 1, something we didn't touch on as much during Picks and Mans, Maman unpicked, unbanned, right? Just goes by the wayside. Has been played by both of these teams in the past throughout this weekend, but choosing not to go back to it. We'll have to see if they want to opt in for it in this one. The Camelot Kings, though, already switching up their bans just a little bit. That's surprising to me. Last time, it was the Chernobog and the Emoja. This time, they take away Daji's Lasbra, and now the Jade Dragons have to choose. Do you want to ban away Cherno, ban away Athena, or just leave both open?
So a lot of times when a team wins on one side and they stay with that side, they just do the exact same thing. They're like, let's just ban away this Bog again, this Emoja. Let's just first pick that Opwash again. But a lot of times, it's best to just keep messing with P's and B's so the other team isn't able to get comfortable, and that's exactly what they're doing. With this P's and B's so far, Opwash is now available, which a little risky, because now to the other side, the Dragons have a free Chernobog pick if they want it.
Yeah, I mean, if that shocks me. If you were going to switch up your picks and bans, I would think it would be because you wanted the Chernobog. But instead, they just they just change their P's and B's, and then they don't pick the Chernobog. They pick the Opwash instead, and they give Chernobog over to the Jade Dragons, and that's after we just discussed maybe a little bit of an off game for Coast onto the Onher, so maybe they're going to get benefit from having, I mean, certainly they'll get benefit because Chernobog is Chernobog, but I mean, wow, what a top 2 from the Dragons. Chernobog and Maman, we saw this from them yesterday. That's a strong top 2.
That is a very strong top 2, a lot of global potential, 1v1 potential, multiple different roles now. And when we saw Dardes on this Maman, it's something that can get bullied early. Doesn't farm well, it doesn't win many 1v1s in the early portion of the game. But when he gets to that mid, he gets to that late game portion, Dardes really knows how to unlock the character's potential, and he makes a lot of good plays with it. So excited to see what he does there. But on the opposite side, Kings looking for their second and third picks. That Rat's still available, which I think you lock in the Rat here no matter what. I think Twig looked fantastic on it.
I liked
yes,
it a lot.
What was it? His stat line was not the prettiest, but you're never getting a pretty stat line with Twig. He is just a character, or a player that just likes to get involved, and you can do that with Rat. So I like the Rat. Other side of it, I'm almost confident going back to that Thoth. I think that was so impressive that if you don't pick it here, it's probably getting banned.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot still open on the Hunter side of things. You still get like the Ishtar and the Hotch. But I think that in terms of prioritization, you might be right with that Thoth. That being said, the Kukulkan also up on the table, and something that we have seen big man things go to in the past. So could have been the prioritization. Instead, they'll choose to keep this Hachiman on the draft and of course go back to that Ratatosker. So identical top 3 there for the Kings despite the change in bans. The Jade Dragons though, they switch up their top 3 quite a bit. We'll have to see what this lock-in is for that third pick, where they grabbed the Aphrodite last time. Now it is this Poseidon that went unpicked, unbanned in game 1.
Yeah, and Poseidon's had a lot of prio before this game, or before the first game, so it was a little weird to see him go by the wayside. Same with this Maman. So now we're seeing 2 characters that made it through P's and B's, now getting top 3 by the Dragons, and it's paired with this Chernobog. This top 3 by the Dragons is phenomenal, but what the Kings did with this top 3 last game, I'm still entirely confident with this Kings draft. These 3 characters, I mean, we analyzed the last one, they do everything you really need. The Hunter has flex potential on how he wants to play, not necessarily the role. Rat can do a lot of different things. Opwash can do a lot of different things. So it's a really comfortable top 3. And then slipping into the next bans, Thoth banned away by the Dragons, so we cannot have a repeat performance by Big Man. But as you said, there's a few mid laners still available for Big Man. Never really worried about Big Man's God pool, so I'm not too worried. Cuckoo is another thing we could see. And yeah, that look you're giving me, the Dragons are banning away their own Aphrodite.
Well, it's not as much that, right? I mean, Quig plays the Aphrodite, of course, and so if PBM says, I'm not going to go to it, I understand the ban. I'm more confused by they don't ban away Kukulkan. I mean, if they are top picking Kukulkan, you have to think that they like it more than the Thoth, right? Like or maybe Dardes just has some comfort on it, but it's got the objective secure, it's got a little bit of that safety ever since that buff recently. And so I'm surprised that they leave it open, knowing that BMT can play very similarly on that pick, as they maybe not as harass focused as Thoth is in moving around the map with that poke. But I mean, if you're looking for objective pressure, if you're looking for the same team fight style, I mean, we waited 31 minutes for the enhanced Fire Giant in game number 1. It feels like something that Big Man Tings would go back to.
Yeah, I think the Cuckoo is something that I'm entirely comfortable with the Kings picking. Dragons on the other side. Aphrodite ban, especially with what the Kings played last game, they didn't play for this duo, which is why you look for the Afro. I think the Atlas, the Ganesh make a lot more sense in the King style, so I agree. The Afro ban on top of, like, yes, Quake plays it, but doesn't make a ton of sense in their comp, in my opinion. But now Dragons, their next pick available. We saw the On Her last time here, but they already have their Hunter confirmed. Probably going to be Mike's pick. What Mike can go for. I think even taking away the Atlas, I actually think the Atlas looked really good last game. I think Quig looked really good on it. And even before then, they're actually going to lock in Lasbra's jungler, get this Erlang Shen. And this is not a pick I like into the Opwash. It is such a difficult god to dive. He counters you very, very easily. Yes, you have some pre-5 gank potential, but it's so tough in the late game fights.
One that Lasbra has liked to go back to in the past, and will give a little bit of frontline potential, of course, for that Poseidon over in the solo lane. But I think that basically confirms, right, we've seen Maman in both roles this weekend. This will go to Dardes, I think, in game number 2 here. This hover, though, from the Camelot Kings. We're considering the Kukulkan for a second there, but it looks like instead it might be this Morgan Le Fay. Ganesh gets locked in as well. You mentioned that as potentially a positive pick over the Atlas. Looks like they will go to that Morgan over the Cuckoo.
I was a little iffy at first. I really liked the Cuckoo with the comp, but kind of seeing what the Dragon style of comp wants to do, I think having an extra self-peel on your mid laner, I think it makes a lot of sense. You don't really need much more AoE damage when you have an Opwash, but you have good chase potential now with this Morgan. Solid, okay poke. And then you also just have a lot more self-peel when the Maman's looking for these 1v1s. When you think about mid lane, not a lot of characters have great 1v1s, but Maman is one of the few, Morgan is one of those few mid laners that really can still 1v1 assassins. So I like that pick. And the Dragons, with the last pick in the draft, go for that Atlas. They take it away. Well, they don't take it away from Quig. They run what Quig ran in the first game. But the Kings, I feel like they found their style, and if variety doesn't die early, this comp scales so well into the late game, and I really like what they've crafted.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost an identical draft in terms of style for the Kings, I feel like. They get the same top 3, they get different 2 here at the bottom, and they don't have that big, secure ultimate, but you still have a lot of pressure in that mid lane, you have a lot of support coming from Quig. Whereas the Jade Dragons have completely switched things up. They were maybe playing a similar style in game 1 versus the Kings. They were like trying to match, okay, we've got 2 big secures, we've got, you know, fights that are going to happen in the blink of an eye. We're just going to wait and have this big dance. Now, the Jade Dragons, that's a lot of W key potential, man. That's an assassin mid. It's a mage, technically. But, like, I mean, that's a lot of W key potential for the Dragons.
Yeah, I think if you look at, like, a meta snapshot of, like, the best characters, I think the Dragons have a bunch of very strong characters. Bog considered one of the best ADCs. Maman, maybe not one of the best mid laners, but she's up there. Erlang's one of the best junglers, and then even in solo lane, Poseidon is there in, like, consideration. So, I mean, you compare these two types of drafts. One is just very, very top tier. This is, like, kind of what we want to do. We want to group up. We can split in the late game because you have that Chernobog potential, which we've seen. We've talked about a lot. The macro play potential is there. And then you look at the opposite side. 5v5 is so heavily in favor of the Kings that I'm really worried, actually, if I'm going late as the Dragons. Yes, split potential is obviously there, but if you're actually taking 5v5 fights, this Kings comp has everything that I would want.
Yeah, I think I'm focused very much in the early game, early to mid game for the Dragons, and that's maybe because of this solo lane pick in the ADC role, right? Last game we talked about, yeah, you can leave variety alone, and perhaps you get to play through your own solo lane or through your dual lane if you're the Dragons. You've got that on her Aphrodite they've gone back to. This time, though, you have the global on the Chernobog and this Poseidon back in solo. This has been prioritized, banned out so much. I mean, what does this Poseidon bring to that short lane?
I mean, it's just really good setup potential. It's kind of like that Raijin. It's very good on objectives. I think that's like the biggest thing. Bam Shroud, Shoguns, he can kind of just shred the objectives, but they don't have like that same type of secure Alma jungle. A lot of the times we see this Poseidon in solo, it's Alma in jungle or a secure mid laner, but we don't have that. So I don't really understand why the Poseidon this game as opposed to last game when it doesn't really fit your entire style. But I mean, it's hard to count out this Dragons comp when they have such S-tier characters. But again, 5v5s with this Kings comp is insane.
Game number 2 here. Dragons looking to take it early. Kings looking to scale into the late game. We'll see who takes it with the casters.
Thanks so much, Frog. And inbound, that's right, we're jumping into game 2. And Shelly, you could hear it. A little early oriented, although Maman, starts to come on later. But the 5v5 capability, which is what the Kings had plenty of in the last game, as we got to 30 minutes before we truly got to see them break out in a team fight. It's 52-48. Very, very slight favor for the Dragons here. You agreeing with it? I see the Maman and I see the Poseidon, and that's been working for him pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at the top two, right? You get Maman and Cherno for the Outwash, the Camelot Kings. They had to make a choice, right? Chernobog or Outwash. In my mind, that's the decision. Maman is, she's definitely powerful in the 1v1, but it's between the Cherno and the Outwash. They wanted variety on that Outwash a little bit more, and they end up giving up Chernobog, Maman. And that means, number one, that global presence is going to be so annoying. But it's possible the Camelot Kings were thinking, hey, Coast is going to be on something a little bit less aggressive. The on her can't make the impact stuns that he was making in game number one. Maybe that's a good thing, right? Maybe that means our late game just gets so much easier, or our early game rather gets so much easier. We'll have to see if that is good in turn. But with that, though, I really do want to see... Wait, there's no way Variety meant to pick that up, right?
The way he stepped made it look like he meant to pick it up, but there's no way he meant to. I mean, now he's a speedy Outwash.
I mean, he's got Vamp Shroud, so his mana's not the worst thing, I guess. He's going to be speedy, you're right. We'll have to see how it works out for him.
Well, hey, you know what? He's using it right now. He's just running a Nika, and he's got some damage. I mean, early on, you got to be careful here if you're the Poseidon. Variety has no fear. The Whirlpool is going to create a little bit of distance.
He's so fast, man.
Yeah, he's zooming. You can't slow him down.
And you know what? It does seem like his mana sustain's fine for now.
But how much does that hurt him? It feels like it's going to hurt long run, right?
I mean, because the solo lane meta is 5 health pots. You don't get any sort of mana sustain, so you got to get this. You got to get this totem, which it seems like Variety's going to get. So yeah, his MP5 will be fine. It's not the end of the world. As a mid laner, I grab speed all the time, but solo, it's a bit different. If you're like tier or something, like you don't get access to Vamp Shroud. If you're a warrior, it becomes a lot more impactful. But Vamp Shroud just has so much MP5. It's possible he did it on purpose. Like, his mana has not dropped below 60%.
I'll have to give him credit, and that's impressive considering how much he's gone for poke as well. So maybe it's not only not the worst thing in the world, but beneficial. He's been able to chase Nika around, and more importantly, escape the Whirlpool. Yeah, you've got Twig over on right, not going to be finding too much in terms of pressure. It is going to be this Erlong. I know, inbound it's set on the desk. Not necessarily a huge fan of it into Opwash specifically, but it feels like, admittedly, Trelly, it kind of looked like they just wanted someone who was going to set up Dardes, set up Nika, and set up Coast for a lot of success. And they got that in the Erlong, and they got that in the Atlas.
They certainly do, and I love to see Mike on a Guardian as well. I mean, it is just... I've gotten so used to seeing him on these mages. The Baron looks good. The Aphrodite is hit or miss. Sometimes it does fantastically. Sometimes it's just, trying to keep his team alive. But these are the kind of Guardians where Mike can be aggressive. He can walk in. He can try to invade, the chest camps. He can just W key forward, look for poke, that sort of thing. And it becomes so much easier because Atlas has that extra level of safety that a mage just can never bring. With that, though, I do want to watch eventually. I mean, mid lane does nothing at the moment. But when Dardes and Tings actually hit like level 5, and when that Book of Thoth gets online, traditionally these Mamans are looking for 1v1s, whether it be against the junglers or mid laners. I want to see those fights happen just because that's where she can really excel. Her short-ranged burst damage can be ridiculous if you don't understand how much Party Trick's doing, or you don't, the soul stacks coming through. Just a lot of burst damage from that mage.
And that's the real true secret. Dardes made it look real good that first day as well, so I'm looking at the Dragons. Surprised, we actually talked about it, the Desk mentioned it. Poseidon and Maman were really, it felt like, essential to day 1 Dragons, banned out in day 2 Dragons, but it feels like I was surprised to see that they made it through picks and bans of game 1 without being picked up, because it does feel like they were not quintessential, but whatever one step down from quintessential is, like, they needed it, and it looks real good. I'm excited to see Poseidon towards the late game as well. It feels like Nika's been able to do a lot. But do you think that, what we've seen, maybe Erlong is going to answer that question? There's a shield buff up, and he's over on left, but I don't think he's looking for a gank. Is there going to be a lot of fighting from the Dragons early on? I mean, so far, we're almost par for the course in the pace for last game.
Yeah, this early doesn't, need to be that sparks flying. Remember, Dardes was like ulting camps at that point. He just wanted to farm as quickly as possible. And I'm thinking that's going to be more of the same. When you have Fenrir, it's a bit different. Erlong still does have CC, but he doesn't have that all-in potential. Especially this build that Lazarus is going to. The Atalantis bow is not this massive power spike like a Jotun's Wrath is. You get good stats, and don't get me wrong, Erlong can run you down if you don't have an escape or if your beads are down, something along those lines. But it doesn't seem like there's too much opportunity for Lazarus to look for a gank unless it's on to, say, variety, right? Big Man Tings has tremendous self-peel. Captain Twig's probably going to go up into the sky. And the duo lane has been the duo lane. So I would assume that's the reason Lasbra hasn't sent out this 9 turns blessing just yet. Beads are valuable, but can you really get off 2 ganks in the time that their beads will come back up when farm is so important in the early game? Like if you allot all that time to go over to solo, get the ult, come back, and try to do it again, you're missing a lot of farm on the left side of the map, which can be a problem.
Twig, I thought maybe was showing up for something. Actually might have made something out of nothing. Get some good damage onto Dardez with the help of Big Man Tings. And that should open up this right side mid camp pretty easily for the Kings. Small leads are really what got ahead last time around, and that's where the Kings are at right now. 500, just about gold. And that's a small amount in the grand scheme. But it builds up over time. You can see Lasbra, Mike, maybe looking to counteract a little bit of that, going for the invade on the blue buff. And when you've got a 3v2, you tend to go for it. You can see slow rotation from Quig. He's going to come over, but secured and stolen away by the Dragons. And that's going to be one successful fight. And Twig not going up into the sky. They're not chasing any further. So a good invade from the Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, you send 3 over for a blue buff. Sometimes you just got to let that one go. But I got to say, I've been loving this change-up from Variety. What has been the #1 criticism of the Camelot Kings jungle solo, since this season started? It's been Variety's ability to survive the ganks. One adaptation, Gore, the Ward Chalice. He knows exactly when Twig shows up every time. He puts the same 2 wards down, and it covers his entire lane, right? He puts 1 right above blue, 1 right below Nika's blue, and now anytime there's an Erlong Shen nearby, he gets the go-ahead. And his KD is helping from it, his farm has been helping from it, and just his usefulness late game has also been helping from it. So this Ward Chalice, just a big difference maker that has made Variety's survivability just look so much better.
Wards win wars, man.
Yep.
You get the vision, you just know more. Knowing is half the battle.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. Now, Dardez stunned. Maybe the other half of the battle is the damage you can do. Twig goes in, but a great taunt from Lasbra. Saves some time. Tings cleans up 1. Now you've got Coast coming in. They really need this kill onto Twig with how much they are investing, and they'll find it. Coast picks up the last hit. Keeps us tied 1-1. First blood over to the Kings.
I mean, the J Dragons are lucky Twig doesn't have any bit of MP5 there, because if he goes up into the sky during any bit of those stuns, he should have been able to make it out. You send Coast over, who's missing a wave. He's losing his Vashons. All of that invested just to make sure that Ratatosker goes down. But Big Man Tings getting the first blood is what I want to look at. Dardez, he just could not find the Spirit Seas. It looks like he may have wanted to go into Twig to sort of stall out, but ends up just dashing away. And of course, Big Man Tings has plenty of range with that ultimate. Confirms the kill. Can't save his rat, but at least he didn't die trying to save him, right? He said, good luck, I'm out.
Later.
I'm going to leave you be. If you get your mana for your ult, great. If you don't, unfortunate, but I have farmed again. I think that is 100% the right call. J Dragons group up around Goldfree, though. Immediately dropped Gamma Ray Burst, but Quig's here.
Maybe had the DPS, but like you said, Quig's presence. And really, it's the Dharmic Pillars is enough to just make them run away. Good vision as well on the left side. Just 1 ward placed by the Kings, but it is on the Gold Fury Pit, so exactly what you would need when you need it. I do want to ask about something Mike-related, not the ult, but the Relic choice. He's gone for Horrific. I love the Relic, especially against auto attackers late game, but what's it bringing? I guess, Variety, Tings in the late game, but Mike's not usually dealing with the mages as much before level 12.
Yeah, the benefit of the Horrific is just if someone gets a little bit out of position, especially with the Atlas ult. You can Gamma Ray Burst, you can Horrific, they get stuck in it, and then you just help the rest of your team sort of show up. Imagine if Quig uses that dash, tries to evade obstacles, and then is just slowed afterwards. He's going to be a free target for just about anything on the side of the J Dragons. So it's a very aggressive Relic, and as you said, late game can get tons of value against some of these auto attackers. It's going to be able to get Mike out of trouble, or just initiate fights. It's kind of like back when we used to be in a sprint meta. You could get Horrific or you could get Sprint. Sprint countered Horrific, but if they didn't have Sprint, Horrific was just better. So I think this was one of those, I'm not going to pull it out every single game, but when you're least expecting it, I'm going to start a Horrific emblem, and maybe it'll net a kill later on.
You don't necessarily have the fastest mages on the other side either. Now you have a little skirmish, Lasbra v Twig. You got Dardez with great CC from Tings. Creates some space. Now, Twig needs to get out of there, and you've got Quig to help you out. So space created, and space maintained. Kings maintain themselves now about a 2,000 gold lead, Shelly. They've just been able to manifest that. That first blood, a small bump, but really it's the farm game, and I think a lot of it has been in mid.
It does seem like it. 400, about 500 gold just about there for big man Tings, and that's always going to happen. I've said it a few times. Maman, not a mid laner, right? She has assassin clear. It takes her a bit to get last hits. You know, she's going to be able to clear quickly in the jungle, but takes a bit to clear these waves, especially when big man Tings has the range that he does. Quig might be in some trouble. This is where the horrific emblem could really help him out, but Yarkor is here with the peel, and that should be enough to get his support out of trouble. But that's what I'm talking about. You know, you don't think it adds too much, but look at those 3 minions. Those are all going to die to tower. That is not the extra gold that Dardes gets from last hitting those minions, whereas Tings gets that every single time. He is full clearing the wave with his combo, and it starts to add up. Look at the net worth charts. That is just last hitting minions, essentially.
And like you said, I mean, when you're a fourth of the entire lead your team has, feeling pretty good about it. Right now, you've got the Gamma Ray Burst drop down. There's the Dharmic Pillars in response. Coast and Quig, both about half health. You got slow rotations, both mid laners kind of dancing in the jungle right now, but it doesn't seem like the pressure is going to be there for the Kings. That being said, they want more if you're the Dragons. Mike, just a little short on the pull. Means Hardcore doesn't have to use relics. Unfortunately for Twig, he can't make it into the sky. Nika and Lasbra punish him for going too deep, and they send that rat right back to the World Tree.
Oh, I'm surprised. I think he could have ulted out a bit sooner there. Dardes and Tings 1v1 needs the last shot to connect, but he doesn't have it. Dardes just barely makes it out with his life. And that was off a blink. That was a fight Dardes wanted. Big man Tings had both relics up. He does get the better end of that trade.
These two teams, they went from like not fighting at all to skirmishing anywhere they could. Suddenly we have a lot of action. Variety needs to be careful. Has the beads. Nika, no ult, but does have a jungler nearby. That's going to help him out. Empties the crypts, creates a little bit of space. There's going to be the pin. Body blocks are good. You need some extra damage, though. Last hit, and Lasbra picks it up. 3 kills now for the Dragons, and a lot of them on right.
Wow, Twig went up to the sky, seeing if he could help his solo laner. If he got there just a bit sooner, maybe they're able to turn that fight, but Variety just could not make it happen, could not survive long enough. That's going to be the 3-1 in favor of the Jade Dragons kills-wise, but of course, as you said, that farm still heavily to the Camelot Kings by nature of, you know, the 2 kills they're down. They shouldn't be able to be up that much XP and gold, but they are at the moment. I do think that grouping up towards the beacon, you know, that's not the biggest deal. This Gold Fury fight is going to be very telling if it ever, you know, comes through. The Jade Dragons went for 1 pull. They tried to sneak it. Quig was nearby. That was the reset. Remember, these solo laners don't have teleport. They have to book it all the way over to the left side of the map if they want to be a part of this fight. So keep your eyes on Nika, keep your eyes on Variety. If they're ever not in lane, they're probably setting up for a Gold Fury fight.
Got to get that cardio in, man. You can run from solo to Gold Fury. How do you think Poolsiden feels so confident not wearing a shirt?
Well, first of all, confidence is key, and Variety is once again getting ganked.
Oh,
Why
man.
is he so far up, man?
He doesn't. He has his beads. He has his Aegis. Beads used here, but the damage is just too powerful.
I feel like I jinxed him.
Yeah.
I was like, he got these wards and he doesn't get ganked anymore.
He got so used to that speed buff, he didn't realize he doesn't have it anymore.
He's just not fast enough to run away. And now we have a little bit of a gank here from Quig. You probably didn't want it to be Mike, though. If that Dardes, maybe you look for some more aggression, but the Atlas has the tank stats to back up a walk-up like that.
I'm going to ask, Pyromancer shredded by the Dragons. Is this just, you know, the Poseidon damage? Is it Erlong Shin? Like, what's enabling? Because this right side of the map, and I'm thinking Variety's health bar, but also very specifically what we just saw happen to the Pyro. Nika and Lasbra are absolutely shredding everything.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, Nika's got his Trident maxed at this point. It's definitely one of the best ways you can play Poseidon. Yeah, the Trident maxed first, then you can just pick between the 3 and the 1. The Trident does more damage than Kraken. Like, if you are eating triple auto attacks with a Shoguns, you are doing more than a Kraken every day of the week. That ability can be insane. And especially if you have the Shoguns, you group up right next to the Pyromancer, and you just consistently chunk. Variety, once again, he's walking forward!
Oh man, no beads this time either. Kraken hits. Yeah, I think we jinxed him, dude. The wards, they're not, well actually, they're not even down at this point.
He's had a ward every single time! He's known about the gank every single time. It doesn't save him, though, because Lasber's got so much lockdown. He didn't have the beads, had Aegis for the Kraken, but didn't feel like using it. And I think he's right. When you Aegis the Kraken in that situation, you're just lining yourself up for, you know, a bunch of trident autos. You're stunned in place. You're still whirlpooled. It's not a fun time. So I can see why he held on to it at that time. But the Jade Dragons have such a lead at this point, considering how much they put to the right lane. I think this Gold Fury call is absolutely the right time.
They're going to have it. They know where Twig is. You know where Variety's walking, because we can see him on the map. This one's going to be spotted out by Quig. Dharmic Pillars drop down. The DPS helps out the Dragons a little bit. They secure this one. Quig's going to get out with his life, and it looks like Tings. There was conversation about going in, but instead just stays safe, plays it safe. And the Dragons, Trelly, they not only take away the King's leads, now they finally take it in their favor. A 4,000 total sweep, 2,400 in favor of the Dragons.
And that's just by nature of good ganks over on right, getting Nika ahead, going towards that Pyromancer. The Camelot Kings didn't have the ability to walk forward. And now, that's the thing, Captain Twig doesn't have the same ability to go for this gank. He can try. He maybe pulls beads, but yeah, I don't even think Nika has to care too much. If anything, he might be able to turn this because here comes Lazarus.
Yeah, at that point, he uses the beads, uses the dart, necessary to get out of their pin onto Variety, and he's going to get punished for Twig's sins. One more auto, and again, one more kill. Twig tries to save him. Has Quig in the jungle, but that might be a bait. You don't want to go back in here. Nika can just kill you outright. Has
Mike's
that
behind.
Vamp Shroud. You've got Mike. Is he going to loop around? What's he looking for? Ult. Almost up. The important part, keeping him active. Blink in from Twig in a 1v1 in mid. They're going to be fighting on two split parts, forcing Twig into the sky. They're going to kill him off before he can get there, but they lose Dardes in the process.
Yep, Dardes does lose the 1v1, and then Ko says, it was never a 1v1. I'm ulting in to help out my mid laner clean up. As Big Man Tiggs unfortunately loses his life for the first time this game, now sitting at 2-1. But Twig, I mean, I got to say this time, there was no reason Variety doesn't Aegis that time. I mean, he had it up. He just he assumed he had the tank stats to survive. I'm guessing he could have Aegis a big portion of that damage. Twig could have helped him. Doesn't use it. Variety ends up dying. Then you have Twig and Quig trying to just keep that tower alive. And with a wraparound from Mike, they're still able to find good success. It's not like the gold lead is so outrageous that the Camelot Kings can't fight. But they definitely have to, you know, ease back on this aggression. I'm saying Variety should be underneath this tower for a good bit. The wards that he has clearly don't alert him quick enough that Lasbra is nearby. 4-0-3 on this Erlong Shen. With no signs of slowing down. Lasbra is still very close to the enemy jungle, always nearby, near Pyromancer, near the beacon. Wants to get involved. He's been a part of 7 of these 8 kills.
Same thing for Nika, 7 of the 8. I'm honestly, Quig, I admire it. Don't know if this is a fight you want to pick. Picked up by Mike, tossed back to Dardes and Nika. Kraken's going to get the damage, and now you need a little bit more. One more hit. No, Quig gets the dash out of there. Now Twig with the knock-up onto Mike, turning the damage around, loses his life in the blink of an eye. Dardes goes in for a little bit, dashed into Variety, but does not face any punishment. Good damage, good kills. Now 9-2 for the Dragons. Pyromancer pulled, killed, and the chase might be on. They've got some low health bars on the Jade Dragons. But Charlie, if they were looking to bring back Jazzberry Jam, they've done it.
They have definitely done it. Yarkor even rotates out. Ko says, my team's got that fight without me, man. I'm going to just keep pushing left, look towards the tier 2 tower, continuously slam some wards underneath. Just unfortunate for Yarkor. He wants to help out his team. He recognizes that he's level 18. He could make a difference, but he's losing farm to do so. Same with Big Man Tings. He's trying to get active, trying to get involved, whereas it's just effortless for the Jade Dragons right now. Nika and Lasbra, the 2-man wrecking force that just zoom around the map with their movement speed and try to find fights. Props to Mike there. I mean, Quig could have silenced out that grab, didn't think he had to, didn't recognize there was a Kraken behind him. And that's what starts the fight, right? He gets pulled in, immediately gets blown up. Doesn't die, though, gets out with 1 HP. The rest of the team thinks they have an opportunity to go forward and just did not have the damage to confirm any kills.
That's what we were talking about in Game 1. Variety and Twig, the right side of the King's map. When they do well, the Kings tend to do well overall. Even if they just go neutral, the Kings tend to do well. We saw that in Game 1. When they are 0-8-1 combined, things tend to fall apart for them. And that's, a lot of these teams have bullied solo lane. When they're playing the Kings, when the Kings lose, it's bully solo lane and then win out from there, right? Fan out the rest of the map. What do they call it? Windshield wiper out from the rest of the map. Coast has been a huge win condition. They play through duo most of the time. He's still a win condition, but with a Chernobog, he's a win condition everywhere. Right now, he's a win condition in the Fury Pit. Oni Fury over to the Dragons. More gold in pocket. Trelly, we're starting to approach 7,000. About 6,500, 6,200, yeah, in the moment. But definitely dangerous territory if you are the king stepping up to fight the Dragons right now. You've got a 2.5 level difference in the jungle.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like something the Camelot Kings want to do, right? They don't want to get aggressive. They can sit around, they can watch, and they can attempt to fight at an objective, but they're not going to take a fight from Evil standing, even if it's going to be a gank. It just doesn't seem like the right call. Twig's nearby. Doesn't know this is happening, beads and dashes away. Should be fine. 9 turns Blessing just to pull those beats off of Twig, but now his safety is in question. You got to make sure you're ready to go through the Cosmos at the next Blink ult or any bit of CC, because this rat is not tanky. Sure, Runeforge Hammer gives you some HP, but not enough survivability to try and, live through the damage that the Jade Dragons have been able to dish out so far. Haven't even gotten to talk about Coast yet. I mean, level 20, upgraded starter, Demon Blade, those crits are going to be flying. Once this Chernobog actually rotates in, it is going to be disastrous.
Well, looks like small skirmish on Mike has started up. We'll see. The Dragons want to take this. Nika's rotating in.
Coast is getting a Phoenix?
Doesn't seem like they want to go for much in Coast. Yeah, he's going to be just fine. And look, the rest of the Dragons haven't even done anything. They're just hanging out on the map. Coast gets it for free. Not a single king is able to back. And what a pressure play from the Dragons. Now, Trelly, we're starting to go up to 8,000 gold in the conversation. And who knows if we'll get to see a huge team fight. Lasberg goes in, is looking for the taunt. He's got backup. Let's listen in with the Dragons as they take this.
Don't overcommit. Maybe Coast is in a bad spot.
I put touch him, I'm not. I'm low.
Just play to
Actually,
the...
low. Actually, red ult me.
I'm with you.
He's by himself.
I'm chewing him. He has no beats. No beats.
Yo, Ashley's out on the fight. Yo, chill. I'm pushing him. Let him heal.
Yes.
I think really excited. Resparked there for a moment, Trelly, when Twig goes in and opens up a bit of a conversation for the Dragons, but falls apart on accounts of nobody's hitting their stuff. Nobody's got the lockdown fully. Now, Fire Giant started by the Dragons. They've maybe got the potential to do so. It's already half health. You get a Frenzy Pop, and you get the shred necessary. 21 minutes, 10 minutes earlier than the last one, and no contest from the Kings to secure that.
Yeah, they just couldn't step forward. I mean, they found a little bit of poke there on the Coast because he ulted in, but nothing to confirm a kill. Farm is certainly lacking here on the Camelot Kings, whereas the Jade Dragons, they have such easy target selection. Mike just steps forward, tries to find a pull. Immediately, Nika is there with the Whirlpool in it. Really does screw over a good bit of the Camelot Kings, right? Quig never going to be able to dash out of that. Big Man Tings does not appreciate being locked in place. And, of course, Captain Twig, you heard the comps. No beats, no beats. We get any bit of stun, any bit of cripple onto him. He's going to be forced into the ult or he's just going to die. So I like the game plan here from the Jade Dragons. Good target selection. They're slowing down the pace of the game as well. That's something I noticed. Mike was saying, chill. We are up by so much. There's no reason to overcommit. Let's just make this a slow bleed type of game and try and tie up the set.
Especially when you think of yesterday, that last game, they had a Phoenix open, they go into the Titan room, and it stays alive because there's just a few too many towers up. They still got 4 to deal with. This Fire Giant needs to be put to use, and admittedly, they're already pretty far up in gold, but it's going to send them even further. Good pickup on Tings, forces the beads immediately from Mike, and now the chase is on, the damage is there, forces the Aegis, but it only buys time. Now Coast comes in, and Coast wants a little bit more. He's going for Quig, and he's got the kill. 2 gone in the blink of an eye. Twig forced into the sky by Lasbra. Meanwhile, the Dragons continue to tear down mid.
Yeah, great ultimate there, just to force it away from Twig as Lasbra tries to win that 1v1, and of course, all the pressure in the world put on Tings. Even canceled his ult early to try and get an Aegis off. Not enough to save him from the 4-man dive squad. That is the Jade Dragons. I mean, Coast just ults in for fun at that point. Look at the damage that Dardas just does to Yarkor for free. Just blinks in, nothing returned. He's full HP on this Maman Brigitte. That's the benefit of this assassin playstyle. Yeah, you're a glass cannon, but if no one does damage to you, that's the kind of DPS you can return. Has an alternate timeline even if he overcommits at that point. So you gotta watch out for Dardas as well, who has not even been able to last hit a kill. Sitting at 0-2, hasn't really had the opportunity to look for too much of a fight. It's just been a lot of, it's been the Lasbra Nika show so far. But that does not mean the Jade Dragons don't have Coast and Dardas in the backline ready to pop off.
Now you've got a 5-man grouping over on right. Titans were clashing in mid. It was the Order Titan that falls first. Chaos Titan still pushing. Fire Minions on left. Something to deal with. I mean, Ghost opened up that side of the base for free earlier. And now the Kings are going to have to deal with it. A big separation. Key engage. This time you have a Guardian, not an Afro. So the Dragons in a great spot to step forward. I think I saw Blink just now from Mike over on right. And all the pressure from the Kings goes mid to deal with the Titan. Right side Phoenix goes down with ease. Mid's going to take a couple of hits. That Archer trying to put in work, but won't quite find it on left. So one respawn to Phoenix, traded out. Well, it's one hit for the right side Phoenix, and the Dragons get to back up pretty happy with their siege.
Yeah, I mean, I like that call, right? You have the Phoenix pushing, or the Titan pushing mid. You know that they're going to have to deal with it. Go ahead and you grab yourself the right bird. You almost let left Phoenix die to minions. It was close, but they still have time if they would like to group up and grab it. Fire Giant's going to fall off, but at this point they're 13,000 gold ahead. Not too sure it matters. If anything, they're setting up a bit of an ambush on the Captain Twig here, who would have had ultimate and beads to get away if he needed to, but it doesn't die. But now I mean, map state-wise, the Camelot Kings have to be feeling a little bit better about this, right? You let your left side Phoenix spawn in. Your right side Phoenix is the one that's down now, and that's very close to Fire Giant, so not too difficult to try and clear that wave and still go for a steal. But when Nika pops the Frenzy, when the Shoguns gets rolling, when, you know, Poseidon, Erlong, Mammon, and Coast with these crits all group up towards an objective, it is not long for this world. So if the Camelot Kings want to try and go for a defense, I mean, they have to do it very quickly, right? They need the ward coverage. They need to be ready to go in. And it's not even enhanced Fire Giant, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Camelot Kings just put their pressure towards the left side of the map and just give up. But you can see, trying to set up an ambush here. All the Jade Dragons are around. I think Twig needs to just give up on this one. I think you let Yarkor die.
Yeah, Coast is going to go up in the air, comes straight down, looks for the one shot, finds it. I think Twig was spotted out and actually chased down by Nika now, and that might cause a little bit of distress. Fire Giant's going to be back on the map in just a second. So the Dragon's positioning, it's on left. Maybe they go to knock down this Phoenix, weakened as it is. I've got a Runic Bomb in pocket for Mike, so a lot of work that could be done.
No.
I think they're going to instead play the objective, and Trelly, I don't think there's going to be any response from the Kings here.
No, you got to let this Fire Giant go. Not enhanced. You already lost Yarkor. Time to just give that one up, as we said. It's going to go very quickly, as it does. Just work on, you know, the best base defense you can try and scrap together. Yarkor still down for 15 seconds. If the Jade Dragons hurry, maybe they can look towards this Phoenix before it even goes in. But Twig's going for speed buff. Blink in, does make it out. Doesn't have to use too much. But man, that's close. You got to watch out. Even your speed buff's not safe.
Well, now mid-Phoenix might not be safe. Mike taking it up. You said it's not enhanced. The backdoor protections is still there. The damage from the Dragons is just good. Gets the Phoenix down to 1/3. Mike's health down about 1/3. Has a little over half in his name. Set up, split. It's a 1-3-1 for the Dragons. Got a Mammon pushing Fire Minions on right. Trelly, 10 kills in the lead, almost 20,000 gold at this point. The Dragons are not letting up on the Kings, not giving them an ounce of breathing room. But right now, it's breaking the base, and it's a little more difficult. We've seen this a lot. The sieges can stall. The Dragons notoriously this year have struggled with them. But now they're going to go in. Frenzy Pop, Kraken out. Quig maybe the main target here, but the Dharmic Pillars create some space, and the Phoenix damage slows things down.
Does slow things down, but that mid-Phoenix is still the target as they siege forward. Gamma Ray Birds just to try and split up the Camelot Kings, and the Bird still stands tall. Dardes is trying to go for it. I don't think he lives this.
Yeah, he's all alone in the back line. One shot is all you need, but he has the ultimate timeline. Not going to be enough to keep him alive. And meanwhile, not getting left side Phoenix, not getting the mid-Phoenix, and if you look at it, the timer for right, it's coming back up. The advantages outside of gold that the Kings had going to disappear. They still have 4 towers standing. They still have a couple minutes of Fire Giant, around 4 belts. But a siege gone wrong, something the Dragons are all too used to.
Certainly are. Twig has to be careful here. If Lasper catches him out, Coast would fly in immediately, and that 1v1 you think you're going for ends up being a 2v1. But as you said it, Gore, I mean, both Phoenixes, all of them, have spawned back in. Slowly but surely they're going to gain some HP. That's what I was talking about. Does have to blink the blink. Captain Twig should be just fine, even with Coast stepping forward. Can't hit the root at this point. But the Jade Dragons are around. Remember, Dardes is dead for at least 5 more seconds, so they have to retreat. They still have this massive gold lead, but this has stalled the game a bit for the Camelot Kings. Get some extra gold, get some relics, get that last item or two. Look to upgrade that starter item. You know, those sort of things they need to look towards, because it's going to be Enhanced Fire Giant next, and you can't just give that one up. You can't count on Dardes overcommitting for a low health Phoenix every single time to save your siege. And I would argue that first Frenzy Pop where Nika hits the Kraken onto Quig, he can't live that forever, right? Eventually, Coast is going to be there to get some good damage. Dart is going to be there. Lasbra might have some CC to try and line up. The Enhanced Fire Giant can change a lot about that first siege. So, see if the Camelot Kings are able to mount some sort of defense. And also, if they're going to send Coast over to left. That's usually the call, right? You get Chernobog, he's got all this crit, no one wants to 1v1 him. Send him over to left by himself and he can ult over. But at the moment, he is here at the right side of the map. But Enhanced Fire Giant doesn't spawn in for at least a couple more minutes.
Now, do you think the Dragons were spread 2-3? Like, it was a 1-3-1 split. Like, I'm used to 2-3, and that's usually the cut, right? Maybe you'll have all 5 on one side, but that's usually like late game. There's only one objective up. 1-3-1 isn't done very common for a good reason. And also Dardes, like, all he was looking for was that loop. And when he finally found it, it just all kind of fell apart for him.
I don't hate the 1-3-1 because the right side Phoenix was down, right? You had Dardes who was able to push up with the fire minions and just try and get that bird. I think the issue was what you said, that wraparound play, where he goes in, but his team's already gone. And now it seems like Twig might be the victim of an ambush, has to go into the sky. Can he do it before Dardes gets there, though? Yes, he can. That was close. If Dardes could have got a little bit more burst and dashed in, it'd be risky to chase him all the way to Phoenix, but that explosion may have been able to connect. Those soul spikes, they'll sneak up on you, that damage. At the very least, you get Captain Twig's ultimate down before the Enhanced Fire Giant fight. But traditionally, these dances take a bit, right? They can be a little bit drawn out. There's a chance that Twig can just stall for that ult to come back up unless the Jade Dragons force something.
We'll see. 20,000 gold, just about. Maybe changes how that dance goes in favor of the Dragons. The Kings are going to have to put up a big defense. Now, I want to ask, do you agree with this? Stepping out, like they need to be here for the EFG?
Yeah, they have to defend the EFG. All their birds are up. They're full build except for Quig. The difference between like the 3K and not 3K is not enough to say we're giving up Enhanced Fire Giant. You could essentially just break the game wide open if you get a lucky steal or find a pick here or the Jade Dragons overcommit. So I like the fact that they're here. I hate the fact that all 4 of them are on a ward, but they've got no way of knowing that. They just don't have the sentry at the moment. They've got themselves a bracer very far back, a defensive bracer, we'll call it. And now the Jade Dragons, because they know exactly where the Kings are, they can set up an ambush like this. Look at this. 3 Dragons on the right side of the map looking for a wraparound play. And Vaporage Coast is the front line.
Mike goes in, tries to kick things off. The Kings are going to fight back. Let's listen in with them and see how they do.
I'm meting you, Harry. I'm meting you. They're coming in. Get Harry off again. Yeah, I'm trying to met him. I'm meting for a fight. I'm meting him. Going in the back. Beads on him. Still on beads. Chill. Boggle. Mamano. Dead. Boggle. Just keep running. We can end it. Bug dashed in. They might try to end.
Well, the Dragons walk in, they take right side Phoenix and 2 Kings' lives. They fall back, though, Charlie. You can hear at the end Twig prepared in the event they're going to end. The team plays safe. One thing that really stood out to me there, though, I'm used to hearing a lot more from Hardcore. It felt much quieter, his voice not as present in the comms during that fight. And with the EFG now on the side of the Dragons, Twig tries to go in for a steal just a little bit too late. Nothing to his name in terms of cooldowns. It becomes all defense all the time. 20 seconds on Quig, 10 seconds on Variety. What do the Dragons do here? Just run it in?
Yeah, you just go for the Phoenix. If you lose 1 life, for the Camelot Kings that is, you could just lose the whole game. So there's no way you try and defend this one. Give up the mid bird for sure, and that's exactly what they do. The Jade Dragons, I think they've got time to reset. Look at those health bars. They will be able to naturally heal up with Enhanced Fire Giant, but you might as well grab the Oni Fury, head on back to base, maybe even grab a Runic Bomb. You're already down 1-0 in this set. Getting a win here, pretty big for the momentum shift. I think you play this one as slow as possible if you have the Jade Dragons. There really isn't many ways to mess this up. You only have deaths on Dardes. You've got all the gold in the world, all the upgraded relics in the world, enhanced fire giant, elixirs of power.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, this is just...
Mike has an elixir of power.
Yeah, this is just slow and steady wins the race here, Gore. I mean, split up, let the Oni fire waves push. I guarantee you, if Quig got caught in a wave of Oni fire minions, he could die at this point. Like, he just doesn't have the damage, he doesn't have the team play to try and survive that. So there's no way he's clearing it as well. You have to clear these minions out. Captain Twig over on the right side of the map deals with one wave, but the Jade Dragons know exactly where he's at.
Well, the Dragons split up. Again, it's a I'm going to call it 2-1-2, about to be a 3-2 split, depending on where Dardes goes. Only Phoenix left standing is left, weakened after Coast took it earlier. Kings are going to have to mount a defense and keep eyes on a lot of the Dragons. Mike goes in with reckless abandon and wants this win like nothing. On the side, Variety picked up by Lasbra, and the chase is on. The kills run through Dardes with 2 already. Quig caught out, Quig killed off, and then 1 more for the Dia side. Who cares? It's strike 1 for the Kings, and the Dragons tie this set up 1-1.
Dardes with the triple kill in the base, making sure to knock down Captain Twig. No Kings left standing. They don't want any doubts in their mind who won this one. 1-0 for this squad, right? They needed this win to tie it up, to stop the momentum. You don't want the Camelot Kings to run away with it. You need to change the vibes, and I think we heard those comms. That's what it was feeling like, right? That game seemed a bit desperate. The gold lead was ridiculous. The Jade Dragons played very clinical, and it was all from that right side of the map. What did we see time and time again? Erlong Shen, Poseidon, onto Variety. That's also taking Quig's farm. He doesn't get blue buffs anymore, or Twig's farm rather. He doesn't get blue buffs anymore. He doesn't get the sap waves from Variety. And once you shut that down, the rest of the team fight crumbles.
Outside of the triple kill at the end, right? Kind of quiet game for the Mammon, but Poseidon, Mammon, and then insert setup jungler for Lasbra feels like a winning combo for the Dragons. It's been successful a lot so far this weekend, and it's tied things up 1-1. We'll see who takes the lead and is one step closer to that trip to Worlds right after this.
In pieces, no picture on a t-shirt, like you never existed. I'm done being a victim, this my villain era, look out. I go hard for my heart, play with her, it go down. Now you blocked, don't make a sound, don't wish you no harm, but I hope that no good come around. In my space, there's no cheaters allowed. I gave you my word. Try it again, you're gonna lose your girlfriend. The nerve to think I wouldn't disappear from your life. Watch me. Let it
Welcome back, Smite fans, to the Road to Worlds playoffs. You've got Game 3 just around the corner. Before we even get there, it's Frog, it's Inbound, still talking about the sets, and it is Game 2 that we've got to break down because the Jade Dragons feel like they have found their footing, perhaps, here in Game number 2. They look controlling off the bat. They get a bunch of those top tier list picks, as we discussed, and then perhaps it was that solo lane focus. And really, we have to blame Trelly, the caster's curse. I mean, they talked about it on the cast, sort of dooming variety. But the Jade Dragons, they find their footing. They take Game 2.
Yeah, so unfortunate that Trelly had to specifically bring that up. You know, they didn't kill him in Game 1. Game 2, he died a couple times. Twig died a couple times. And I think what I want to look at for this team that the Dragons had drafted is, yes, they had a bunch of S-tier characters, but the setup potential onto this Opwash was through the roof, and I guess that's why they wanted this Poseidon-Erlang combo. Very good CC, very good damage, and when you get to that, not even mid-game, like even the early portions of the game, the objective and pyro potentials were still there because the Shogun's rush by this Poseidon allowed them to go for it. And there was not much variety he could do in most of these. He'd see the Erlang walking across wards, and he just does not have the time to get back to his tower. And this is my highlight right here. Bog wasn't first picked. Bog was let through in favor of the Opwash. I think the Opwash was fine in Game 1, but in Game 2, when a god like Chernobog is up, like that's got to be your prio, right?
And it was their bans that give the pick to the Dragons. They just choose almost out of nowhere to ban the Daji instead of the Chernobog, and they give this pick over to Coast. And Coast, I mean, what? He split push to Phoenix. He wasn't necessarily, like, he wasn't the solo carry here. He didn't just win fights by themselves, but I mean that's part of why this pick is so powerful. You just have the global pressure. You always have to be worried about a fight that could break out anywhere with this pick coming through. I mean, you get that, you get the Mon from Dardes looking good on it, 6-0-7 and 3-0-14. I'm not going to attempt to do math on cast, but if you combine the solo jungle stats, those are some big numbers. And I can do this math. 0 deaths plus 0 deaths is, in fact, still 0 deaths. Undying solo jungle combo for the Jade Dragons. They look a little bit clinical.
Yeah, and you look at the other side, and there was a little bit more than 0 deaths in solo jungle. On the opposite side, Twig died 5 times, Variety died 6 times, and that's where the pressure was put by the Dragons. I mean, we talked about it a little bit, but Charlie talked about it on cast. Variety's ability to live a lot of the time decides how good the early and mid portion of the Kings games go. Almost every Kings game is going to be going late, but at what point in that late game are they going to be? Are they going to be 10,000, 15,000 gold behind like they were in Game 2? Or in Game 1, they're going to be down 1,000 gold, and then they can really contest those fights. And that's the strength of the Kings, not losing that early game and team fighting late game. And I think, yes, Chernobog was really effective early, mid, and late game, but I mean, early game, this Erlang put out a lot of pressure. This Poseidon was a strong enough laner. I think just about any other mage could have done it. I think Morgan brings the same amount. I think Raijin does also, so I'm not too worried about that. But I was talking about a lot more of the late game with this early game where I was worried. But, I mean, if he can play through the early game like that, and then they have a Bog, Mammon late game, that's a perfect draft.
Picks and bans for game number 3 here. Notably, the Kings get the choice this time around, and they choose to stay in first pick. They don't have any interest in going over towards that second big slot. And for me, I mean, that's a little bit questionable because I wonder if they are going to change the prioritization in this first pick. They go to the Opwash in game number 2. They change the picks and bans around. They might try to do something similar. Thus far, it is the same. Out of the gate, the Morgan and the Emoja taken away for the Kings. The Jade Dragons take away the Baba Yaga and take away this Athena pick. We'll have to see where this third ban comes through, whether or not it's a Chernobog or if it's something like a throwaway like the Daji like we saw in game number 2. And if it is the Daji, whether or not they then want to pick the Chernobog, assuming that the Dragons don't ban it.
Yeah, I think we've seen now the strength of this Chernobog, and I think the Kings finally realize just how much that character actually does. But I think they just want to focus a little bit more on a throwaway ban here, get rid of that Poseidon. Again, I don't think the Poseidon was even, it was picked third, so it wasn't even prioed that much. And then the opposite side, the Dragons go for that Naja ban. Chernobog's available again. Opwash is available again. They opt for the Opwash. Still not worried about this Chernobog.
Going to be available for the Jade Dragons, and Maman available as well. So the Jade Dragons, if they want to go back to that strong top 2, as they did in game number 2, they do have the ability to do so. But it'll be a question of whether they want to go back to that same draft. Maybe they want to switch things up. If I'm the Dragons, I don't think I need to switch things up. I'm probably trying to go back to the exact same thing. And this makes me, ask the question of what are the Kings looking to change? If you're going to go back to this Opwash, what do you have to pick later on in the draft to maybe try and change things up? But that's a bit of a surprising pick for me. They go away from the Maman, back to the Chernobog, but this time they pick the Morgan Le Fay, so that it won't be Big Man Tings able to pick that later on in the draft.
It's just some of these picks are a little weird to me. It's not like they're bad picks. Morgan's a great character. She solos very, very well. But, last game, Morgan was picked in the second P's and B's portion of it by the Kings. It was actually their 5th pick. Now, the Kings or the Dragons are thinking, we need to get this pick early. The Bog is available. The Maman is available. Maybe they just played that game out, and Dardes is saying something along the lines of, hey, I felt good in the Maman, but I think other mages might just be better for this style, and they opt for the Morgan. And this is now 2 games in a row that I think the bright spot for the Kings was Big Man. I think, again, he played a good game. I think he was in an unfortunate spot with what transpired in the early portion in solo duo. So taking away anything that he can play is always going to be good. But his God pool is so deep. And going over to the Kings with their next picks, Rat being hovered. They went for the Hachiman also here. Seems like maybe they want to go for this Aphrodite.
Would provide a bit of safety if you're looking for that individual safety from the Kings. Looks like they'll pick the Thoth in that 3rd slot here. So more than likely will be Quig on the Aphrodite. Big Man Tings back to this Thoth that he had a bit of a dominant performance on in game number 1. Really felt like he was running the game at times. The Jade Dragons, notably, they can still go to that Maman Brigitte if they would like, right? They can put the Morgan Le Fay in solo and try and get this mid lane matchup. And I've heard rumblings a little bit about this matchup in mid. Maman, may have that positive matchup into something like the Thoth there.
Yeah, and Maman is actually the one locked in by the Jade Dragons. Maybe something where late game, such a free kill for the Maman, get that blink off, dash into the Thoth, and the Thoth is then played a guessing game of when to get that dash off. But either way, the Dragons have a similar top 3 to their previous game. The only thing really switching out is that Poseidon for the Morgan Le Fay. On the opposite side, the Kings kind of switching up their comp a lot. No Rat, no Hachiman. Kind of almost a Dragons-esque top 3 for the Kings. Triple Mage with Mage support, Mage solo. So interesting picks there. Dragons now have 2 bans available. Kings have 2 bans available before we see picks again. And I think Erlang is something I do not want to see the Dragons go for again. I want to see the Kings target that, get rid of it. I think it was something that helped. Well, you saw it. How many times Variety died from this Erlang visiting that lane. Even if the late game did not matter that much, the late game from the Dragons doesn't need any more help. They just need something for that early game.
We'll see how the bans come through here. Still need an ADC and a jungler, more than likely, for the Camelot Kings. Meanwhile, Jade Dragons looking for their jungler as well. Potentially looking for a mid laner or a solo laner, depending on where you want to put this Morgan Le Fay. But as the bans come out, Alert gets targeted out. We've seen Yarkor try and play that before. So it will, that rhymed. I was pretty happy with that. Jade Dragons ban away the Uller. On the other side, Camelot Kings looking to take away the Camazots, have taken away the Daji before as well in this pick and ban phase, and into the Thoth Opwash might be a pick that you want to take away once again. Interesting though that the Jade Dragons, they take away the Erlong, obviously, from themselves a bit, but also a little bit worried about Twig playing that.
Yeah, I think the Dragons were just in a spot where they can just lock in this Erlang again, but maybe it just means they want this Daji more this game than that Erlang, something to pull the beads on the Thoth, on the Opwash. And to be fair, Daji ganks solo lane Opwash nearly as well as the Erlang. I think the damage is slightly higher in the mid portion, but the CC is not as high. So maybe that's something that they're more wanting to play before they're even able to lock it in. The Kings with their final ban target this Daji out. And now the Dragons, well, Rat was first picked a couple times, top 2'd by the Kings a couple times, and now it's going over to the Dragons. And there's a lot of junglers gone now before Twig even gets his pick. Lancelot is something that comes to mind with Twig, maybe the Awilix, but not a ton of great picks. Or maybe Hebo too, I guess.
Quad Mage.
Oh yeah, and maybe not Hebo.
Quad
maybe
Mage,
not Hebo.
maybe the Hebo comes through. That would be a lot of magical damage. Maybe Twig going to be forced a little bit deeper into the God pool here as they're considering those last 2 picks. Still, the Hachi mana up and available on the table if Yarkor wants to go back to that pick on her. Available as well, but this jungle definitely going to be the focus for me on the side of the Kings, because if they're going to try and keep Opwash alive, they're going to try and keep Variety alive, oftentimes it's going to have to be Twig, rather, over there on that side of the map, trying to help out the Opwash and keep Variety from falling. So this Lancelot, they're going to be looking at him to be a rotation presence for that 2v2 over on the solo side.
And the Kings actually going for a Dragons-esque comp in general, with also that on her Aphrodite duo lane. That means, from what it looks like before we see anything actually transpire in game, the Kings have this Aphrodite on her to dominate that duo lane, maybe to kind of slow down this Chernobog and the potential to rotate. Because last game, he rotated early, he got an early kill, even if it was not a great trade because they did give up first blood and he ended up losing the wave also. But past that, Chernobog was able to get a lot of rotations off, pick up some assists, pick up some kills. But now if you're going to be able to, go for shield camps, invade purple buffs, maybe you can put this Chernobog behind even more and make those rotations even riskier. Because when you have a strong duo lane like on her Aphrodite, we see the Kings team fight. It's going to be great. If you can just win some portion of the game, duo lane is something you can now win. And I like that they have this opportunity, and you don't have to worry too much about solo this game compared to last game. There's not as much CC, not as much damage, but there is still kill potential there. We're gonna have to see Variety get some wards down. Maybe Charlie won't jinx him this time and he can actually live a few times, but yeah, that's how I think the game is gonna play out a little bit more.
For me, the focus is around this mid laner once again. Big Man Tings back on this Thoth, and after the game 1 performance, starts out 4-0, is hitting these ultimates dominantly. It looked in game 1 like they were competing almost, had very similar playstyles, the Cuckoo Secure versus the Thoth Secure. And now, there's no similar Secure on the other side. You're not battling up against the Kukulkan. It's just this Thoth. And so now that you have the solo Secure, you can just be the one to contest those objectives. I wonder if it becomes Big Man Tings trying to drive this King's playstyle.
Yeah, on top of that, they have pretty good burn also. Opwash is always going to help with that. He's also got good Secure to help out, even Thoth Secure if you have double types of Secure like that. Honor's going to help in that regard also. And I think having some semblance of healing is always going to make it a little bit easier around objectives and in little scuffles. Aphrodite, while not the biggest healer in the game, no hell or anything like that, she still gives you enough healing where if you're getting poked just a little bit, or just one of you takes a little bit of poke, you have that sustain option. And something that we also should highlight a little bit is when Maman is diving somebody, it's usually one person that's taking the brunt of the damage. Aphrodite can have that person kissed and then ult immune a lot of Maman's passive damage. So that's something we can kind of look at in those late game 5v5s. Is Dardez going to be able to get stuff done at that point? Or is it going to be Quig kind of shutting him down?
It'll be a question of who Quig is able to link to, right? Who's the hyper carry in those late game team fights. Maybe it's Twig, maybe it's just a little bit of additional safety, additional damage on this Doth pick, and as well as the Ratatosker. Global pressure coming from the Dragons. So I have to see how it rounds out in game number 3. Somebody is going to match point right here. Dragons versus Kings. We'll throw it over to the casters, Gore and Trelly.
Thanks so much, Frog and Inbound. That's right. Who will put their best foot forward here? It's Gore, it's Trelly, it's Doug. Of course, it's the Kings and the Dragons competing for one of 2 more spots that we will decide today, Trelly. The last 2 teams guaranteed going to Worlds. Loser isn't necessarily knocked out completely. They just have to go through the qualifiers where the Hounds and the Gladiators are waiting. So a little more work for anyone who doesn't win today. And a trip to Worlds for whoever wins. 71-29 in favor of the Dragons. It was pretty close the first time, the first poll. Second poll, decently close as well. Are you leaning with Twitch chat? Do you think that it's a little more heavily Dragons favored this game?
Well, I wouldn't say it's, as heavily Dragons favored. You definitely like to see, Nika on the Morgan Le Fay, Lasbra on the Rat. Dardes on the Maman is indifferent to me. He had some great pop-off moments, but also some overcommitments last game. I expect that from a pick like this. It's very trade your life for a kill or kill or be killed sort of situation. That's kind of what Maman brings, so I definitely don't hate that one. And then, of course, you get Chernobog once again in the duo lane, and Mike looked real good on the Atlas, so I can see where Twitch chat's getting their favoritism, of course. But you also have Big Man Tings on the Thoth. That was a big part of what won in the Camelot Kings game number 1. Twig on the Lancelot, which is one of his signatures so far this season. He's been looking real clean on it. So, it really depends. I'll have to keep my eyes open before I really decide. This is what I was worried about, the double blink. Captain Twig is into big trouble here.
Yeah, and running the wrong direction to get away from this one. One more hit, and Dardes, first blood, sub 1 minute into game 3.
Yeah, you got blink on Dardes, you got blink on Lasbra. You had to know a play like that was coming. Unfortunately, Twig was already in combat, could not blink out. And that's the kind of play you expect from a Maman mid, right? She's not the greatest clear, but what she does do is duel, right? She can battle, and that's exactly what they do. Double blink onto the guy who also has blink, and make sure to get that first blood on Dardes.
And Coast, last game was the first time he didn't play on her, I believe, for this tournament, and now he's gone for it twice in a row. Unfortunately, Hardcore, very good at on her, and was showcasing that a second ago. Forced Mike and Coast under the tower. A lot of pressure on left for the Kings. And admittedly, Trelly, you're going to need that when you're losing a lot of pressure elsewhere. Also, looking at Lasbra, looks like he wants to go in. Aegis, not beads for Variety. Stun, not there. And so the lockdown and potential to get a kill on Variety this early disappears, but nothing to be too worried about. You've got some jungle that you could dance for, and specifically the cooldown buff you could fight over.
He's got it. Lasbra goes in for the cooldown, but I was wondering if Twig wanted to go for a wraparound play. Remember, Twig didn't use his blink, so could look for a fight onto Nika, but gallops right over a ward, shows his hand. Not going to be any aggression towards the Morgan Le Fay at this moment, who also has Aegis. So double Aegis for the solo laners here. Not fearing so much CC, but fearing that burst damage that could come through from things like, the corpse explosion or any bit of damage that Captain Twig can dish out. But with that being said, I expect a bit of a slower pace game, even with Dardes pulling that first blood. You got Blink, but I think it was specifically for a moment like that, for a level 2 play. Doesn't necessarily mean that we have to see sparks fly early on, but Twig couldn't decide between his own blue buff and a possible invade. Looks like he's got time, so he'll go for mid camps first. Lasbra, even though he's gotten a little bit of pressure with that assist, still doesn't feel like he needs to go in for an invade either, so Variety should get his blue buff just fine.
We got to talk about Twig, though, on this Lancelot. Saw it earlier this phase. It can be a hard carry for this team. And you had mentioned it, Tings, when you've got him on this Thoth. It feels like it is the combination necessary. So the real question, how big of a setback is that first blood? Like, is that enough to take this from carry potential to he's just got to vibe for a little while, or is Twig not really that far out of it?
No, I don't think he's that far out of it. You definitely don't get level 5 first, which is a bit unfortunate. You lose a bit of your ability to look towards some of these fights and some of these early ganks, but certainly not going to be the end of the world. Usually you can catch up pretty fast in the jungle. You just sort of forego ganks for a bit and focus more on farm, which is exactly what Captain Twig's been doing. Mike getting very low. Does the Impale connect? No, not enough damage The kiss into the Desert Fury, though. Yarkor showing exactly how much damage this on her can provide. Mike makes it out just barely. Needed a small bit more burst to find a kill there. Speaking of burst, Captain Twig's in trouble.
Yeah, has to play careful. Can't play careful. Darts there. Ult used to get out of there. The jousting fields create enough space. And I was surprised at this. Coast had stepped up to Hardcore and Quig, and Mike is going in with them. Has some damage, but you gotta be careful here. Twig, oh my god, Lasmer chased him down. Lasmer wants a little more. Has the ult. Is he gonna go for something cheeky here? Does swing around the tier 1. And he's hanging out. Tries to stop it from far, but can't get the second one. And Twig makes it back to the base alive this time, but the bullying is what I'm gonna call that from the Dragons. Well, it's getting turned up and dialed up, and now it doesn't seem like Lasmer wants to leave. Has that ult, maybe feeling a little too safe deep in the King's jungle.
And goes in for the invade. Can't quite find it. Variety's got some great bursts as well. And Tings just shows exactly how much damage this Thoth can do if he sees you over a wall when you're least expecting him. But I like the idea. I mean, blinks onto Twig, almost finds that kill, but the knockback just too clean there from Captain Twig to keep himself alive. And, of course, fearing exactly what Big Man Tings could do. Force Lasber away, but the aggression is still certainly there. This rat feels safe for a reason. Through the Cosmos, we'll get you out of just about anything if Tings isn't like pre-charging his ultimate, or, you know, if Variety's not nearby. So good plays by Lasber, who actually has fallen a bit behind XP-wise, thanks to what I was just talking about. Captain Twig, he knows when to bunker down and just farm, and he knows when to look for possible fights. And so far, hasn't cared too much about fights. Just running, or I guess riding back and forth between, you know, just right and left, looking for as much farm as he can get using that horse's movement speed. It's going to increase his farm load and also help him out once an actual fight begins, possibly towards, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Beacon. You do have Vaporsh Coast, who has the ability to just ult up and chase anyone down, and that's even more reason for the Camelot Kings to play passive.
And so far, passive about the way I would describe it. Well, maybe not the duo lane. Hardcore and Quig have been full court pressed against this tier 1. They have not given Coast and Mike a lot of wiggle room to work with. Everybody else, though, has had to play cautiously. Tings has some good damage. And really, Trelly, you know, watching him, it feels like Tings is a ticking time bomb with the amount of damage we saw game 1 coming out from him. And it's just waiting for that moment where suddenly Lasber goes in and loses 3/4 of a health bar instead of the other way around. And I feel like that moment comes online a lot sooner for like Thoth than it would for a Mammon. Like, we've been talking about Mammon needing 2-3 items to really feel in there. You know, level 13 maybe is like the start of a Mammon. I feel like we'll see Tings in the next couple of minutes really, like, essentially once the book is finished, really start to hit hard.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of the Thoth, right? The range is ridiculous. He doesn't have to overcommit, doesn't have to get blink. He can just sort of poke you out from across the map, whereas Dardes kind of needs that blink, or for you to try and get aggressive towards him, or sets up an ambush around a wall. You know, those are the 3 situations where he can get active now. Would rather just farm up and look for some more aggressive itemization. Obviously, he's got Book of Thoth, but it's not stacked. He needs some more farm in his pocket. But still, yeah, I mean, if Big Man Tings dashes on a wave, Dardes can certainly blink in. That is a possibility.
Well, knock up Lasbra onto Variety. Inside the crypt's taking a lot of damage, and Variety feels confident. Twig comes in, blinks over the wall. Has some damage on Nika, but isn't here in time. Burst actually going to land there, and I think Twig realizes exactly what you're saying. Could have ulted, maybe could have got something. But Nika stays alive. I think stays around, hoping that his blue buff isn't invaded. Feels safe there. Twig has actually made it over to the mid camps. So that'll be a pretty good and easy confirmation for Nika. And a thwarted attempt by both the Dragons and the Kings.
Yeah, I don't hate that call from Twig now that I really think about it. Not only does Nika have incredible amounts of just annoyance underneath that tower with CC, he also had Aegis still, which Varieties was forced, so choosing not to die at the tower, definitely the right call. Maybe if he goes right off of the slow from Variety, you guarantee get a kill and maybe you're able to get out. But better play it safe than sorry when you got first blooded. You know, you need that extra bit of farm. You don't want to die and lose that opportunity. So I like the patience there from Captain Twig. And Variety this time, the Aegis paying off, right? I don't think there was any ganks that he was able to live last game on this outwash, because he was just almost always, even when he knew the gank was coming and was under tower, just by out of position by nature of the range and the CC that Lasbra and Nika had. This time around, Aegising that through the Cosmos knockup, plenty of damage was avoided, and that means he's allowed to survive and honestly be relatively healthy in this solo lane for now. Still about 3 minutes off the beacon spawning in. That's when I really think we will see the scraps. But doesn't mean that Lasbra and Captain Twig can't try their hand at some of those ganks over towards solo.
Now, we've been living in a world where Afro support has been very common. It's mostly Mike, but a few others pick it up. And it's not necessarily a question about Quig. More, do you like that Mike went Onk so early? I feel like that's usually like a level 12, now we're dealing with it in team fights. But it feels like he wanted pressure and maybe just hasn't found the opportunity to truly use it yet.
Yeah, my guess is he knew they weren't going to have too much pressure in lane up against Afro on her. And he picked up that Onk just in case a team fight breaks out, just in case he has to worry about what this Aphrodite can do later on. Because something like the Horrific Emblem's all well and good, but you're going to be losing pressure in duo anyways. The only time you're going to use Horrific is defensively, so I don't hate the Onk this early. I do think that he's not going to use it until level 12, but it's better to have it and not need it than, you know, not have it and be like, wow, we win that fight hard if we just stop that healing.
Is there any relic you see that, you know, early on, you mentioned the Horrific. I feel like Blink's been in that conversation. Bracer, if you're looking over towards Quig. Shell is always there. Like, is it beneficial in this case? Like, hey, I know I'm going to need the Onk. Yeah, I might not use it for 15 minutes, but I'd rather get it now and have time to think about what the team is needing for a second relic, or do you think you maybe could have had some wiggle room to get something aggressive?
No, I think that's the difference maker, what you just said. Mike knows he needs Onk. He sees Afro. Doesn't know what else he needs. Let's give it time, right? Maybe we want Frenzy. Maybe we're winning. Maybe we need objectives. Maybe we need Vision, and we still want to do objectives, but, you know, Bracer just ends up being a little bit, you know, the best of both worlds, right? Where you still get that increased damage and movement speed, but also you get the ward coverage. Maybe they get a Horrific themselves, and we need to sprint out. You know, Mike he gets to hold on to the ambiguity of that second relic, because the Onk is a must lock in when you see that Afro, so I don't hate the call. If Mike died, or if Coast died and like really needed a shell or something early, then maybe you're upset about it. But so far, not too many sparks have flown in the duo lane, so it's not like it's bit him just yet.
I think Hardcore feels sparks every time he gets a kiss from Quig there.
Oh yeah,
it just makes him real happy. He can jump in and be fearless for a little bit. Now, what more could you ask for an on her, especially in the mid game? It does feel like this is where some of those capabilities are about to be flexed, right? 1v1 potential for Hardcore is there. Get out of there and turn the numbers against the King's potential is there for the Coast. I wish there was a shorter way to word that. And it's going to be, I guess, rotation power for Coast that comes into the equation. About 1,000 gold right now, despite first blood for the Dragons, over in favor of the Kings. But 1,000, 12 minutes in, it's maybe not as big of a deal. We'll have to look as it works around the beacon, which is set up right now. Tinks, Quig versus Mike and Dardez, and it seems like the Kings are having a few more early rotations to the beacon to have control over the pit. Gotta have a full 3-on-3 jungle mid support for each side. Quig picked up, and Tinks pulled back, but it's a couple shots from the Thoth. Not burning through Mike anywhere near as easily as when he was playing the Afro, but he hits Dardez with the ult, and that's going to half health the mid laner, send the Dragons back.
Yep, Dardez got to watch out for that final judgment. Has Blink, has beads, no Aegis, so has to juke it, or he's going to be taking that damage every single time. This time around means the beacon does go the way of the Camelot Kings, and now they're heading over towards the left. Do they feel confident diving tower, even with Undying Love? That's a sketchy dive, and Captain Twig sees it as well, decides not to go forward. Gold Fury is available, though, and if you want to talk about bursts, you still have to look towards big man Tings. Of course, Final Judgment down for now, but if the Camelot Kings wanted to go in for a pull, drop a bracer, go for DPS, and then just hope they get it, I'm thinking Thoth has the best burst on the map to make sure that it goes towards them.
And that ult, it's down for now, but it'll be back up soon. Dragons are the ones grouping up over on left, though. Hardcore picked up, uses the beads. Should still have the jump to get over the wall if needed, but that's all that is necessary. I think the Dragons can call it a small win. 160 seconds. And Hardcore is going to be vulnerable without ult, but right now it's Lasbra. Has to get up to the sky. Oh my god, makes it up just in time. Twig is going to be the one who gets punished. Beads get used, and the chase is on. Coast is looking for it. Lasbra falls back. Junglers both almost dying. I cannot believe Lasbra got out of there.
Yeah, maybe that's like a tier 2 Hi-Rez diff or something like he's got brawlers instead. There's so many different options that maybe net a kill there for Captain Twig, but just could not get into the Grand Joust in time. Could not cancel through the Cosmos. So Lasbra goes up to the sky, almost falls down. Good peel by Quig, by the way. If he doesn't hit that kiss and the threat of Undying Love is not there, I'm thinking the J-Dragons try and dive that a little bit further, whether that's a blink from Dardez or Coast dashing forward. But they get their consolation prize, the Pyromancer.
It's a good consolation prize.
Yep, grab a Runic Bomb over Captain Twig. And I guess not even a consolation. It's not like gold drive. It's not like no one died. They'll accept that. That's the only prize that's been given so far. The Camelot Kings already have the beacon, so pressure on the left side of the map. Certainly going towards the Camelot Kings. And if they can keep fights going like that, where Captain Twig just gets to chunk out Dardez, do some great damage towards Lasbra as well, yeah, I'd repeat that play as many times as I can.
A big difference is games 1 and 3 so far. Variety has a much easier time in lane and just existing in general. I think we only saw Lasbra really come over here once, and it was a great Aegis by Variety. Stopped anything big from really happening. And you get that again here. I mean, Variety, a similar notion, has not been shut down. He's not been chased out. He's on par with Nika. Actually, might even be a little ahead of Nika in terms of experience. Trelly, that's sometimes been the big difference maker. In fact, only the one kill. It means that when you look down the board, it's all up to the farm game right now. And is maybe the biggest deal. You can see the junglers right next to each other. But yeah, the Op Wash actually almost 1,000 gold ahead on his own from where Nika's at.
Not a bad look so far.
That's actually wild. Where is he getting all that?
This man just knows how to farm, you know? at the end of the day, he knows how to farm. Say what you want. It's something I notice a lot with Variety in particular, is that even when he gets ganked consistently, which this game ganked once, but even when he's like 0-4, he's even, or like just a little bit behind, which is very hard to do, especially in solo lane. Like, you lose a wave, you lose your blue buff, that lane's dead for just about anyone else. But Variety finds a way to stay even, and I believe it's because he takes Twig's mid camps a lot, or back camps a lot. When Twig has to spend a lot of time on this side of the map, Variety will rotate to those backs and make sure they're done. And that sort of helps out, considering Captain Twig's not behind Lasbra in any way, like losing those mids, you know, so ends up, or backs rather, ends up working out for him just fine. This level 17 outwash could rotate though, and that would be a big deal. It's difficult without teleport. You do have to commit a lot. If you get caught out in the jungle, you're going to be, you know, wishing you never left lane. But he's got the itemization to back it up and has some of the most farm on the map. I wouldn't hate seeing Variety clear a wave and then head over towards the Gold Fury, help out his team, make sure they can, you know, push this lead even further.
And you talk about, or we talked about Tings's confirmation earlier. You add that with an Empty the Crypts to just zone, and good luck Dragons getting in there to do anything about it. I feel like that's going to be, like you said, maybe the secret recipe, right? The secret formula for objectives for the Kings. And the Dragons are going to have to do their best to try and figure out how to stop that. Blink was the option at level 12 for Mike, so he gets to play a little aggressive. It was the similar relics last time, Blinks for Lasbra, Dardez, and Mike. We'll see how well it works. They're going to need to do something. This is going to be the second uncontested objective that the Kings are able to pick up this game. First the Pyro, now the Gold Fury. Add a beacon to boot. And Charlie, we're talking quite a few thousand gold in their favor. Now a fight in mid, knockup looks to be found by Lasbra, cannot connect on the Tings, has to fall back immediately. And they still got a lot of damage coming out from the Kings and a lot of potential for them to set up. Empty the Crypts comes out, creates some space all over the beacon right now. Hardcore rotates in from the side, looks for an opportunity. But it doesn't seem like the Kings want to bite off more than they can chew. They recognize they've used their ults, they use the pressure, grab the beacon, and back up.
Yeah, I mean, a question will play throughout, right? The Camelot Kings walk up. Seems like they want to go for the beacon. Dardez actually blinks in to start that fight. He feels like he can do enough to Tings, the setup for a dive from Lasbra. has to retreat immediately because Quig attaches the big man Tings, and that's just going to end all of your aggression. Some good damage coming through from the Camelot Kings, but Lasper actually blinks forward.
And he takes a lot of damage for it, sent back immediately. The rest of the Kings, they were trying to pull the Pyromancer, instead joined the fray. Variety thinks they have some damage, throws out a lot to Mike, and that should be a technical knockout onto the support, send him back to the base the old-fashioned way. Pyromancer picked up, and Trelly, fight-wise, there's 1 kill on the board 19 minutes in. And if you go back to game 1, it's a slower pace, right? A couple kills early on, I think, for both teams. But we got to about the 20-minute, 30-minute mark, all dead even. That's what the Dragons were able to manifest for themselves. This time around, less fights, and maybe glimpses to Season 9 World Champion run Kings. They've pulled themselves ahead almost 6,000, actually now I think a little over 6,000 gold. And they do not look to be slowing down the farm game.
Yeah, that is ridiculous score. This is, a very even set so far, back and forth throughout, but these kind of gold leads don't just show up, right? They are built over time, and that is exactly what the Camelot Kings have been doing. I do think the Jade Dragons still have plenty of ways to try and combat this. It gets a little bit tiresome talking about it, but I'm mainly talking about the Chernobog, right? You don't have to just give up all this farm for free. Vaporish Coast can just split push, try and grab a tier 1, try and grab a tier 2, and then ult over whenever the Fire Giant is actually looked at. But Tings still needs to be dealt with, right? The burst is the issue when you're going in for a Fire Giant like that. It can be a little bit more tricky with Thoth because Final Judgment, you have to charge up. You can't just throw it out whenever to get that full burst damage. You got to make sure you're on that last charge to get the actual confirmation towards a Fire Giant. So maybe that's a reason that the Camelot Kings haven't tried to push this lead further towards that objective. But one more beacon and we're unleashing Titans. And there's only 1 kill on the board. I'm thinking the Camelot Kings upgrade level 20, get some upgraded starters, and then push up with their Titan, try and make something happen.
At this point, we're about a minute out from having another Fury on the board. Maybe they can go for another fight around an objective. Although I say fight around the objective, they haven't had too many that they've had to deal with. I think that last Pyromancer was the most contested we've really seen as the Kings have stepped up. Of course, a Fire Giant at this point would be. 21 minutes in, you could definitely burn it. I saw how fast they just took that tier 1. Right now they have something else in mind. It looks like a collapse onto Coast, and the stun's not going to connect. Good damage. Forces Coast to the sky. And where does he land? His team looks to be going into duo, and he's going to join him. Twig is the target, dash into the wall immediately for Coast. A couple of autos is all you need, but he's going to fall back. Fire Giant is going to be the main target, but without a kill, without a pick, the Dragons don't feel confident yet.
Yeah, I mean, Coast chooses the right call for sure. It would have been scary going over towards Tings, who's underneath his tower. Captain Twig does the immediate jump off the horse, but cannot find too much damage there. That just goes to show Yarkor, I mean, one lucky crit, maybe he's getting a kill there on a Coast. I mean, it was like, oh, there's someone behind me, I'm immediately ulting, and that almost wasn't enough. Gold Fury, Oni Fury rather, started up by the Camelot Kings. That's going to go down for absolute free. Third objective in a row that the Jade Dragons have not stepped up for. They're just having to give it up by nature of pressure and how quickly the Camelot Kings have been able to just farm up. I talked about variety. We talked about that gold, that net worth. He backed with 3,000 gold, gets a full Typhon's Fang and Blood-Soaked Shroud. There's nothing else to farm for at this point. Like, don't get me wrong, gold's great, and it still helps out. He needs one more item, but if you want to use this Outwash at, like, peak strength when no one else has upgraded starters in the enemy team, no one else can dish out the damage and is as tanky as him, now's the time to rotate out. You know, now's the time for the Camelot Kings to try to push their lead. Look, there are 3 Jade Dragons on the left side of the map. Fire Giant needs to be a serious consideration, or at the very least set up for this Pyromancer. Seems like that's what they're trying to do. Unbeknownst to the Camelot Kings, they're on a ward at the moment. So the Jade Dragons know at the very least that they're around.
The Pyromancer is going to be marching in. You can see him on the counters. Gold Fury, Oni Fury, and then 2 Pyromancers. At this rate, maybe 3rd is on the horizon. All to the Kings, all with no answer. About 6,500 trying to push to 2K. Twig forced to ult, but you've got Maman with you. Goes in, needs the damage, gets through the shield, and gets a kill. The second one of the game, and it goes over to the Dragons.
Yep, the shield does not last long enough. Captain Twig didn't want to jump off, didn't want to dismount from the horse, knew it could be trouble. But the Camelot Kings, they're going for a confusing play. Captain Twig dies, and they decide to go for Fire Giant. They know last person left, they know Coast isn't left, and they're going for it.
And they have the damage, but they also have the presence of the Dragons. Nika, Dardes, and Mike are right here, and the Kings decide to drop. Now, Charlie, I'm having flashbacks. I distinctly remember Coast getting a Phoenix for free in Game 1. Looks like Hardcore is going to be there. Might be able to get this tier 2. Has the ultimate if needed. And might need it. Quig, Tings, Hardcore all nearby. The tower almost falls, but as you said yesterday, almost isn't good enough.
Yep, almost doesn't get you that gold. Well-placed pillar there from Yark. That's the only thing you can go for is, hey, block these autos. You can't get it. And, you know, as Coast, you have two options. One, you try and juke around the pillar, which can be difficult, and you might die. Or two, just leave. Just say, you know what, I almost got it. Oh, well, we don't get the gold, but at least I live to fight another day. And that's exactly what happens. Good thing for Captain Twig is that he didn't use his relics during that fight, so not going to lose too much during the time of his death. If anything, the Camelot Kings are right back in the driver's seat here. They Porsche Coast bluff last time, or I guess the Coast called their bluff. Like, they're not going for Fire Giant, I'm not flying in. And it got pretty low. So the Camelot Kings could try again, but it looks like Yarkor still wants to try and find at least a 1v1 or trying to keep this tier 2 tower alive. And when the Honor is here, the Fire Giant is not being done, I can assure you that.
He's got his crit online. And that's a good amount of damage. Both of the Hunters have their crit online. And so, objectives suddenly on the board, still slightly favoring the Kings in the grand scheme. Just the gold. And we are, at this point, Trelly, we're getting back to the state of Game 1, where all it will take is one really devastating team fight. Right now, you're still on the point where you need more than 3 kills to end the game, especially because everybody still has their tier 2s. There's a lot of health for these Titans. Also, those Titans are in mid right now. But one good fight means a pretty free Fire Giant, or a pretty open Fire Giant. That Chaos Titan gets absolutely melted in mid. Dragons left to deal with the Order Titan marching down mid. They're going to take a little longer, and the Kings can take over the FG pit. The question,
oh, I like this.
How confident are they feeling around the objective? Halfway down already, Twig finds a fight with Lasbra, but it's all about the Fire Giant right now. Kings secure it, and now they just got to get away, and they've got plenty of room to do so. Up into the sky goes Coast and dashes in onto Variety. Mike trying to chase down the rest. Here comes Lasbra for the knockup. Damage is good, but the knockup's not there. And that seems to be the way things are going for the Dragons. Alternate timeline, buy some time, and they're looking for Hardcore. They kill off the Honor. Now Twig, he goes back in, and he pays for it. Coast finds the Demon.
Double kill!
First double from Variety. Takes out 2 of the Dragons. A third found on the right. It's a 2-for-3 trade, and Variety does not seem done yet. Might not have the chasing power to get anything done, but is a staying potent power for his team.
Wow, I mean, the second I saw the alternate timeline from Dardes, I thought this fight might have been over. The Jade Dragons, they were able to bait his life, find 1 kill, and that seemed like it was going to be it. Tings steps forward, goes for the evade and punish, doesn't quite have the damage. Either way, Variety shows up big for the team there, and Captain Twig baits his life about as good as you can. Now, the Camelot Kings have Fire Giant on 3, and are able to grab that first tier 2 tower. Possibly look towards the Pyromancer, the Primal Fury. There's a lot on the table. But the Jade Dragons fighting back this far down is not easy, right? Like, again, there wasn't even kills on the board at that point for the Camelot Kings. They were just playing the farm game. But they still were able to find an opportunity to go in for the Fire Giant, run away, and end up winning that trade with their tail tucked between their legs, right? They were retreating, and they still found some aggression there.
They maintain only 3 with that FG. And Shelly, the timing of it is almost perfect because it means that we're going to be going to an enhanced unless they get something massive done. Tier 2s in left and right still standing for the Dragons. All 3 still up, although left barely so for the Kings. So map advantage is over to the Order team. But right now it seems to be a little bit more about the farm, the jungle camps, and clear. And maybe even this Primal Fury. Do they have the pressure? I mean, you can threaten a tier 2 here if you're the Kings, but can they threaten a Phoenix and feel confident about it?
I mean, given the state of this game, the gold says yes, the gameplay says no, right? I think they could confidently walk forward. It's not easy to stay in a Phoenix when Big Man Tings is doing the damage he is. But it's just been so passive, Gore. There's only been 7 total kills in 30 minutes of play. I don't think they're going to head in for any sort of Phoenix. If anything, Captain Twig has to be careful. Whatever looks like a 1v1 to you, whatever looks like a 2v1 to you, could immediately turn sour if Vaporsh Coast decides to ult in. So you got to be careful. Coast pushing up right. Now, this could be a Phoenix call, right? When you know the Chernobog's all the way over on right, that changes things.
He's looking for a tower up into the sky. And now comes crashing down. Lasbury used ult. Coast as well, which turns, like you said, this numbers game back into their favor. A couple of minions are going to get into the tower over on right, but not too much. And not enough to knock out and neutralize the towers taken by the Kings so far. You had mentioned Coast. I also think you have to look at Tings. One big opening ult. We've seen 29 minutes in, that could just be a delete button. You've got some relics popped, damage trying to be done, but the Kings, they just cannot get into this Phoenix. And they do not have the damage right now. Fire Giant, 30 seconds left. And it's getting a little crazy here to stick around as long as they are.
It's getting a little bit sketchy. Tings does want to send an ult out, doesn't find anything, and Mike blinks in just to get the onk off. Is that enough to thwart the Camelot Kings? Seems like yes. Only 12 seconds left on the Fire Giant buff. They're going to have to retreat here. 2 tier 2 towers is the price of that first Fire Giant of the game. And now we're looking towards Enhance. The next time we see the FG, it definitely will be. I mean, the Camelot Kings have a 10,000 gold lead. They don't lose too much during just trying to go in for a Phoenix Siege over on left. But it does give you an idea of what the game plan is, right? You see Variety walk up, empty the crypts. Immediately Mike walks up, drops his Gamma Ray Burst. The Camelot Kings have to reset. Lasbro looks to try and 1v1 Captain Twig. Coast flies in. Captain Twig blinks out. You know, it's a chess match at this point. And if that's the call, things change drastically when Enhanced Fire Giant comes into play. A couple auto attacks on the Phoenix might not do much now, but once backdoor protections are gone, goes a bit differently. There's still a Runic Bomb for Captain Twig. It just becomes more about, you know, how are we going to get this Phoenix down as opposed to how are we going to win this fight. But Enhanced Fire Giant touches down. Coast is on the left side of the map, and the Camelot Kings are already here.
Dragons, or at least Mike, with a delayed Nika Lasbra, and then even more delayed Dardes hanging around. It's Enhanced this time around. Kings have 3 in the pit. Onher's going to be joining them alongside Tings, and they're going to start this up. Burn is there onto the Fire Giant, half health already. Mike spots it out. You need a little bit more. Coast is going up to the air, comes in, crashing down and looking for the fight. There's a knock-up. Great damage onto Tings, and a great kill. Beeline to the back line from Dardes, looking for a little more, trying to find Hardcore. Does not have that alternate timeline just yet, and gets punished for it. Killed off 1 for 1, mid for mid. But Mike and the rest of the Dragons have higher health bars. The chase is on. Hardcore, Quig, Variety, low. No onk. And a backup from the Dragons. Is it bait or is it fire? Or is it neither? Twig with that shield. Looking around for something, and it might just have to be a Pyromancer pull for the Kings and the 1-for-1 kill trade.
So far that does seem like it. I mean, Big Man Tings, unfortunate. That's the mid lane curse. You are the one who has to confirm Fire Giant, so you have to sit there and just charge your ultimate and hope your team has the DPS to back you up. In this case, they did not. They couldn't get Fire Giant into that execute threshold. Lasbra said, I've got one key target here. Goes in on the Big Man Tings, and the tick damage from Dardes barely able to finish the job. And it looked a lot worse. There was plenty of Camelot Kings that were about 1 HP or 1 hit away from death. Thanks to Variety, good poke, and just, you know, sending those slows back towards the Jade Dragons, make sure the rest of the team was able to survive. And also some great peel from Quig. But it shows, even though it's like 12,000 gold, you know, the Jade Dragons can still find their way to fight. In particular, this glass cannon build from Lasbra, he goes in, just deletes someone, and then dies trying. But it's not like Big Man Tings can do anything about it. His beads is down. You cannot cast Final Judgment without those beads, which means Fire Giant can't be fully committed to. But the Camelot Kings are here. Dardes, Lasbra, Coast. It's just Nika and PBM. It's the front line that's nearby for now.
The Kings right now trying to control the pit. The pressure is on. They're getting aggressive here, Trelly. Tier 2 on right is still up. They see Lazarus is in mid, and they should, at this point, know Coast is left. They're going to fall back. Fire Giant will be their main call. Tier 2 and left goes to Coast. Fire Giant getting low. Let's listen to the Kings as they take the fight.
I'm trying to get out.
I blink soon. I
died before my ult went off.
I have no link. Mama on me.
They took so much damage, by the way, on Harry.
Mama got fucked. Mama timeline. Kill her.
Let's fucking go, Harry. You can fight these slowly, by the way.
Yeah, slow.
Bog is one. It's just
Keep
you,
catching out, keep catching out.
Bog's coming in 1 HP. Left jog left. Take it, I think.
My ult.
Talk about a listen in curse, man. They lose all 4. But they keep hardcore with the FG. You got a lot of time here if you're the Dragons. 10,000 gold up still for the Kings. You lose Lasbra on the other side, but it should be a tier 2. But it kind of feels like on her versus the world here. Hardcore
Yark has to play this perfectly. He has no beats. If he dies, game's over.
He's got 15 seconds. That's all you got to stall. Can he do it? No ults. But need
No, he's all right.
the nastiest impale that we've maybe ever seen to open up a kill. Should be fine around mid, health-wise. Loses the mid Phoenix. Left side, gonna be fine. And he's got his team respawning in. And Trelly, the Kings, they're punished hard for that FG, but they don't lose this game yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough because I see the mindset. You see that Porsche Coast's in left, Lasper's in mid, Dardas is in there, but they have so much mobility. I mean, Porsche Coast shows up in an instant, Lasper goes to the sky. Once again, this Thoth just gets deleted off the face of the earth. No one is peeling for Tings because he's just the Fire Giant guy. You know, Yarkor is your consistent damage afterwards. I feel like the Camelot Kings should have made that call, but it's almost like you can't retreat. You just have to stick it and try and fight, which they can't do if they drop all of their ultimates on the Fire Giant. The benefit, of course, is that they have Enhanced Fire Giant on their ADC, and they can just push up the wave that just got killed. So, despite the fact that there's fire waves coming through in mid, they're going to push up through that mid wave, and of course, they still have a 7,000 gold lead. Relic-wise, though, Variety's got nothing. No Aegis on the Tings for 17 seconds, and no beads on the Yark for 30. Besides that, Dardes has nothing, Coast has nothing, Lasbra no beads. It's not as if the Jade Dragons love this fight, but they're still stepping up confidently.
Should be a good spot to be in, though. Like you said, maybe not the easiest fight in the world for him. Probably not even a Phoenix conversation. But it looks like it's going to be a pretty easy Pyromancer. We don't see any dragons in the neighborhood. The question is, what are the Dragons going to try to do? Where are they going to put their pressure? So there's a massive grouping in left. In fact, there's going to be some contest on the Pyromancer. Enough to force him back was unexpected. Good shot from Tings. And he's going to make sure that goes to his team one way or another. But now it's Coast. It's Hardcore. It's the Kings. It's the Dragons. They're fighting in mid and they're fighting on the left. Twig uses the ult to get out of their Coast.
Wow.
Goes into his demise. What a clean setup and a well-played engage from Hardcore to force that ult out and to kill off the enemy carry. Now the Kings surge forward in mid with energy.
Yeah, can you hit the stun onto Mike? Yes, you can. The root is good, and Mike falls down quickly. The Camelot Kings are still surging forward. All of this off of the ambush set up by Yarkor. He knew exactly where Coast was going to be. Gets him so weak and flies right into his death. And now Nika forced to use both relics here. It's all up to Lasbra to find a wraparound play, and Twig spots it out.
Yeah, no ult to work with for the Rat. This Phoenix is going down, no problem. 30 seconds for Coast, 45 for Mike. And you're in a 3v5, soon to be in your Titan room. Dragons have to mount a defense. Crips getting emptied. Nika's health bar going down with him. But Dardes makes it to the back. Dardes finds Twig, and that's the opening kill of the fight. Now you've got to find a little more. Your Titan is falling. You need this defense, but it just won't come through. The Kings put their best foot forward. They're up 2-1 and on set point.
And that is all because of Yarkor. I mean, how many times does Coast go for that split push? That is learning your opponent. He said, you know what? This man goes for the Phoenix every single time. I'm going to sit around the corner. I'm going to wait from him. I'm going to dog him because I just hit harder. He ults right into Twig at 1 HP, but it does not matter. The Camelot Kings, off of what looked like a pretty big throw, end up taking this one, and that is ridiculous. You got to watch out for doing those plays consistently over and over, time and time again. The smart opponents, they'll learn. They'll know your tendencies.
Well, the Kings up 2-1. One game now potentially away from going straight to the World Championship, which the Dragons have been in this position before. 1-2 yesterday up against the Ferrymen. They ended up losing that one, but they were this close to getting there. The difference now, Trelly, is the Dragons get eliminated if they don't win the next game. Pressure is on. Their backs are against the wall. We'll find out what happens right after this.
Complicate things. One of my many skills. I'm making things up, all in my mind, 'cause I analyze their body language. I hear every change in their tone. Maybe they hate me, somehow I blame me. My mama said, that's just the weight of the world. It's not personal, it's just how it works. Don't be angry for too long or get burned, 'cause that's just the weight of the world. Now, shake it off. Now, personal, it's just how it works. Now, shake it off. Now, that's just the weight of the world. I cry my eyes out
Advance.gg bringing another banger of a flavor to the table with Cthulhu's Dream, the Raspberry Acai. Brand new to the Advance.gg store. They've got the shaker as well. All of these brand new products coming through. And it's a special time for this weekend only. Smite 30. That code gets you 30% off not just the Cthulhu's Dream and the shaker and the Smite products, but the entirety of the Advance.gg website. Thank you so much to our friends over at Advance.gg. And make sure that you get to check out some of that Cthulhu's Dream new Advance.gg flavor. I mean, it gives you a little bit of boost of energy. Maybe I need some energy here, man, through that set, because the Camelot Kings, that was like 20 minutes with like 2 kills, but they got a 6,000. I mean, that looked like the Kings of old. That looked like how they played for the season. That looked like Season 9 World Championship Kings.
Yeah, I mean, that exactly explains it. It's not 5v5s, 3v3s. It's not fights winning them this. They're just on the objectives faster than the Dragons are. They're pulling them. They're doing them quickly. And then when you get to those late game team fights, the ability for them to disengage, re-engage, 3v3, split fights, backliners playing together, everything was kind of all together just flowing really well for the Kings. And as you said, that reminds me of the Season 9 Kings.
Yeah, I think just a couple instances where everything goes right for them. They try to play around, especially, I mean, we have to, hats off to Yarkor, that sort of mind outplay at the end. Kind of feels like Dragons have maybe been preaching this the entire season. Like, man, Afro on her might be kind of good. That's so crazy. They might be onto something. Afro on her might be kind of good. And the Camelot Kings, they pick it up. They look pretty solid on it. Once again, though, the story might be around variety. This time, I'm happy with Big Man Ting's performance. He secures a couple of Fire Giants. They look well. They look solid around the objectives, but variety does not fall down basically at all. Only 1 death, and that was in a team fight, I believe, not in the lane. So 4-1 for the Opwash, able to stay alive. I think he had a 2-level lead at one point during that one. And if variety stands tall, they're able to have a lot more pressure in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of these fights, it is the Dragons winning them, and then as either Variety's getting chased out or as he's leaving, he's just able to turn, get a bunch of damage off, and get 1 to 2 kills. And highlight for me, too, is Variety. Yes, no deaths in laning phase. The 1 death was after a pretty, I'll say bold call at that Fire Giant. That was the one where everyone died except Yarkor, and the Dragons actually almost were able to get the end off there. I think other than that, Variety played a nearly flawless game, a lot of really good positioning, good ultimates, good zoning potential. And then you look at the other side, I really didn't feel like the Dragons did that much wrong. I just think the Kings did a lot more better than they did.
Well, if you're the Dragons, you're thinking about maybe yesterday, right? This is a very reminiscent spot for them. 2-1 down. Kings up in that lead now, and the Dragons, they're backs up against the wall. This is a win or go home. Season's not over, but you got to fight in January if you don't win this game through the group stages for SWC versus just taking it home now. They want to go to the World Championships right now, want to punch their ticket. And this has to be the game that they stand tall, right? They have to push this to a Game 5 if they want to be able to hold on here. Otherwise, the Camelot Kings, they are going to head to that World Championship themselves, guarantee themselves that spot. And in interest of that, the Dragons, after 2 choices of selecting that second pick slot, they go towards that first pick slot. So they lose that game number 3, and they immediately say, okay, maybe it's a draft thing. We want to change up our strategy, and now they're in that first pick slot for game number 4.
Yeah, and you and I talked a little bit about this, where we don't feel like the Kings drafting is the problem. We think their drafts have made sense. It's just in the team fights, in the late game, it just seems like the Kings are doing better in those positions. And I think the one thing about the P's and B's that sticks out to me is this Opwash. The prile the Kings are putting onto it. This is now 3 straight games in a row where the Kings are prying this Opwash over Chernobog, Mammon, Poseidon. I mean, even gods like Ratatasker, Morgan, Afro. This is the god in the game right now when you're banning away Athena, Yemoja, some of those other characters. So maybe that is like the god the Dragons are identifying as the problem in these team fights. They can get maybe Nika on this Opwash, or even force the Kings into banning it, because even if they are taking the first side, that is still a god that the Kings are able to ban. And then on the opposite side, it could be Afro on her has now been picked twice in these P's and B's, and it's looked good in both of them. So maybe that's where the Dragons want to go. They want to confirm either the Afro or the On Her in that second, third slot. But this is going to be a very important picks and bans because, as you said, the Dragons need this one. If they lose this one, Kings are heading to Worlds, and they have to go to that qualifier in January. So they have to kind of go back to, in my opinion, more the basics, and that's the Afro On Her.
Afro On Her has been something that they've been successful with in the past. And picks and bans for game number 4. You will see how the Jade Dragons are looking to adapt into this one. We haven't seen many switch-ups in the bans thus far throughout the set, but this will be once again the first time that we're seeing that switch-up. The Dragons, they've been banning this Baba Yaga all set, and it, admittedly, a little bit interesting priority for me. I'm not sure Big Man Tings would play it if it was let through, as we've seen it be let through before. Either way, though, Dragons in this first pick position are going to have the opportunity to prioritize basically whatever pick they want that's left open, right? It's been the Opwash for the Kings. So maybe the Dragons look to prioritize something like that. Instead, the Kings ban away the Pwash, and the Dragons, they take away the Thoth.
Yeah, usually in your first pick side, you can kind of determine how you want the draft to play out. Do you want those mages to be available? Do you want the mages gone? And then the opposite side, the second pick has to ban those OP gods like that Athena. Looking at the P's and B's so far, something sticking out to me is that Yamoja is still available. Bog is another one that's available. Maman has had some weird ups and downs in Prio. She's still a very strong god, but she hasn't been seen as strong as the rest of them. And then another one that's sticking out is that Raijin, Poseidon, solo lane gods. So a few gods still available for the Kings here. I think you just want to roll with these double Guardian bans. I think Mike has always looked great on Athena and always looked great on Yamoja. Just get rid of both of them and kind of understand that the support role is not going to be, focused with those two strongest gods, and allow the Dragons to first pick that Chernobog again if they want it.
I mean, Mike's Yamoja game was the one where they were able to take off of the Styx Ferryman yesterday, the one game they won in that set. But will be taken away, and despite the Chernobog being available, the Jade Dragons, in the one game they did win this set, it was Nika on that Poseidon, bringing a lot of pressure over towards that solo lane. So it'll be a first pick Poseidon, immediately answered back with the Raijin Chernobog from the Kings. A strong top 2 for them.
I mean, I think Poseidon is a very strong god in its own right, but I think you kind of need to draft a little bit of stuff around it. I think Bog and Raijin just do so many things correctly and well in this current meta that they just define this top 2 as just already strong. Going over to the Dragon side again, they have this Poseidon probably slotting into solo lane. I almost think that you want to get just this on her Erlang right here. I think Lasber looks fantastic on that Erlang, and I think Coast, I feel like I say this every time I'm talking about Dragon P's and B's, where I'm like, yeah, Coast on her is just fantastic. But it's just so good. Even if game 1 it didn't look that great, as we talked about, I still think game on the line, you want to get Coast on that on her.
Yeah, it's still available if they want to go back instead. Ooh. We missed that one. Was not banned away. And so Dardes gets the opportunity to go back towards this Morgan. And Camazotz, which has been consistently banned away in that second phase from the Kings, will be the option for Lasbra, more than likely headed towards that solo lane. So already quite a different composition here for the Dragons. And I think I would have been a fan of the Erlang on her. I certainly wouldn't have complained about it. I mean, that would have been very solid, I think, for the Dragons. But you get the Camazotz and the Morgan, which not only pair well together, Morgan's already got a good transformation, but also notably, the Kings have been banning them. That means that they don't want to play against them. Maybe they're worse at playing into these picks particularly. And so they're part of their strategy, right? The Jade Dragons finding some comfort in that top 3.
Both very hard to kind of just lock down. Yes, Raijin does a lot of damage. He has good CC. Chernobog, a lot of damage. But Morgan, very rarely is some... I thought I heard Zeus. Okay, that worried me for a second. I heard it. I thought I heard Zeus, but did not hear Zeus. But Camazotz and Morgan are very hard to get onto. They're very hard to commit to because they have so much safety in just the Morgan, the transformation, and Camazotz in that ultimate. And the Kings with that, a very hard pick for the Morgan to play into is this Ganesh. And they have the opportunity to pick it. They lock it in. And now we see with this top 3, Kings have a horrible laning phase in duo. Chernobog and Ganesh, 2 of the worst laning characters. That is an easy spot for the Dragons to exploit. Kings, before the Dragons can actually do their picks, get their bans. And the Kings are banning away that Khepri first, which not shown a ton of prio, but it's kind of like that second ban phase ban.
Yeah, I have to imagine they might ban away the on her here as well if they're worried about that duo pressure. coming through. We saw Mike on the Sylvanas way back the Thursday a couple days ago. That's a little bit shocking to me that the hunter that they choose to ban away is the Hachiman, but I suppose just that's so weird to just say, yeah, challenge Coast on the On-Her. It's like, yeah, we don't care if you pick On-Her when he has proven time and time again that he is the On-Her player. I'm not sure Coast will be too unhappy to go back to that if they want to. That'll be up on the table. Camelot Kings, though, their 4th pick available. Still looking more than likely for a mid laner in that slot. And with Thoth not available, they'll hold on to that pick for that 5th pick, and they give Twig the Nemesis. Once again, maybe a little bit surprising in this pick, especially into the cripple from Poseidon.
Yeah, and it's not a god that I really considered him picking right now. I thought he was just going to default back to that Ratatasker or maybe that Lance if that's what he decided for. But, I mean, this Nem, this allows you to lock down and kill one character or win just about any 1v1. Yes, there are certain characters that you can't win 1v1s against, but they're not really in the meta right now. And with that, Twig is on this Nem. No CC. Really, the only CC the Kings actually have is in that Ryzen ultimate. Now, going over to the Dragon side, you talked about it already. Sylvanas for Mike. And with one more pick available, whatever ADC they want, they do not lock in the On-Her, and they go for the Rama.
Coast is no, he's not. I was gonna joke. Coast might be mental boomed, dude. He had a bad On-Her game in game 1. Doesn't want to go back to it, but no, feels more comfortable on the ROM. It's been a minute since we've seen this pick, right? Obviously brings a little bit of that semi-global pressure, shoots from anywhere, but man, there's a lot of pressure in that duo lane.
Yeah, and I highlighted how bad the Kings duo is. You look at the opposite side, and it's probably 2 of the best laners you can get. One fights very well and clears very well. One fights okay, but clears very well. So this Dragon's going to have a lot of duo lane pressure. And when you look at the late game 5v5 of both of these comps, the dive potential of this Dragon's comp, I mean, I would not be too surprised if Mike opts for a blink and looks to start fights by a blink ult. Because if he can get fights started, Camazot's diving backline, Morgan diving backline and then transforming into the Camazots, and then also Rama reining in ults, and that entire time they have potential to kill the frontliners with the Rama and Poseidon true damage. So much different look with this with this Dragon's comp, but I like how they've kind of crafted this.
You get a little bit of global pressure as well with that Morgan able to transform into the Chernobog. My concern maybe lies in this Nemesis, sort of a surprise pick for us, and I immediately look over towards that Sylvanas. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of pressure in lane, but one of the least mobile supports in the game. No dash, no movement speed increase, right? You have that one bit of CC immunity in the ultimate, but I mean, if the Camelot Kings are looking to lock down a target to start these fights, and on the Jade Dragon side, maybe you're struggling for the engage. I mean, if you have a blink Mike, he blinks in, I'm worried about him getting blown up.
Yeah, I mean, there's always potential for that, but I think when you have these, I will say more traditional backline comps, yes, Kama Morgan's going to be diving a little bit. When you have that, you don't have this true engage. Having someone that can kind of start these fights, if there is that opening, is always going to be valuable. So when you have Mike just with the threat of the blink, that is going to put pressure onto the Kings to either be grouped up or to be ready to respond to the blink. And that means Twig has to be there, ready, drop the ult. Ganesh has to be ready, drop the ult. And then do they have the damage to actually kill Mike before the rest of the team comes diving in with him and can actually put out damage? So it's going to be interesting. There's also the opposite side of Mike just playing for poke, sustain with this Sylvanas, playing front to back. But I think when you're lacking as much CC as they are, outside of the Sylvanas, Poseidon not much, Kama not much, Morgan not much, Rama not much, you need somebody to start these fights. So I almost want him to go for that blink.
I mean, he certainly will take a lot of focus off if you put yourself as a Sylvanas in the front line. Might be looking for those pulls as well. I love the hype of a good Sylvanas pull through the wall. I mean, this is for all the marbles potentially here. Jade Dragons, they're trying to push this to a game number 5. Camelot Kings, they could close it out right here and then send themselves to SWC. You think we're going to game 5, or do you think the Kings take it?
I'm a Sylvanas lover. I'm going to say we're going to game 5. I think they're going to play well enough around Mike, and they're going to be ready to take these fights, and then we're going to see maybe a Morgan ban heading into game 5. So that's what my prediction is.
Bobby's thinking game 5. Dragons trying to push us there. Camelot Kings want to close it out here. Game number 4 with the casters.
And it could be the ticket the Kings need to go to Worlds. All right here. It's Gore, it's Trelly. And of course, it's going to be Doug giving us the views in. And Charlie, we've got a very interesting dynamic for these teams as they take each other on. First off, duo lane-wise, I would argue a huge advantage over to the Dragons. And of course, one that I am very excited to see. Coast on Rom feels like it always comes out during the flashiest of plays and the flashiest of moments. What's caught your eye the most coming into this, though?
Well, what caught my eye immediately was the fact that the J Dragons gave up Rige and Chernobog, right?
Yeah, that's pretty big.
That's pretty big. And then you realize they wanted Chernobog for themselves, but not on Coast. They wanted it on Dardes, right? Then they revealed the Morgan that comes out. You expect Dardes to just go towards the Maman like he's been going. Wasn't like it was taken away. It was just, hey, we're going to let that Chernobog through. Now we have one on our side, as well as the Camazotz, as well as the Poseidon. So I don't love the idea of giving up Rige and Chernobog, but I do see where the J Dragons went with this. And now Dardes not only can follow the global pressure, he can use it himself, but also can turn into double Camazotz with Lasbra. They can dive. He can be a solo agent. Since you baited out the Chernobog, you don't have to worry about like a Heimdall being locked in to reveal that stealth. Notably, though, with Captain Twig going Nemesis, Erendite got buffed. That's a fantastic item to go towards to try and reveal the Morgan. So there is some answers to the stealth. But I definitely see what the J Dragons were cooking up here. They knew the Chernobog would come through, and now they get to take that for themselves with Darkness.
Doesn't amount to much, but a double root from Mike early. In my mind, maybe it shows off some of the plays we'll see. Mike, last time seeing this Sylvanas, hit some really gnarly pulls. And that's what I'm kind of watching for. Early on, pressure should be in their favor, but it is that late game that I'm watching for, right? The snipes from Coast, the pulls from Mike, maybe making the big difference. I'm also really interested. So Nemesis as well picked up something that was recently buffed, right? She looked really good and should have some decent damage, especially with the Erendite changes. We'll have to hold that thought. Lasbra now getting collapsed on, doesn't have the leap to get away, needs some help, and might not be able to find it. No, they pull away, and instead Nika slows him down. One more leap gets Lasbra away. Whirlpool damage decent, but you need more help from Nika to turn this completely on the Kings. You save your jungler, and that's enough for the Dragons.
Wow, that's wild. I love that play from the Camelot Kings. Variety rotates out a lane, tries to track down Lasbra, but the big issue there, Raiju missed. If you connect with Raiju, the slow, the consistent DPS, that 100% confirms First Blood. But Variety just couldn't land it. Did have some decent damage, and you get the Aegis from Nika, but you don't get the benefit of rotating out. I guess the real benefit there was the fact that Nika also left, so it's not like you lost farm for that play either. But you would have loved to hit that First Blood, and now Lasbra's nearby, has Blink. Vampire Bats almost confirms the First Blood. Does he connect it? Yes, but Variety's quick enough. Immediately turns and dashes away. Lasbra won't be able to chase that one down.
Keeps the pressure up, though, and I think that's the big deal. Lasbra on right. Will this be his only trip? And did he notice Twig in the jungle? Now Nika slowed down. It's not going to amount to too much. We've talked about it, but look at the Kings' wins and look at their losses. And the difference is those on the right lane. Twig and Variety, if left to their own devices, are going to be able to get enough done for the team in the late game. So early shutdowns could be the key. And Lasbra's pathing in the jungle this entire game, to me, Charlie, it might be the most important. And for them, it is one of the most important games they've played this entire year to make sure that that's on point. Mike's going for a purple buff invade on left. Does not quite have Coast's help yet. He's going to step up, gets the heal out there, roll forward, and here comes Dardes transformed into the Chernobog. They've got the auto attacks, they've got the damage, and they've got the kill. First blood to Coast.
Yep, Yarkor dashes in. He wants his purple buff. The only way it'll follow him is if he gets closer than Mike. The second he does that, Dardes goes, did you know I'm also Chernobog, and I can show up at a moment's notice? That's the benefit of the global presence. That's the benefit of having it on a mid laner. They're just going to hit level 5 first. Variety takes a lot of damage, but goes into the Tycho drums.
One more hit.
Needs some healing. The minions take care of it.
I'm impressed. Go minions. Get the job done. Look, you needed one more auto of your Nika. And that wasn't going to work out well for Variety, I fear, no matter what. And a great position. I mean, to turn around, Charlie, the Whirlpool, the ult, perfect moments. I'm saying side lanes, that's a double win for the Dragons.
Yep, I mean, Variety had the right call. The second he goes into the ult, he's like, oh crap, I need to go Vamp Shroud right now. I need to heal. But the minions say, you can't do it forever, man, and the archers are still on you. So Variety goes down. I didn't get a look. I'm not sure if his Aegis had just come back up or if it was available. If it was, Aegis the Kraken, man. Like, you Aegis that Kraken, you just live, and you might be able to turn a kill. But if it wasn't up, then unfortunate and a great turn by Nika. Either way, first blood thanks to Dardes over on left, and a solo kill over on right. This Poseidon's off to a great start.
Nika and Poseidon has been a combo I didn't... Admittedly, if you go back to the beginning of Season 10 and say, hey, by the way, guess what's going to be doing great at the playoffs going into Worlds? I don't think I'd have believed you, and maybe would have been insulted for you making fun of me because of that. And yet here it is. It's one of his best picks. Here comes another Kraken. Good damage onto Twig, and he's going to look to try and turn it around again. You got to be careful here. Both Twig and Variety on the cusp of getting turned on. They're lucky they got out of there. Now you've got ward coverage, but they're still pretty aggressive positioning. Snipes from Coast, probably in a bad spot. Silence is good. Roll better, and the heal going to be there. Now watch Lasbro. Low health bar still for Twig. And for Variety, they're going for the blue buff invade. Shots over the wall, but confirmed by Twig, and the steal is good. The Dragons, outside of some poke going the way of Coast, controlling the lanes.
Man, the Jade Dragons are winning just about everywhere. That was a gank.
2,000 gold.
I loved the attempt of the gank onto Nika, but you can't group up for the Kraken. Twig eats so much damage, almost gets 100 to 0. And once again, the purple buff invade. Seems like Yark's going to be able to confirm. No, I think Coast stole it away with the help of just some auto attacks. And that's what I'm talking about. Yarkor ults almost able to chase, and he gets pulled back in.
Pull, knock up, dash doesn't get into the wall. Coast doesn't have the ult to work with, but he's got shots that go through anyone. Roll forward, take him down. 2 kills for the carry, a third for the Dragons, and Trulli, they are running this early game, and they are not done yet. Lasbro tries to go for a little more, but forces Twig to fall back. I mean, honestly, you got to be careful of your tings here. I've seen every other lane do incredibly well. It's just Dardes outside of the one rotation. That hasn't changed much. Variety, dash forward, fights everywhere. Tycho Drum's not going to connect. Nika not putting as much threat on his life this time. So the two are going to be fine. And this time it's that relic usage, that Aegis, that keeps Variety kicking.
And that's the difference. I don't think Nika wanted the kill there. He wanted the Aegis down, so now next time he Krakens, or when Lasbro shows up, which you know he's going to, that's when they can find the kill onto Variety. Man, Jade Dragons are playing clinical throughout the entirety of this map.
Everywhere.
Great pull on Yarkor, had the beads, didn't trust it, thought he could get into the wall if he does. Immune some of the Wisp, immune some of the Rafatera, and he gets a second dash. Doesn't, so Vaporishkos is able to find that kill. And that's a big deal because, you know, getting out there, he's already quite behind. No ultimates for these mages just yet, and Dardes wants to make the rotation over, hits the Dark Omen but doesn't have a stun, so that's going to be the end of the scrapping. I mean, I applaud the Camelot Kings for still looking for some fights, but I think it's time to back this one up and start looking for farm and just sitting underneath towers. The build difference from Variety and Nika is also massive. A full Pythags over tier 2 makes a big difference. Vaporish Coast is 1v2ing. He doesn't even seem frightened.
I don't think he's capable of fear. Neither is Nika. We had mentioned it earlier. Aegis still 90 seconds. Variety killed. And guess what comes back within 90 seconds? That ult one more time. And potentially Lasbro, who's going to be joining him. Whirlpool down. Locks up Twig. Damage. Good. Tries to find Nika. Aegis. Beautiful. Buys the time, but does not buy his life. Should be a couple swoops. Bat out of hell. A 5th kill for the Dragons, but the Kings finally pick up one.
Not a bad trade at that point, because I think Nika was pretty confident he was going to be able to survive thanks to the peel and the help from Lasbro. But you got to watch out for that Nemesis damage. It can sneak up on you. So finally the Camelot Kings are on the board. But at what cost? Big man Tings makes the rotation right into Vaporish Coast. But here comes Dardes as well. This could be scary.
Autos are good. Coast has Snipe up into the sky. 1 shot, 2 shots, takes him down. 3rd onto Quig. And you've got Dardes to come in and rotate for you. Bat out of hell, slams down. But where is the Chernobog going straight back down to their waiting arms. Roll forward. One good pull and another good kill. Double 4-0 for Coast.
I mean, you can't ask for a better start, Gore. The Jade Dragons are just doing whatever they want, wherever they want. Gold Fury seems pretty doable. 9 minutes into the game, just about everyone is popping off, but 4-0 from Vaporish Coast. Mike has been setting up all these kills and hasn't taken one of them from his ADC. The pulls have been on point as well. This Sylvanas deserves all the props and more, not to mention the fact that Nika has just been disgusting on this Poseidon. Finding the Whirlpool into the Kraken, the peel for Lasbra there. I mean, it's just going to be very hard to deal with. It's not like the Camelot Kings are completely out of the game, right? Like I said, Variety, if nothing else, is very good at staying even XP-wise. He's still level 10. His build is looking a little bit worse for wear. Here's an attempt at Nika's life, but he's got Kraken.
Yeah, chops it down, hits on Quig, has good damage. Aegis used by Variety. They dive the tower, but Lasbra over the wall. Low health bars, is it enough? And does he have the gap? Hits the Vampire Bats, tries to go in. Gets low health bars, forces Variety out. They get some relics off of the Kings, which might be as big a win as you can get in that situation.
I mean, that's a high-risk play that you don't have to go for, but I actually really like it. Variety tanks up the tower, but pops his Aegis, right? He doesn't have physical damage, or defense, rather. It's Pythag's magical defense, and only tier 1 at that. That tower would have started to chunk, right? Especially with Lasbra close by, but he pops his Aegis, says, I'll tank for you, Twig, go. Kill that guy. Like, I need you to finish this Poseidon because he's a threat. They get it, and they're able to get out. That's a big deal. Now, Captain Twig goes over to level 11, even with Lasbra, and 2-1 now on the Nemesis. Not going to help the just duo lane chasm that we're seeing currently, a 3-level differential for Vaporish Coast over Yarkor, but it's a good start.
And if anything, slow Nika down a little bit as well. I feel like they've been able to play so heavily on Duel of the Dragons, that is, because Nika has been able to solo Variety several times and not worry about it. And Variety did use that Aegis. Kraken's back up. And you got Shogun's Kusari. Nika is definitely in a position to continue the fight. Pull just off the mark. Just a little short, really. And it's a good dash from Twig. Coast, no fear. At the tower line, autos are good. Purple buff invade. And poor Hardcore, I don't think he's gotten one since the first buff.
No, he definitely died for his first one. Pull on the Mike, but Captain Twig doesn't care about that. Remember, he's got a shield that can reflect all that tick damage. Just showing the Mike's on point, though. He's not missing. So if you see the Sylvanas in front of you, you might want to get your finger on beads because he's going to be hitting those pulls. So far, though, not much going to come. In preparation for a possible beacon fight, Mike's going to plant just a little sprout. It will eventually give him some MP5 and the rest of the squad once they group up. But that's the kind of, planning you need to have for the Jade Dragons. How do we make sure that the Camelot Kings, their duo lane never gets online? Variety and Twig, they've caught up. In fact, I think they're just about even at this point. Whereas the rest of the team, they still have some farming to go, right? To be able to battle in, there's no way Yarkor wants to fight anytime soon. He's like, guys, please leave me alone. I want solo farm and I want a purple buff. Those are the two things that Yarkor really needs. Captain Twig might have a wraparound on to Vaporish Coast, though. With that ultimate, goes up into the sky, can stall for way too long. Does steal away the buff, but yeah, there's no way you're finding a kill on the coast.
Luckily, you've got Quig. I was going to say, with Mike coming up, you might even be in danger of losing your life just for going for that. I saw a ping just now. I believe a Dragon's ping on to the Fury. So, Trelly, much like you, they have their mind on it. 3,200 gold. The Jade Dragons have not really accelerated their lead in about 5 minutes. A lot of that was amassed right around the 8-minute mark. But that is a very, very steady slope for them to climb. And a lot of work for the Kings to try and undo. Luckily for them, the pace is slowed down. Gold Fury might change a little bit of that. Aggression. Not only onto the objective, but onto Hardcore. Damage is good, forces him into the sky. He's going to see that they're on the Gold Fury. Goes into mid, tries to find Lasbra, isolated and alone. Won't quite get the Kamazots. Maybe they're going to have time to put pressure onto this Fury. Quig comes around, should have the Dharmic Pillars to drop him. Has the damage, does not have the steal. Dragons confirm it, push their gold lead even further.
Yep, love that call. I mean, Vaporish Coast gets aggressive, tries to focus out Yarkor, make him ult somewhere he doesn't like it. Unfortunately for Yark, or fortunately for Yark in this case, Lasbra was pretty weak, was not going to be able to finish that kill. And of course, able to find a little bit of damage here. Quick diving the tier 1 tower, getting very low. Should have fallen down to the double Kamazots. In fact, definitely will fall down to Lasbro, while it looks like Dardas is still pushing forward because here comes Nika.
Chases him down. Locks him, Tings and Twig onto the tower. Doesn't seem like they're going to have too much. Raijin rotates in, but maybe a little bit late. That's something we didn't really touch on. We saw this Poseidon a couple games ago. And we might have to hold that thought because Lasbro's still playing pretty aggressive, and it might not be his choice to stay aggressive. Looks like he's going to make it out. That's just Kamazots for you. But Poseidon, you know, we've seen it in the jungle, and in the past we've seen it kind of everywhere because it feels like with the right, well, at the time it was the right build. Right now it's because you're leveling your Trident. But you get move speed, you're kind of zooming around the map. His rotation's going to be hard to match.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to keep up with Poseidon, especially when that Trident's online, when you have this much cooldown like Nika will have after that breastplate. He's very quick, and if you can get there and place the Whirlpool and find your Krakens, juke around, that sort of thing, it can be very annoying to try and deal with, as we've seen time and time again from this Poseidon solo. Let's take stock of what's happened so far, right? The Jade Dragons are able to find a good lead. Captain Twig does invade the purple buff, forces the ult from Vaporish Coast, who can confirm it. And now the Jade Dragon siege forward, but doesn't seem like they have the chase down potential, so they're going to have to give up on that one. But either way, Pyromancer gets dropped. Gold Fury gets dropped. The Jade Dragons are continuously looking for any sort of aggression they can find. Yeah, they'd prefer it over in left, but Yarkor has shown that he can be kind of slippery on this Chernobog now that he's got some itemization, now that he's got double relics in his ultimate. So where do you look from here? It's not like Variety's been too far out of position. There was the 2 solo kills early on, the ganks that came through. And now he's pretty tanky. He's got the Genji, he's got the breastplate, he's got, 2 relics up constantly. So it's not as if the right side of the map is that great to look for, but Captain Twig gets deleted. Oh my goodness, Dardas knew exactly where he was, and they pull the beads.
Well, now Coast looking for hardcore. Doesn't have that ult yet, but is just looking for the auto, steps onto the tower, and is looking for the last few shots, finds all he needs, 5-0. It's a superhero skin for superhero plays. Vaporish Coast showing the reason he was picked up.
Yeah, I don't see why Yark walked back, man. If Coast just fully commits to the wave, yeah, you get some free auto attacks, but you put yourself in so much trouble. You still have your
4 levels.
You still have your life. You can still go clear. Puts himself out of trouble, and now Vaporish Coast, as you said, 5-0, 4 levels. It may be looking towards Fire Giant time. I mean, Nika's got the Shoguns. This Rama's a little bit of gold away from getting crit. It's going to be hard to deal with. The Jade Dragons, they can do no wrong on the map right now, Gore.
I almost don't want to see Coast into it, just because look how, the waves at the tier 2. Coast has to go so far to get any farm. Maybe it is worth rotating over. Like you said, needs a little bit more gold, gets the shield buff. Looks like your back camps are going to be coming up soon, so a lot of gold available on this side of the map. That might be the difference maker right here and right now. 4 levels in the carries, hardcore. Kind of a non-factor. 2 levels in the jungle as well. Twig, 2 and 2, it's not a bad slash line, but they have been making sure to strip away as much as they can. I mean, blue buffs, purple buffs. Any invades the Dragons can make, they've been going for, and they're going to extend it a little further. They knocked down the tier 1 in left. They've knocked down the tier 1 in mid. They're going to grab this second beacon and group up in mid.
Beacon. Almost done. Going down here in favor of the Jade Dragons. Gore, I need to, rehash what's going on here. The Camelot Kings are on World's Point, right? Yeah. They want this win. And the Jade Dragons, with their backs against the wall, they give up the Chernobog, they give up the Raijin, and they're making the Chernobog have a very, very rough time. Not only has Coast left, now Lasbra is trying to take the 1v1, misses just about everything and has to back up. But either way, the Jade Dragons have done everything in their power to stunt the momentum of the Camelot Kings. They want a game number 5. And so far, they've been putting themselves in a great position to do so. Primal Fury, Pyromancer, Fire Giant is up. And you ask 100 people, 99% of them are going to say they're the Jade Dragons relics to go for. They're the Jade Dragons objective to try and knock down.
Pyromancer started. Twig has to be careful. Dardas is out looking for blood if he finds that stun. Just a little shy. Good dash from Twig gets him away. And it goes to show the threat. I mean, and that's the combo right now. First off, Pyromancer to the Dragons. But second, Mike pull, Darda's stun. If you hit one into the other, your health bar is gone in an instant. That's what happened to Twig earlier. You've got to be careful around all of those instances now. Very careful as well. Hardcore, 2 levels down from Lasbra. That's going to be a jump in from the jungle. You've got some damage. You got a little bit of crit. You got to play carefully here. If your Lasra bat out of hell comes out, but you might need to run away. You need some help from Coast up into the sky, and Hardcore rethinks it when he sees who's right around the corner. That's the 5-0 guy who's been controlling your lane.
But Tings is there. He must have spotted him, right? Coast has to take this 1v1 unless he sees him.
Sees him now, goes in for the 1v1 anyway, looks for the autos, pulls out the Aegis, shots are there, and he's going to be able to find it without going up to the sky. Uses the Aegis, uses the beads, now into the air, shot 1, shot 2, no, Whiskers, and at that point you just wait for Dardes, cleans it up for you. 6-0-1. Charlie, I was hoping he was just going to keep on getting the kills, and at this point, that's exactly what the Dragons are doing. They will not slow down. They will not let you have a moment to breathe. They won't let me have a moment to breathe as they find yet another one, this one on the Quig. A chase on to Twig, who gets pulled back in. Beads is late, and it is aggression, aggression, aggression. Jazzberry Jam just straight down every lane.
I mean, that's the thing, Gore. Almost gets the 1v1. Yarkor really wants to chase. Sees Coast walk forward. Doesn't matter. Fire Giant, 19 minutes in. It's all up to Variety to try and keep it alive, but it looks like it might be a bait. They might just go for kills. Why not?
Non-stop aggression. It's what got him here now. Why stop when you can't kill off Twig? Maybe isolate Variety. Fire Giant's low, and the Kings get it! Variety takes it away with the last Taiko drum, and he gets the laugh as he uses his Aegis, his dash, and walks away. He may go down. He may lose his life, but it does not matter. They've got 3 with FG.
I mean, yeah, now the Camelot Kings can try to get something done. They've got Fire Giant. They've stalled out the game for at least 5 minutes. Yarkor is going to go away from just about everyone. Guys, leave me alone. Let me hit level 20. And that's the only play they can go for. The Jade Dragons, they don't care about Fire Giant. They're going to push forward, grab a tier 2. They're heading towards Primal Fury. Yark, you might have enough time to grab this tower, but what happens if your back gets stopped? You might want to go back to base. I mean, dial it back. Once again, Yarkor versus Lasbra. Maybe he gets the kill, maybe he doesn't, but Coast shows up, has to back up. What is this? The Camelot Kings want to chase down. Mike's getting low, but it seems like the Jade Dragons do have the retreat call made. They should be able to back up.
They've got their healing too. I don't think they're too worried. That's dangerous. Nika almost had a crack. If they stay longer, the Kings might actually end up getting baited into a bad fight. But instead, Trelly, they get to knock down a tier 1. They get to utilize a little bit of this Fire Giant. Granted, they have been in a massive gold hole since minute 1,
yeah,
I mean, at this point.
I mean, that's the thing. Tings rotates over, and he says, wait, that's a 5-0 Rama. We can trade 3 people, but if we kill him, that's huge. Aegis's goes up into the sky. Rotation comes in. Can't even finish that kill. And it's heartbreaking. The Jade Dragons should have all the control on the map. Luckily, Variety makes a hero play, steals away the Fire Giants, and now the Camelot Kings have a fighting chance of just stalling. Doesn't mean they can group up and push. Yeah, they got the left side tier 1. They're going to feel a bit more confident defending a tier 2, but it doesn't mean the Camelot Kings can get aggressive. They need to play smart. Variety still over on right. The rest of the Kings trying to defend.
Well, tier 2 on left. Dragons look to knock it down pretty quickly. Coast has a couple more autos, finds the shots, gets the gold for the team. Lazara just outside the range of Twig's slice and dice. Doesn't feel the slow and does not feel the pressure. So it's a little back and forth. Variety was split pushing. Lazara might find himself collapsed on. But it is the Dragons right now. An absolute dominant performance, and Trelly one that is necessary. Again, they lose and they go through the qualifying bracket. They do not want to have to deal with that, especially considering what happened. Nika and Dardes, I should say. As long as memory serves, did not make it to Worlds the last time they had to go through a qualifying bracket. They would love to auto-qualify. They need 2 games to do it, and this one, it's in their control, but it's not quite theirs yet.
Twig is going for purple buff, but might be spotted out here. Dardes and Nika close by. Twig thinks it's only 1, but here comes Dardes. Needs to retreat, and it looks like the old Dharmic Pillars dropped just to try and use the situation. Could have been trouble. That's going to be all she wrote. And this is what I'm talking about. The Camelot Kings, yeah, they stole away Fire Giant, but they can't use it aggressively. You can't just step forward whenever you want. The Jade Dragons still in the driver's seat for this game. This is just delayed the push that the Jade Dragons can go for. I mean, taking stock of items, this is what I was sort of hinting at. Yarkor has caught up. level 20 wise, not exactly build wise, sure. Fail not Demon Blade versus just Demon Blade. I think there's a world where Yarkor could get lucky and take some sort of boxing match versus Coast, but I don't think he's going to bet on himself, right? I think he's going to keep staying over on left. Maybe Dardes flies in and things go a bit differently, but at the moment, the Camelot Kings are still splitting up as much as possible. They don't want to group up. It's not an enhanced Fire Giant yet. They need to just get as much farm as they can find and stay as safe as they can. Variety and Quig, under some fire, they back up immediately. They recognize the Jade Dragons are coming to deal with their Titan.
Now for the first time this game, this set, we see the Titans over on right instead of in mid. And it does not look like the Chaos Titan is long for this lane. It's going to get set back to base pretty much instantaneously. Mike just off the mark with a pull. Variety still takes a ton of damage in the process. Up to the sky snipes. They're coming through Aegis. Buy some time, but it does not buy your life. Variety taken down with the help of Coast. It goes to Lasbra, and this tier 2 takes a lot of damage in the process. Minion wave comes up, and Coast is still full health. They'll step in and take that. Twig on the other side of the map looks to try and balance it out with one of his own, but is it going to cost him too much? Ting stunned out by Dardes Bull onto Quig. Damage and burn is right there. The elephant gets the dash, and Coast can't find that last hit. Quig barely escapes with his life.
Tier 2 for tier 2, but once again, Dardes steps up. That's the third stun he's been able to find. Gets the relics off of Yarkor. He can't keep getting away with this score. You notice he's invisible. You think he's not going to walk up and go for the stun. How many relics has he pulled in that fight? Let's talk about it. Varieties are down. Of course, he didn't use them. He just tried to eat that damage. But Big Man Tings and Yarkor are both relicless because of Dardes just sneaking up invis. 2-0-9. Ridiculous play so far for the Morgan, so far for the mid laner of the Jade Dragons. He does not want this up to chance. He wants a game number 5. And so far, doesn't seem like they're too far off from it. They have quite the lead, and they're heading up towards another pull on a Fire Giant.
And that Fire Giant. Do you step up? If you're the Kings, you're down decent chunk of gold. Actually, this Primal Fury might level some things out.
It's not EFG.
If not EFG, you just let it go?
Let this one go. Not worth your life. Quig shouldn't even be here.
I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Quig. Maybe it was Variety. Something pulled them back there. And maybe at the perfect time, they would have been killed had they not. And now it's going to be up to the defense. Let's look at it. Mages, they've made defenses, especially around Phoenixes, it feels a lot easier. But also Dardes did walk up and stun 3 of them, ripping their relics away, and it feels like those 3 are still in a pretty dramatic amount of danger.
Yep, I mean, that's the difference maker. If you're under Phoenix, it can never happen. It reveals immediately. You know exactly where Dardes is. But the Kings keep walking up. They keep putting themselves in range of a stun from an invisible Morgan. Just doesn't seem like a smart call. Mike has been on point, misses the pull, but he gets another chance in a couple seconds. All the while, 2 Phoenixes are under fire at once. Lasbra's in mid, the rest of the team over and right, and they've got stall, they've got sustain.
Keep your eyes on Dardes. It's what he does and how they go in. Variety starts the fight, but it's not going to be a full commit. Instead, it's right side. Again, retreat from the Dragons. Shelly, they have to figure out how to crack this one open. It can be devastating. Again, flashbacks to yesterday. All of it came crashing down in a 2-1 situation. They were in the lead, but it did not matter, as it was their Titan that fell. But right now, they've got to find the step into the Phoenix. Is going to be on the back of a pull from Mike, but each one has just been a little shy, a little to the left, a little to the right. While they've all looked good, they've all been just slightly off the mark. Pressure's up, fight starts. Let's listen in with the Dragons as they try to take it.
I'm living.
Yeah, reset and heal, reset and heal.
Right in Aegis.
Can we go in?
What makes me go? I pressed it.
It's good.
Well, they're gonna chase.
I have a bracer soon. Just run as much as you can, yeah?
We're out because of Wing Blade, I think.
I blinked as well. Nemesis blink down. If she goes on me, can we do Pyro really quick?
All you need to know, Wingblade buys a lot right there to get them disengaged. The blink as well. They're going to get Pyro. But Trelly, we should talk about the important thing in there. Coast shutdown kill. That's a massive amount of gold for the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge. Wanted to go for the snipes, tried to finish the kill on a Variety, had the Aegis, couldn't do it. And that's a full Deathbringer for Yarkor. That was the shutdown right there. He had some gooseberries before, now he shows up with a Deathbringer. I don't know if you ever tried to go into a fight with gooseberries, but it works a lot better if you bring a big old sword. And that's exactly what seems to be happening here for the Camelot Kings. They try and chase down using that ultimate, but it's still a risky call. It's not as if the game is even off that, but you have stalled out once again. Now, you asked me before, do the Camelot Kings walk up to Fire Giant? Every single time has been no up until this point. Now, 100% yes. And of course, Variety stole away the last one. It was a very high-risk play, or I guess low-risk play, because his life just didn't matter, but he ends up getting it. It becomes huge. But you still have to watch out for the man on your screen right now. Dardez has been able to find a lot so far this game. Tings is fast, but it looks like he might be getting chased down. Here comes Dardez.
And he transforms into the Nemesis. The chase is good, and now they want a little bit more. They step up. They still have 40 seconds of a Fire Giant, and it's on everybody sans coast. He's going to be joining the fight just a little bit late. Ults available for everyone but Dardez. And Dardez has been getting a lot of the work done without the ult. Up in the sky, snipes. And is just looking for Hardcore, tries to get him out of there, and is sent back to the base. It's the Phoenix that's the call. Kraken creates the separation, and the bird goes down for the Dragons.
Yep, Runic Bomb, Kraken, it's all it takes. Makes use of the Fire Giant in the last 15 seconds. The Kings, and Big Man Tings in particular, thought because the Fire Giant was about to wear off, the Jade Dragons wouldn't be in offensive position. But Dardez is fast. He had the speed buff, he had the invis, and he was able to run down Tings, transform into Nemesis, get the first kill, and the Kings couldn't overcommit. At the very least, it's not the end of the world that they have Yarkor, right? He can push up, he can clear those fire waves, he can ult over. But if I've learned anything from watching the Dragons today, they've got the ability to either A, send Dardez over. They can send him over and say, hey, I'm going to, go for an ambush onto Yarkor. We know where he's going to be. He's going to be over and left. Or they could just ignore him, burn through Enhanced Fire Giant, and then make it happen. I mean, they have a lot of options here. Seems like for now the Kings are just going to deal with fire waves and play the stall game, but I've already said it. You do not want to let this Enhanced Fire Giant go for free.
It's a lot of pressure for him. And like you said, they can finally step up. Everyone's level 20, except for Quig. He's got enough of a build that I don't think he cares. The Dharmic Pillars, though, not quite maxed out, which may be the biggest thing they're going to have to deal with. How do they take this fight? Lasbra? Just now pinged because he was on the beacon.
Dardez. Oh.
4 set up, and it looks like the Kings are going to try to retreat. The Dragons don't seem to want to let him. Let's listen in with the Kings as the fight kicks off.
I think I'm dead. Let me die. So Venice,
you're gonna go Phoenix, right? I'm getting left now.
They still. Oh, they Rama ulted, by the way.
Hey, engage.
Looking for.
Ulted them all. Ulted them all.
Well, that might be it.
They're really low.
Shit,
They're really low. They're really low.
Nice pick. That's their frenzy too.
All right.
Their fire is so bad without frenzy.
They're split.
Can you guys wait for me, or okay? I mean, you can.
We slow chase maybe. We gotta be careful with the Mori.
Guys, I'm up. I've got 25 seconds.
Well, it starts out real poor, and then it gets real quiet for a moment, Trelly. I was having some concerns for the Kings. And then they get that pick. And that pick might only be on the mic, but as you heard, it's their frenzy. She said, is there fire? Is it enough, Tings? Is he going to be able to reply in time? No Kraken. And the Dragons get the EFG and have a comfortable 4v4 to pull that up. They don't need Mike to get it. And now they're set up 18-4, 12,000 gold. And Trelly, they're looking down the barrel of a Game 5. All the pressure's on the Kings right now. If they can turn this around, one good defense, one good team fight, sometimes that's all you need.
That's true. It was a nasty combo, right? You drop Dharmic Pillars, Variety starts taunting everyone on top of it, gets some good damage, but even with the ult from Yarkor, could not chase him down, and they could not get to Enhanced Fire Giant fast enough to even put up a bit of a defense. So now the Camelot Kings back on defense duty. Now, a few times now, Gore, we've seen a very similar situation where you get EFG, you're about 30 minutes into the game, and you make a call just to go for the end, right? Can be very risky.
They did it yesterday.
Can be very risky. You can go for a double crack. I'm just thinking about Dardez's transformations. You could go for double Kraken. You could transform into Tings. You could just transform into Lasbra. There is a lot of damage out on the board to try and get just to, go in for the all-in. But with the amount of CC, with the amount of burn, and the fact that the Camelot Kings aren't so far behind, it can be risky. I think playing this one surgically, left side bird's about to spawn in. You go for that first. Maybe use a runic bomb, get mid Phoenix. Then you look for the end call. That's got to be on the ideas here for the Jade Dragons. Or just wait for Mike to find a pull because he's been pretty on point with them so far.
Or just wait for a pick Twig. Taken down to half. Same thing for Variety. Both sent back to base. The Fountain's going to be able to do some work. Left side Phoenix goes down. The Dragons are going to try to put themselves in a position to take us to game 5. They're going to try their best for that Phoenix. They're not going to find it. Mike gets low, taunted back in, and the damage is there for the Kings. They turn at least one of these around. Keep it going in their favor. Now Lasbra in a little bit of trouble, forced to bat out of hell and get away. And that is the story of this Phoenix siege. But with fire minions on 2 lanes, the Kings have to play careful.
The Jade Dragons haven't left, though. They haven't left. Lasbra was baiting. You could see Nico was in the jungle. He wanted someone to walk up.
They're still waiting.
They're just going to sit there. Why not? I mean, you have a 1 HP Phoenix and the rest of the Camelot Kings.
Dardes could take like 3 steps back. There you go, bud. Right behind a wall.
Now he's hiding. He keeps popping his invis. Quig walking forward could be scary. Because Primal Fury hasn't dropped yet, Gore. That's the telltale sign. Okay, they've done everything they came to do. Now they're leaving. It's still available. So I think the Camelot Kings are a little privy to the information. There we go. Now finally. Stepped over a ward, I believe. So the Camelot Kings know, hey, the Jade Dragon's probably nearby. Enhanced Fire Giant still on all 4 that had it. Mike never had the buff, so losing him hurts. You want to get that last Phoenix, but it's not the end of the world. Stalling this one out.
I kind of like this, because like you said, Primal, like if that screams, that's the sign, oh, they've passed mid, we can step forward. All of the Kings are still holding back a little bit, because that has not happened. At this point, you're maybe wondering, like, okay, there's no way they must have just not done it. But
like, are they still doing Primal? Like, is it that tanky? We watched them do EFG in like 4 seconds. Like, how is Primal still alive? But you gotta watch out. I'm still just watching Dardes because he has been lethal on the Morgan. Even when it is known that he is stealthed, he finds intense stuns. Like, Quig can just spin around in circles with his ohm up and try and find him. But Dardes has been, speed buff, stealthy, very annoying to try and deal with. A little bit of time, 15 seconds left on EFG, and you got 2 weak birds.
And you can step in. You need coast. You might be able to find right a little easier, although there's a lot of Kings here looking to defend. Instead, it's mid they find pretty easily because the Kings, they position themselves to stop the right Phoenix from going down. Lasbra and Dardes work together, take that one down. 2 open birds, still 2 lanes of fire minions, and I think the most important one is still that left side, keeping someone, more than likely the Chernobog, preoccupied. So, Charlie, we set up for the next, depending on how it goes, maybe the last fire giant of this game, and also depending on how it goes, if the Kings can get everything together, maybe of this set. They're going to step up around the beacon. We've seen this actually bait teams into bad fights in the middle of the map before. It doesn't seem like they're going to take that bait.
Nope. Grab the beacon. Set up in the jungle. I mean, it's risky. The Camelot Kings have minions pushed up. This is about as even as a fight as you're going to find. Quig in danger of getting stunned here, just barely out of range of Dardes. They have time. If the Camelot Kings want to fight, it is right now or in the next 15 seconds or so. Because, again, those minions are going to push up eventually. Once again, Dardes stealth. This time, Variety's the target. Does he know? No, he gets caught out. Has to beat. Snipes. Not going to come through. They are actually. He used the Aegis, and now they're in trouble.
Now, the turnaround. Look, you have the combo. The Dharmic Pillars are there. They're not going to find it. They isolate Mike, though. Lock him down. Kill him off. But you've got Lasbra deep into the back. He's looking for something. Looking for the spread. They just cannot find it into the wall for Hardcore. He waits out the Whirlpool. They can't
like Coast.
That's an actual huge kill for him.
They're running it down.
Too. The duo lane from the Dragons gone in the blink of an eye here in mid. I think the Kings, they take their breath. They still got 2 towers, 3 Phoenixes to work through. They know better
Is
than
Dardes
to
going
try
for the
and
back
push
door?
this. Kings go for the Fire Giant. Dardes goes to the Fire Minions. And we might have a race. They're going in, and the rest of the Dragons are running.
They're going for the end.
Fire Giant goes to the Kings. Backs are going to be there. And that ends it for Dardes. He pulls back. But Trelly, the shoe's on the other foot now. That gold lead doesn't mean as much. This advantage that the Dragons have had doesn't mean as much. Enhanced Fire Giant on all 5 of the Kings.
Wow, that is ridiculous. I mean, I love the call from Dardes. If you think they're just going to run it up mid after EFG, you got to go in for the end call there, but sends the Camelot Kings back. Look at Twig playing smart. He's defending left. He's like, is anyone around? Is anyone going for the back door? Look at all the vision for the Camelot Kings. They know their Titan is safe for now. Coast spawns back in 3 seconds. The Camelot Kings traveling together as a pack. There is no more room for Aragorn. Enhanced Fire Giant on the Kings. 2 Phoenixes down. You cannot get picked. You cannot step forward by yourself. You can't lose your beads. And more importantly, you can't get pulled in by Polar Bear Mike. I'm wondering now, do the Camelot Kings treat this as a let's get our Phoenixes up EFG? Or do they treat it as a let's go to Worlds EFG? Time will tell, but for now, very passive together. I'm amazed that Variety is where he is currently, but if you look at the vision, there are wards everywhere. The Camelot Kings have this map lit up.
Honestly, those 2 EFGs might not be as different as they might seem. I think a let's go to Worlds EFG might be a let's get our Phoenixes up EFG. You step too far, I mean, like you said, all it takes is a little bit, and the Dragons are going to tear you apart. And if you go to play in their territory, well, that might just send us to a Game 5. So instead, I admire where they're at. Kings, like you said, they've got the map lit up like a Christmas tree, and they are not stepping past their Tier 2 line unless they absolutely have to. This EFG might just buy time, but that time is necessary to get this map state to somewhere they can finally defend.
Mid Phoenix, up. Left side Bird.
It's got a few minutes.
Has some time on it. Camelot Kings have a minute 50 on their buff, and they are in the jungle. It looks like Dardas actually goes forward, does pull the beads off of Variety, but now Kraken can come through.
Aegis, make sure that damage isn't there for the snipes, and the just jump from Lasbra. All you need is the gang and the Dragons surround you, take you down, but it's only 1 pick, and it's only a minute, admittedly. And without the Fire Giant on the Dragons, pushing that 4v5 might not be as easily done as it is said.
I mean, again, I'm amazed Variety goes up by himself. It's not a sneaky play anymore. Dardas has done it how many times? If he sees someone by himself, he's going to walk up and stun them. You lose your beads. Nika goes, oh, his beads are down. Now you've Aegis'd. Guess what? Lasbra was in the jungle. The Jade Dragons step forward. They know exactly where the Kings are. Left side Bird still not up. And the Camelot Kings can do nothing but try and defend 4v5.
They have to be careful. Again, without the EFG, they're going to need a minion wave or something, which it's over near their own Tier 1. So the Dragons stepping in, it's going to be under their own power, but we're also 41 minutes into the game.
Variety in 10.
Variety's going to be back. I'm having some nasty flashbacks to yesterday, something the Dragons can't afford. They just need to get the Phoenixes. They're going to be able to get mid, and they back off appropriately. Keep themselves alive. As of right now, try their best to keep the Titan alive. Left side Phoenix still hasn't respawned. This Fire Giant, well, buff only has another minute for them. And they have not made any progress on their map. If anything, they've been set back because of that Phoenix loss.
They definitely have, but it's going to be mid Phoenix. That's easier to defend for sure. The Camelot Kings. I mean, it's hard to feel bad at this point, man. You need to group as 5 and never let Dardas assassinate someone. If that's done, the Morgan is so much more difficult to pilot. As a solo agent, if you ult right in front of someone, you stand still for about, 1.5, 2 seconds, give or take. That's enough to lose 50% to all of your HP. If your core is there, with that build, 2 autos, you might just be deleted, especially if you transform into someone squishy. The only way Dardas gets this much value from the Morgan is if he's positioning flawlessly, which he is, or if he finds solo agents. Guess what? Quig was just by himself there, dashed away, luckily. But Raijin doesn't have that reaction time. Your dash is not instant. It is delayed. Left side Phoenix, up. Right side Phoenix. Titans are respawning at this point. They're going to be running down right. And the Jade Dragons set up at EFG once again. 42 minutes into this game.
Saw pings for the Unifury. Lasbra looking to solo that out. And it doesn't seem like, A, he's going to have many issues. Just going to take a little while. Or B, that the Kings really care that it's going on. But it's going to give them enhanced fire minions. They've still got a wave pushed up on left, but it is no longer a fire wave.
Lasbra? Oh, I thought Yark was going to go kill him. Or try.
Maybe die trying, depends. Fire Giant, they know Lazarus not here. They also know he's half health. Great Kraken separates the fight. Mike goes for a knockup, but doesn't find anybody. Dharmic Pillar's dropped. But again, that Winged Blade, maybe putting in some work, making sure the Dragons aren't slowed down. They get to run away. Ults, all 5 used by the Kings. Lazarus, Dardes, Coast still have theirs. Those are some of the most dangerous ones. Dardes, maybe the most dangerous, right next to the Coast snipes. Instead, it's a reset, and Kings hover back as the Dragons take control of the fire pit.
Yeah, Lasper took a lot of damage from that Oni Fury. Yarkor goes to the sky, wants to chase him, but recognizes that Dardes could just fly in, and then it's a 2v1, and you've thrown your game. Titans, right side of the map, battling it out. Fire minions pouring into where the Titan should be, and will be certainly as it just respawned. The Camelot King's advantage is turning into a disadvantage because Lasper keeps getting healed up by Mike, and Captain Twig takes a lot of poke as well. Enhanced Fire Giant gets pulled, and those are Oni Fire minions on the Titan. The Camelot Kings have to make a choice, fight or defend.
Right now, they're trying to deal with the Titan on right. Fire Giant's getting low. They haven't stepped up to either. The Fire Minions are getting damaged. They come in. Fire Giant goes to the Dragons. Will the fight afterwards? Snipes are good, at least onto 1, looking for 2, and they help find them. Variety goes down. The Dragons want a little bit more, and they won a Game 5. They are not done with this fight. They're going to pick up the Kings at every step they can.
There it is.
And the Minions get it done and push us the distance.
And that's confusing to me because the Camelot Kings, it seemed like they didn't decide. They didn't make a definitive call. Are we defending this EFG? Are we defending our Titan? They sat by, watched the EFG go down while their Titan burned. Sure, Quig went in for an attempted steal, but that was about it. Either way, back and forth, Game 5 situation. Tied up 2-2, and the Jade Dragons have all the momentum in the world. If I have one comment about what needs to happen in the next order of picks and bans, something to do with this Morgan pick, man. It's a sleeper pick in the sense of it's not that highly prioritized, but when the Chernobog, when the Kamazots, when the Nemesis are all in contention, Dardes looks unstoppable.
We'll let you have Raijin Chernobog because we also then get Raijin Chernobog.
Yep.
And it just feels like things go really well for the Dragon. And from the get-go, I mean, First Blood was sub a minute. They were just pedal to the metal, lockdown on the Kings. To the fact that it went over 40 minutes is absolutely surprising that the Kings held on that long, as the gold lead started to mean less and less for the Dragons. But they still get the job done, and they tie things up 2-2. Now, Trelly, pressure for both of these teams on, but like you said, momentum is there. Next game, winner, Worlds, loser, home. You only have one to do it. I want to ask about that Poseidon, because it feels like that one as well is a huge threat that Nika's brought onto the board.
No doubt about it, but the Poseidon dies. I think that's the difference. Not too much this game, of course. Nika played flawlessly, but the Morgan, Dardes, he was so slippery, he was so, invisible. That was a problem, whereas they knew, hey, if we want to kill Poseidon in solo lane, it can happen. This time around, Dardes was just so annoying. So Nika definitely deserves praise. He popped off those whirlpools, those Krakens, super annoying. But I think A, the Morgan was a problem, and B, Yark on a non-pressure Chernobog, he just got stuffed for half the game. Remember how much he was under tower? He just couldn't leave.
There's a lot of pressure, I think, for him, for both of these squads. And the way these games have started, the way these games have gone, it all leads us to just one more Game 5 right after this.
Game 5 on the horizon. Jade Dragons take down the Camelot Kings in Game 4. Push us to the penultimate game. You got Frog still joined by Inbound here on the desk. And man, that looked pretty dominant from the start. I think we had 2 solo kills over in the solo lane. Pressure everywhere, it felt like, for the Jade Dragons. And then it took them 20 minutes to maybe really get that siege right. But they got there in the end, and now we're headed to Game 5.
Yeah, I think the sieging was a little bit of a problem. They could have used a little bit of help there. They actually didn't even end the game via sieges. The minions pushed through mid to end the game for them. But overall, I think this game is all dragons from the beginning. This Morgan, very effective. I expect this to be gone in this Game 5. Dardes was piloting it near perfectly, transforming when he needs to transform. And then in the solo lane, I think variety in these late game team fights on this Ryzen was not nearly as effective as variety was on the Opwash. I think that is a big god I'm looking at into this Game 5 as something that the Dragons should ban, and they should try to give them something else. Because as you see, Kings are taking that first pick. This is where they're going back to their comfortable spot. They're going back to that first pick. There's a bunch of different gods that they can be playing around now. And then there's also that worry about where is Chernobog going to be prioed now. Chernobog has not looked all too great in these games so far. He's lost his last 2 games. So is he going to be prioed top 3? Is he maybe not going to get prioed until like the second phase? That's all going to be very dependent because this Chernobog has not looked great recently.
Yeah, it has not won the last 2 games, and instead I think you're right to point out this solo lane focus. When the Kings have had the presence there to win and have pressure over in the solo lane, they've won those 2 games, and the 2 games that Nika has gotten this Poseidon, those are the 2 games that the Dragons have won. So maybe if you're the Kings, looking to ban away this Poseidon. If you're the Dragons, probably looking to continue the picks and bans that you had success with there in game number 4. Maybe continue to take away this Thoth. Maybe look to take away this Erlong Shen as well. And there's potential, I think, for some changes here. But I mean, this is pressure, right? And this is where I sort of have to ask you, with your experience as a player. This is a Game 5. If you win, you're going to Worlds. And if you lose, you have to wait 2 months, practice up, and rely on the group stages to try and get your path forward. So, I mean, what's the pressure like in the booze right now?
I mean, usually it's something you can manage. It's just, are you coming out with a win in Game 4? Are you on the King side of it where you're actually up 2-1, you just lose Game 4 going into Game 5? I think both teams have something to look on as like a positive. I think Dragons won Game 4, so we can think back, okay, we won the last game, we're going to be winning this Game 5. And then the opposite side of the Kings, well, now we get the first pick. This first pick seems to be very valuable to both of these teams. So now if you're the Kings, you can think back, okay, we win these games when we're first pick, we get first pick here, we should be confident going into this Game 5. And as we step into P's and B's, I mean, a bunch of gods stick out. Guardians have kind of been the name of the game. They've not made it through the top 2, the Emoja, the Athena. Morgan, not a second wasted, the Morgan's gone.
Yeah, Camelot Kings do not want to let Dardes have that pick. On the other side, Dragons recognize maybe Big Man Tings has been a driving factor in their win, so they take away that Thoth. And like you said, the Guardians have been the next focus. Athena and Yemoja have been consistently banned away. Chernobog we saw banned in that first game, but I mean, we haven't seen it banned since then, and then the last 2 games we obviously see it lose, so we'll see if there's any focus towards that pick. But I like this 3rd ban out of the Camelot Kings, taking away not only the Morgan from Dardes, but this solo lane from the Dragons. Nika will not be able to go back towards this Poseidon. At the same time, Variety will not be able to go back towards the Flash.
Now we have a Baba opening for the first time in this set. It's been top 4 or top 3 banned by the Dragons every game. Is that something the Kings are going to default to in this first pick slot? There's also that Chernobog, which we've talked about a little bit. Mammon is maybe something with congestion, but it is that Baba. It seems like those bans were warranted by the Dragons. Kings comfortably taking that with that first pick.
Well, it could also be, I mean, yesterday we saw the Leviathan set go to 5, where they ban away the Uller for 4 games.
True.
And then they let the Uller through in that 5th game, and then they beat it in the 5th game, right? So this is the Dragons. Yes, they decide that Pwash, that Thoth, those are more valuable. You let the Baba through. That's going to force the Kings to play a little bit more defensively, right? Obviously a little bit slower on that pick, trying to scale up. Let's see where the Dragons want to go with their first couple of selections. Still quite a few open, right? Chernobog, if they want to go back towards that, as well as on her, right? But also Mammon still on the table. These supports and Raijin, right? These 2 mages have been popular all set long. The Jade Dragons looking to lock in Morgan Le Fay, and with this hover, I think likely to lock in that Raijin selection if they want to grab both of them. Some flex potential there between who we'll see go mid and who we'll see go solo, but if this Raijin does get locked in, that's a lot of solo star power for the Jade Dragons that then Variety won't be able to go to.
Yeah, I think that's a good part to highlight it. Maybe it's not Morgan or Raijin are that powerful in mid, but it's what is Variety going to be taking with these two gods gone. I mean, so far, he's played 2 gods in this set. Raijin and Opwash. That's all of these played. He played... I don't remember what he played in the first week or the first set, but he played something a little bit differently. And so now he's kind of going to have to find something else for this set. And they've been prioritizing his god early. And actually, it's the Kamazots. Hovering the Raijin, but they lock in that Kamazots. And I like the pick. Lasber played it very well last game. Yes, they don't have the Morgan combo with it, but it's still very strong.
I think remained deathless the entirety of that game. Lasber with some strong potential there as the Jade Dragons jungler there locked in early. I think the Camelot Kings, though, to the point that we were just discussing, if I'm Variety, if I'm thinking I want this Raijin up top, right? Because if this Raijin is not locked in here for them, almost certainly it gets either banned away or picked by the Jade Dragons, and then Variety has to go towards something else. Not necessarily a bad thing. We've certainly seen plenty of other solo lane picks, but in terms of the top tier mages, when we've got 2 banned away and 1 picked up on the other side, I expect this Raijin to come out for the Kings here in the top 3.
There's also a couple other gods like this Bog. And I think I'm a little bit more comfortable taking the Bog here when there's no transformation of the Morgan on the other side. And just like you're saying about the Raijin, if you don't lock it in here, it is going to be banned. So King's top 3, Baba, Chernobog, Raijin. A lot of strength, a lot of good backline potential. And the Dragons, their last pick in these top 3, the Kukulkan. Now, lacking CC, a good amount on both sides. Yes, there's some semblance. Raijin's got the ultimate. Morgan's got some self-peel CC. But not a lot of CC so far in these comps.
A lot of secure, though, that they bring back to the table with this Kukulkan. Something we saw from the Dragons in game number 1. They did lose that game number 1. But, I mean, it was against the Thoth, right? Something that was sort of matching that secure. And now, Kukulkan versus Baba, Kukulkan's going to be heavily favored when it comes to securing those objectives, something that the Jade Dragons have liked to play around. Looks like they'll be going towards that in this Game 5 draft. Bans start to come through, and I was going to start with, man, they've got 2 picks left. Maybe we just see Afro on her. Like, I'm not going to be unhappy with Afro on her. But instead, the Jade Dragons are the one to ban away the Aphrodite. They take away the Ganesha as well. So Quig will have to look in a little bit of a different direction. On the other side, Hunter's banned away as the Hachiman and the Anher taken away. So Coast, he could go back to that Rama, but we'll have to pick something else. And then the Kings also going to have to look for a different support.
The other support we've seen a lot today is the Atlas, something that both players have shown that they're willing to play. Doesn't help a ton with CC. Atlas has got, you know, a little bit with the 2 when he uses it either around the Astrolabe or just around himself. But both of them. Also, Sylvanas, I guess, is something I should touch on also. Sylvanas is something Mike just played, something that he obviously piloted very well last game. But with dual lane available, I think taking your ADC here with this Rama, letting Mike see these final 2 picks, what support is he playing against, and what is Twig going to be playing, I think that makes the most sense for the Dragons. And Coast, he was on with those snipes. He was hitting a lot of them, whether it was going up at the beginning of the fights, poking someone out, or cleaning up at the end of them. He was on par with, or he was on with that Rama. Now, with the last 2 picks for the Kings, we have Twig's God available, which is something like Naja. Erlang is something still available. Rat. So he's got a lot of different places to go. But the problem, I think, comes down to a little bit with how is he going to be able to match Lasbra in this split? Because a lot of times both of these junglers are splitting off, and Lasbra just seems to be getting the better of him in most of these trades.
Nemesis available as well. Played it in game number 4 there. He wants to go back to it. Instead, will be the Lancelot, will be the Atlas locked in for Quig. So they finish up that draft. Looks like something they'll be pretty successful scaling with. I think will want to make it towards those late game team fights. But Jade Dragons, they're looking for their last pick. And where he could have gone back to the Sylvanas, instead, PBM choosing to go towards the Nox. How do you like this last pick?
It is a different last pick because it's a very high risk reward god. If you're not hitting those 1-2s, a lot of the times you're going to be a lot less useful than most other guardians. And it also kind of puts a lot of pressure onto your entire team because, again, Dragon's going to this triple mage style, no true frontliner. And this time, as compared to the last time they did triple mages, they don't have that Erling in the jungle, so not a ton of engage either. So a lot of their fights are going to be them relying on Mike walking up and either hitting the 1-2 combo or at least hitting the 1 and then their ability to poke. But if you look on the opposite side, they're probably going to be getting out-poked. I don't know how much I like this Nox that much. I think the King's comp has been crafted a lot better. I think they have weaknesses, obviously. I think the early game of this King's comp is not very good. I think they have a mediocre at best dual lane. I think their solo laner is self-sufficient, which is fine. And then their mid-jungle is also something that's not too strong. But, I mean, if we're talking about late-game potential, this King's comp has so much strength to it.
Yeah, my eyes once again for the Dragons are on Lasbra and perhaps Nika in this solo lane, right? It's been the story this entire set to just be able to focus on that solo lane, and if you can put Variety down, make him struggle, you'll have a pretty good time. And if you let Variety even be neutral, right? He's proven his ability to get 2-3 levels ahead of his opponent and even find some of those kills. So I think that's going to be a key focus there as you look maybe for the Camazots to start to get involved early, because I agree. I mean, this Camelot Kings composition scales incredibly well, and we've seen some late games this set.
Yeah, I mean, even just last game was 45 minutes, but the Dragons were dominating last game. We won't say anything beyond. This was a dominant game forward by the Dragons. It just took them a little bit of time to kind of cross the T's, dot the I's, and actually kill the Titan. In this game, they have a somewhat similar crafted style with Mike on a god that's reliant on a skill shot. Not as much global potential, obviously. Last game they had the Morrigan, but I mean, you can kind of see this playing out the same way where the Dragons get this early lead, they keep pushing, and they play around Mike and his threatening potential with the 3, the ult, stuff like that. So I think we see kind of how both of these teams want to play. I think it's obvious Dragons play a little bit more for that early game, but even in that mid to late game, secure is always something you got to talk about. As you highlighted, nobody's out securing a Cuckoo. That is the strength of the god. A little bit of safety, insane area control, and insane ultimate secures. And then you see on the other side, Kings, much better team fight, not great secure, but that 5v5, I already said it once, it's insane.
Camelot Kings, Jade Dragons, one word inbound. Who's going to Worlds?
Kings, I like the comp.
Kings maybe going to Worlds. Both of these teams fighting for it. Camelot Kings versus the Dragons. Who's going to take it? We'll find out with Gore and Trelly.
Thanks so much, Frog and Inbound, and welcome to Game 5. It's Gore, it's Trelly, and it's Doug. And, of course, thanks for sticking with us through the lengthy set that these two have provided us. Entertaining, Trelly, at every single turn. And the pressure? Well, the pressure's on. Winner goes to Worlds. Loser, not quite eliminated, but has a rough path through the qualifiers. Kings and Dragons, they were the bottom 2 seeded teams. An upset win, you could say, the Dragons had over the Ravens. Put them into a better position. Later, we'll be seeing Ravens Warriors. One of those teams will not be going to Worlds directly. But right now, chat is leaning in favor of the Kings. And I'm going to ask you, do you think that it's their general comp, or do you think it's the Nox pickup at the very end?
I think it's a bit of both, right? I really thought the Kukulkan would be a pick that the Camelot Kings favored a bit more. They went to the Baba Yaga, which, was running the meta a fair bit ago, but since then, has fallen a bit out of favor, so it looks like Ting still thinks that pick can be extremely dominant. The Jade Dragons pick up the Cuckoo, which I thought was very strong. They get Camazots, they get Morgan Le Fay, and they get Coast back on the Rama. So the only thing that, is questionable, I guess you could say, is the Nox. And honestly, I think I said this to you yesterday. I assumed the Nox would come back. This seems like a meta where Nox can perform very well, and that has been the case. So I don't hate really anything about the Jade Dragons comp, but there's a lot to like about the Camelot Kings, right? Twig back on the Lancelot, that's a pick he's had a lot of success on. Variety on the Raijin. I'm never going to complain about it. I just want to see, more compact relic usage. I think that was a big issue in the last set, or the last game rather. And then Yark back on this Chernobog. Cannot fall behind. Yarkor has so much to offer if he is not getting every single purple buff invaded. And that starts with Twig. You got to make it a choice if you're going to go to shield buff or cooldown buff, if you're going to pressure Variety or Yarkor. Last game, it seemed like he tried to help Variety, who was getting kind of, you know, cleared. Maybe it's time to help out this duo lane. I'm not sure.
It'll be maybe actually a little easier this time, right? Sylvanas, Nox both provide some decent clear, but Sylvanas maybe a little more so. Quig looking for pulls. I feel like this one's going to be back and forth. I also feel like you're going to be in a position. Last game, you were kind of forced to go towards Variety because, like you said, things weren't going well in that lane. This time, though, you know, Nika, on the Morgan Le Fay, we see a lot of high-impact plays from the Morgan Le Fay, but I'm not feeling like it's going to be Kraken on cooldown, ruin Variety's life and lane kind of Morgan Le Fay play. You know what I mean? And so that Poseidon, I think, was a pretty big, crucial instrument to the early game lead the Dragons were able to pick up. Do you see, like, really, is Morgan Le Fay capable of doing the same thing? Her ult's more spread out, it's not as bursty, the autos aren't always there.
Her poke is better, her all-in is worse. That's the way I see it. The Kraken sets up kills, whereas Morgan Le Fay's Fear and all of her poke sets up backs. Like, you're going back to base. You need to get very close to Morgan Le Fay to get Hunter to zeroed, which most mages are not going to do. So, if we're just talking about lane matchups, it's much different, as we see the first gank going over towards Variety. Actually, there may be some fight back here. Captain Twig on the way, just goes for the slow. I was interested if, you know, that we'd see some all-in. But either way, once it comes down to team fight, I think Morgan Le Fay can bring similar as well. It's just, it's going to be hard to match that performance, man. Nika looked so good on the Poseidon. There's a reason that the Camelot Kings did not want him to pick that up again. We'll have to see if he's able to get that same level of success over in solo lane.
Mike invading. This is exactly what you didn't want to see for the Kings. But Coast isn't here, so the purple buff's still up for grabs. Now Coast rotates in. Couple of autos, and it gets stolen away. Dragons continue their run of dominating the left side purple buffs. We'll see how long that keeps going, but at least for this first respawn in, Camelot Kings are going to find themselves without. And Charlie, that's what it was last game. It was just, it was buff invades for the most part. Then it turned into massive amounts of kills. And so there's definitely a lot of room for the Dragons to grow and maybe execute a similar plan to last time. It depends a little bit on Twig, a little bit on Lasbra. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie in the jungle right now. Dismounted off the horse, Lasbra. Presence for the shield buff. Mike's low on mana. Twig's going to step up. Quig also low. We'll see how well they go for the fight. Twig throws out some damage. Falls back. Steps in. Horse looking good, but not able to quite secure that one. Have to admire the attempt, but he falls back after. Jousting Field's now online. Bat Out of Hell now online. Have to keep the eye on the jungles. See where they're going to go with their pressure.
And that's what I wanted to see, right? You leave Variety alone, you leave Nika alone, you know that shield buff is going to be looked at. At the very least, Twig was there. Couldn't go in for the steal, the silence, just a bit too annoying, and, you know, just good burst there by Lasbra. But it's one of those things that it can't just be one and done, right? When the next purple buff spawns in, you better believe that Mike and Coast are going to be there. So you might have to make that rotation over to left. And this is sort of what I'm talking about. Variety didn't get all in there, Gore, but he did get extremely poked out to where he can't sit there and lane. And Tinks might lose the beads here. Yeah, definitely does. This has been aggression from the Jade Dragons. This is just a repeat of game number 4. Or I guess this is game 4. Game 3. Last game. That's the one.
Well, the way things have gone for him, again, odd number of games this game have favored the Kings. So maybe they have a little bit of wiggle room there, but 2 and 4 were very aggressive.
Here comes
maybe
Mike.
A little faster. Now you've got a slow. Mike's in the jungle, but no chase down. But that's not the repeat they're going for. The repeat they're going for is the triple blue buff invade. 3 people here and 3 people ready. Twig, half health, shielded out. Shadow Lock just off the mark, but it does not matter. Blue buff stolen, and the Dragons strip away even more experience and gold from the Kings. Quig strips away beads from Coast.
That might mean that Yarkor gets his first purple buff, right? Like that, the first one that spawns in. Does seem like because all the pressure was on the right side of the map. So the Jade Dragons are sort of switching pressure, right? Yeah, first they take away Yarkor's first purple, first respawn of it. Then they take away, Mike goes all the way over to right and make sure that Variety doesn't get a blue buff. It's one thing to just put down one lane and just continuously gank that lane, but It's another thing to just do it simultaneously, right? First you go right, then you go left. Does leave a little bit more breathing room for Yarkor and Variety individually, but it will start to add up if that's consistent. Quig has an attempt at trying to steal away this purple buff, but it doesn't seem like Vapor's Coast is going to make it easy on him, and does pull it away. And Vapor's Coast is able to confirm that one. Either way, though, Gore, it has been slow-paced early games. That has been the theme of this set so far. Beads down on Coast, and I think that was going to net anything? Probably not. But still, there is opportunity to get aggressive, just not one the Kings are going to take.
This is not uncommon. Weight of this game, we're 7 minutes, have not yet seen first blood. Might have to play carefully if you're the Kings, though. Lasbra, left side of the map, going for the shield buff. Quig's going to try for a steal. And he might put himself out of position. You need something to lock him down, though. A little more damage. They just don't have it. The Gamma Ray Burst instead turns some things over. Shield buff over to Lasbra. So the Dragons get what they came for. And Charlie, it's pressure on the map. That's where a lot of these teams, or at least these two teams, have been winning so far this game, this set. Kings, you go back to game 3. I mean, they just manifested. We're farming so well, 5,000 gold over the Dragons. And it just looked amazing for them. That's the kind of thing they're going to have to step up and do here, especially to try and pull the lead. We're looking at it build-wise, a lot of stacking items online. To the point where maybe it is just the junglers. A lot of Aegises as well. Do you like the Aegis, specifically the Aegis for Dardes, going over beads, whereas Tings has gone for the beads?
Well, the difference maker is there's no one on the Camelot Kings that's going to have Aegis that is consistently dealing with Mike, right? Everyone else has beads, or, you know, Captain Twig obviously has Blink, and of course Quig's going to pick up the Bracer, but it's not like Yarkor and Big Man Tings are going towards that Aegis. They need to fear the Nox. Variety's the other side of the map, so he can do that. On the other side, Lancelot's got, what, the cripple field? That's okay, but what damage are you worried about? Is it CC or is it just raw DPS? Baba Yaga, the Raijin if he's not taunting you, Captain Twig, that's all Aegisable damage, so I can see why Dardes fears, you know, damage more than CC. The burst can be an issue. So I like the pickup for this Cuckoo. He has been under 0 pressure so far this game. I doubt his health bar has dropped much at all, but it's nice to have just in case you need it.
At this point, luckily he hasn't needed it, and also almost level 12, so presumably he's going to have the beads pretty soon as well. Shield buff, it's been the highest contention point so far in Game 3, but it has gone to the Dragons each time, and it's going to continue that exact path. In this lane, last time, look, we've looked at a common theme, and even though it wasn't a dramatic, let's say, 0-5 slash line last game, pressure on Variety and pressure on Twig usually mounts success over the Kings. Right now, that pressure hasn't really been super existent. Not a lot of blue buff invades, just the one so far. Time and time again, they'll have to try and do a little more if you're the Dragons. But Trelly, we're getting to the point, 9.5 minutes. We're going to be talking Pyro, Beacon, Gold Fury. The game's dead even. Who has the better mid-game objective control?
I mean, you got to give it towards the Kukulkan, right?
Yeah,
How many times have we seen this weekend where just a team, because they had Spirit of the 9 wins, they just get objectives, right? It doesn't matter if you were there first. It doesn't matter if you had better vision. If Dardes walks up and wants an objective, he should be able to take it if he's not dealt with. And it's not easy getting to the Cuckoo because that ult has incredible range. So the Jade Dragons are right to play this lead, or I guess this small aggression streak that they've had, like they have been doing. But it's been a lot of pressure towards Yarkor. I mean, look at the vision. So many red wards on the left side of the map. They are worried. Captain Twig takes some good damage here. Grand Joust just to get out. Shouldn't be under too much fire after that one. But the Night Terror comes out, which means Mike doesn't have his ultimate. Okay, just a shield. But I was going to say, Gold Fury here is kind of crazy, especially with the fact that it's not like Lazarus full HP. You just use a fair bit of your damage. They don't go for it. They decide against it. Dardes is nearby, though. He made the rotation. Maybe now it's a Gold Fury pull, or at least an attempt to see if the Camelot Kings have it warded.
And you know, at least we know, there's vision all around the Gold Fury pit for the King. So there's no way the Dragons are going to step up without being spotted. Even Mike is dancing on one alongside Coast. They're going to spot that, take it down. but it is that pressure. And realistically right now, Trelly, it's that opening, right? You know, we're looking at a point where just the one kill is going to give you a lot more. I mean, first blood bounty, that's one thing to talk about. Gold leads, you know, invade potential, things like that. But realistically, if you're on the left side, if you commit to it, it opens up the gold fear. If you're on the right side, soon enough, we're going to be talking about the Pyromancer. Neither of these teams willing to step out of position first blood. Simultaneously meaning less in terms of just the kill, but more in terms of the death timer as the game goes on. And that's something we saw, what was it, game 3, right? Very little kills. I think we had 1 up until like 15 minutes, and then by the time we passed 20, it was maybe 6. And it was very silent. It goes all the way 31 minutes, and that's the true only fight we really got to see. Big grouping from both of these squads around the beacon. We'll see if anyone's willing to commit. Mike has to dash, pull. Gets immuned out thanks to the ultimate, but the beacon should go the way of the Kings thanks to numbers advantage. Lasber, though, coming around the back, spots out Twig, gets some damage out there, forces him to fall back, but that slow is so oppressive, forces him to go away right down the middle of mid. It gets a good shot for Dardes, but not able to connect on anybody. Damage isn't there, but control of the beacon goes back over towards the Dragons. They neutralize it, start picking it up on their own, and based on the Kings scattering to the wind, and specifically Variety going back to lane, Beacon goes to the Chaos team.
It was close. I mean, if you get the pull on the mic, maybe that goes differently, but he immunes it out so well. Variety put himself a little bit too far chasing down Mike, and Dardes just clears out the entirety of that Beacon capture point because of Spirit of the Nine wins. So probably smart that the Camelot Kings just dispersed. They didn't want to risk first blood 13 minutes in just over the Beacon. They decide against it, and that's going to be the end of the scrapping for now. Still some close power spikes, right? Lasbra and Twig, 1 second relic, so that Twig has beads for a situation like that. So backing up, waiting, so he doesn't have to worry about every single time Polar Bear Mike gets near him that he just gets shadow locked in place. Yarkor still is going to be 2 levels down from Vapourish Coast. That hasn't changed. It's not like he gets any more free farm. He's just been sitting in this lane, as most Chernobog's will do. But it's once we see the full-on grouping, right, Gore? Right when the solo laners come in, when Pyromancer starts to be baited, or we'll get the actual usefulness of this Cuckoo pick. Dardes, fully stacked Book of Thoth, works very well with Cuckoo's passive. He has so much damage online already, and that ult is going to be fearful. Remember, Big Man Tinks can't Aegis in the house. He's a very big, easy target in the middle of Home Sweet Home. So you have to watch out your positioning. And it's also a little bit difficult to see, right? You're like, am I good? Am I on the path of Spirit of the Nine wins? I'm in this big house. I'm taller than everyone, but I don't want to get hit by that ability. It does too much.
Now, sometimes we gamify this. This time, well, maybe I'll wait a moment, because Lasbra and Mike, we're waiting for someone to make a mistake and maybe step too far. Mike getting vision in mid. You've got Nika rotating in. They want the fight. And they want to lock down a first blood right now. They force the ultimate out of the Baba Yaga, and the house throws out some of that fire, taken down to half health. So an ult for nothing trade on the other side. Dragons feel good for that. Good shadow lock, good lockdown in general onto Variety. And again, knock him down to half and knock him back to the tower line. The Dragons putting the pressure on, which Trelly maybe leads over to the Pyromancer. At least that's where Mike is walking. I don't know if they're confident enough to pull it yet.
Doesn't seem like that's the call. I mean, you try to pull Tings' beads, he holds on to him, just uses the ultimate for CC immunity. But you also have Spirit of the Nine wins. Pyromancer started up. Dardes should have easy confirmation for it, and he does. The Jade Dragons take the first real objective, but Yarkor flies over. It looks like Mike is a target.
They're chasing him down. They get the hit, and they find first blood. Unfortunately for the Kings, there's no one else here. In fact, the Dragons now rallying. Looking like they might try to turn something around. Zone is good. That Runic Bomb still on the ground. Kings find not only the first kill, but a great way to even out the gold and keep this game dead on the line.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone wants to even pick up the Runic Bomb. They're just going to let that one go. They'll take their first blood, and they are not going to pick it up, despite using the Spirit of the Nine wins and confirming the Jade Dragons don't care enough. All the while, great play from the Camelot Kings to find their aggression. Yarkor not going to take too much damage from the aggression of Vapourish Coast, who just wants to find any sort of 1v1, get him into snipe range, try and pull an Aegis, something like that. This Rama wants to use his lead, and the Jade Dragons want to use his lead as well. He can shred through a Gold Fury, and he's going to start it up. Quig's nearby, does get wrapped, could be in some trouble.
Twig right in the perfect spot now, up to the sky, where the snipe's going to come through, if they even do. Coast, again, came straight back down. Instead looked for the shield buff. That gets stolen away by the Kings, and now Quig leading the way alongside Twig to try and find something else, but the Joust Field's used for defense. Twig's shield wanes quickly. He has to dash away right off into the sunset as the Kings lose that fight.
Yeah, but the Jade Dragons are grouped up. Nika out of solo lane is already here. Variety as well. Tycho Drum's available to try and slow down some of this aggression, but not going to happen. The Gold Fury goes untouched for now. I like the call from the Dragons, man. They know, hey, if we Shadow Lock someone, we can get some good damage, especially, Quig doesn't have beads. Everyone else has them. Captain Twig just had to use them, but at least has the ability to use them eventually. So looking for one last attempt at a kill before Quig goes back to base and possibly picks up a second relic, possibly picks up some CC immunity. All the while, though, it's not going to mean anything just yet. If anything, the Camelot Kings are going forward, and Yarkor goes up into the sky. Does he fly back down? Yes, on Alasbra.
Yeah, they won the damage variety. Tried his best, but was unable to find that little necessary CC for a kill. Now they're open up, trying to find their positioning. Beacon's going to be respawning. Mike's already standing on it. Hardcore, Tings back away. Tings has ult, Hardcore does not. Meanwhile, Twig and Variety off onto the right-hand side, and Quig's on the other lane, so should be and will be the second beacon to the Dragons. Charlie, 18 minutes in, 1 kill up for the Kings. Gold is still within 200, and that, it is even and even the longer we go. Nika in trouble. Has both relics, holds onto him here, uses the ult for some time, might have to drop something. The Jousting Field's used, but it is more than enough. Just the ult and a cool head keeps Nika alive. Now, Gold Fury pulled. Spirit of the Nine Winds secures that one, no problem. Dragons pull themselves a lead.
Yeah, they really wanted to be able to get that kill on Nika, but just too tanky. The juke shoes were good. And if you remember, I think Variety wanted to go for the same call. Don't worry, I'll tank, I've got Aegis. Twig decides against it, did not want to go too far into that tower, and unfortunately the Jade Dragons, they were okay with trading Nika's life for the Fury, and they don't even have to do that because he's able to survive. This is going to be the first real lead of the game so far, going the way of the Jade Dragons, farm-wise. Of course, there's still that one kill that Captain Twig was able to find a bit ago after that Pyromancer fight. Speaking of, Pyromancer already spawning back in. Spirit of the Nine Winds is down, so if the Camelot Kings want to go for a 50-50, now be the best time.
Coast, level 19. That is rotating in, but rotating slowly. Fire Giant started, but it's not the main target, it's a bait. The fight nearby, not really leaning either way. Relics still up, bracers are down on the map. Variety takes some damage here. Twig gets locked down, half health, and forced to run away the slow way. Even mounted up. Now Quig alone. Mike is looking for the silence lock, won't find it. And you can't damn them for trying, but there's no kills on the boards for the Dragons just yet. So they've got every single player over on right, only Hardcore isn't here.
But that's why it's worth it. Hardcore is just getting free farm, right? He's over on the left side of the map. He gets his purple. He gets a shield buff. Porsche Coast gets nothing for being here unless that Pyromancer gets pulled, unless the tier 1 tower drops down. And so far, it hasn't happened. Finally, the Jade Dragons go for their pull onto the Pyromancer once again. They were stalling for Dardez's ultimate, and it's already back up.
Mike takes a lot of poke, though, in the process. Taunted in, damages their snipes. In return, looking for a kill onto Variety, and they're going to find it, but it costs them their support. Now Twig leads the way in, forced to use the Jousting Fields to disengage. Shield is helping out, but Lasbra has the kill, has the chase, and picks up 2 for the Team Dragons. Explode out, pick up the Pyromancer, and now they've got a much clearer mind for the objective. They grab that and back away.
Yep, easy as it comes. Lasbra already going for a wraparound here. It seems like the Jade Dragons still want to fight this one, but Lasbra has bat out of hell. He can do as much damage as he wants to, but Big Man Ting, his dash gets caught.
And Beads taken out. This is going to be perfect for him. Aegis only lasts so long, and a Zephyr from Dardez gets the kill. Lasbra tanking up the tower a little bit too much, but he stays alive. And just like that, from 0 to 3, the Dragons pull ahead, not only a gold lead, but a kill lead.
I think that was the cripple arrow from Coast who was able to catch the dash there. Yarkor now under fire from Mike. Jukes out the Shadow Lock, should be fine, but Quig has to dash away, just barely gets out of trouble there. The Jade Dragons once again have stalled out long enough that Dardes has an ultimate. Doesn't seem like the Fire Giant's the call though. They know they've won this engagement, but they don't go in for the full pull onto the objective. That's a risky endeavor, and they're gonna back up. Level 20 hit for Dardes, level 20 hit for Vaporish Coast. The Jade Dragons are starting to pull ahead.
Watching Pendulum of Ages. So we get the starter upgrade for Dardes. Power Spike there. Have to imagine Coast right now at the back camp. Presumably going to back soon, and we'll see a starter upgrade soon. So big power spikes. Trelly, we're in that territory. Fire Giant. Possible, but not enhanced. And there are 11 towers on the board. Nika lost his relatively recently. Tier 1 and left for the Dragons is also incredibly low. But like we said earlier, almost isn't gone. And that is the case here. So a lot of work to do. If you get an FG, it means a lot of gold on the map finally going into your pocket. Mike going to step forward. Twig has to be careful around the Nox. But so does pretty much everybody else. Beat's still down for Tings as well as the Aegis. An open opportunity if anyone can get back there. The Kings have to play this one safe. Position carefully.
I mean, it's just on Mike, right? If he finds a good lockdown, if he finds any sort of damage, that's going to be the go button. As long as Dardes has ultimate, it could be an engage, it could be a Fire Giant pull, but this Nox has all the control in the world. CC into Tornado, CC into Tornado Zephyr. There's just so much burst damage that the Jade Dragons have, and it's all set up by the Nox. Mike's always in the front line, he's got ward coverage, and he's just always looking. Remember, Quig doesn't even have beads. It's not like he's tanky enough to live a full combo if every one of the Jade Dragons is surrounding him. And this is the burst damage you have to watch out for. Quig gets half health just for stepping a little bit too close. Has to go on back to base while the Jade Dragons grab their third beacon of the game out of all three.
Now we're going to have the Titan spawn. And it should be in mid, since that's where most of the towers are. Engage the variety. Oh my god, takes so much. One more snipe. The shot has to connect, and Coast finds it exactly where they need it. Now Lasper's in a little bit of trouble. Bat out of hell is going to buy some space and maybe bait Twig in. You got Nika, you got Coast waiting around the corner. The jungler calls off the chase. That is a one pickup for the Dragons. And 30 seconds on the board to work with.
And that was once again another beautiful cripple arrow and snipes from Vaporish Coast. This Rama just having a clinic. Remember, Hachiman and Honor, I believe, were banned over this Rama. Coast had a great game last time, and he goes right back to it, doing the same sort of plays. Fire Giant is the call. Dardes, Spirit of the Nine wins, available. The Kings, 4 versus 5. I was going to say have to defend, but the Dragons walk right past it. They don't seem to care.
Instead, they look for mid tier 1. They're going to grab that, no problem. Titans, they're going to start marching. Maybe tier 2 is on the line. Arcor alone dashes back, going to be just fine. 4-man ball grouped up from the Dragons. Lasbra alone on right. It does not seem to be their main goal. Maybe deal with the Order Titan first. Figure out life from there. Variety's back. No relics for the Raijin. Tornado going to start the DPS onto the Order Titan, the Chaos Titan. Going to clash right here between the Season X logos. And that World Champion, that's exactly where these teams want to go. It's what they're fighting for right now. And Trelly, the Dragons, small advantage. They use the Chaos Titan, leverage it. Pyromancer pulled. That should be a pretty simple pickup for him to grab that, get a Runic Bomb in pocket, and reset for an FG.
Second Runic Bomb in pocket. So now they've got 2 bombs and a Kukulkan ult. I mean, if we're just talking about raw burst potential, the Jade Dragons have it in spades, but so far have not felt confident enough to go in for a pull, have not felt like they needed to go in for a 50-50. They are just sitting by, sort of trying to bleed the Camelot Kings out. I wouldn't be surprised if we stall till Fire Giant at this point, right? We're 25 minutes in. Jade Dragons have shown no sign of fearing their late game. I don't see why they would. Vaporish Coast is only going to get stronger. Dardes is only going to get stronger. So they don't have to go for any risky endeavors. Just try and slowly but surely build this lead up even more until they get to the pick that just breaks this game wide open. And it's going to be off of a cripple arrow from Coast or a silence shadow lock from Mike. That's been what is starting these fights. That has been what kickstarts the engagements, and I don't see a reason for them to stop. Yarkor, though, finally starts to use this global presence to his advantage. Goes on back to left lane and says, guys, I'm going to get like Deathbringer or something. You let me know when I need to fly in.
At this point, we saw, Coast, what was it, game 2, got a Phoenix while the teams were dancing around the FG. So Hardcore, at least looking at the tier 2, has the damage. Lasbra might be a little too late to fully save it, and that's going to be exactly the case. Hardcore gets the tower, gets to back away, no problem. Dragons dancing around, they just don't have the numbers advantage knowing that the Chernobog's there. So Trelly, a little bit of a staring contest on right. Meanwhile, Hardcore does exactly what you draft this Chernobog for. Get some map pressure out there. Exposes a Phoenix, the first one of the game. And now is going for a Primal Fury on top of that. And the Dragons, they're going to have to do something. They step up towards the Fire Giant pit. They're going to start this one up. It's
going to go fast.
Fast amounts of damage getting burned down. There's going to be the secure, and it comes in. Dragons pick that one up. 27 minutes, all 5 have it, but the Kings are on the chase. They want the blood. They want to take them down. PBM is the one on the chopping block, but with a good disengage and a clean dash, they make it under the tier 2, and they stay safe.
Yeah, that's going to be all for now. The Jade Dragons, they get their Fire Giant. They get out safely. Tier 1 tower is what the Camelot Kings are looking for, just trying to find any bit of gold still left on the table. Yarkor realized that A, he couldn't do the Primal Fury by himself with only 1 crit item, and B, his team needed him, so this Primal Fury is still available. Seems like the Camelot Kings can grab it before the Dragons show up, so that's going to help put this gold a little bit back closer to even before the Jade Dragons fully commit to this Fire Giant siege. But it's not enhanced score. It's not break the base, Phoenixes are going down Fire Giant. This should be cross your T's, dot your I's, grab the tier 1s, look towards tier 2s type of Fire Giant. And that means all the carries should tick over to level 20. That's happened. Starter items, though, still need to be grabbed. Captain Twig would love a Protector or a Seer of the Jungle. Besides that, everyone else has already gotten their upgrades. Very even game still. Only difference is the Jade Dragons have Fire Giant on all 5. That puts them in the advantage handedly.
This tier 2. With Ghost, yeah, it should be quick work. A couple more autos is going to get the job done. Like you said, it's not enhanced, so that backdoor protection still causing some trouble. The Dragons juggling aggro. 3 towers left standing for the Kings, 2 over in right, 1 in mid. But now an exposed Phoenix is going to cause them a little bit of trouble. Retreat, reset for the Dragons. The beacon spawning in just a couple minutes to keep things going. The Pyro about to spawn in, giving them an objective to go for. 2 minutes to work with. How much do you think they try to leverage this? And how much do you think the Kings can defend? Can they step up to their tier 2 line?
Given the last tier 2 defense we just saw, it seems like the Kings aren't too pressed about it. This gold lead is going to keep climbing, but it's not going to get out of control anymore. The Camelot Kings have gotten to the point where everyone's building that last item, or at least has some gold working towards that last item. So the power spike of these last tier 2 towers is not going to be so massive that the Kings have to throw the game over it. Especially when Enhanced Fire Giant is going to be the real target. That's coming here shortly. You overcommit for this regular Fire Giant, you may just lose the opportunity to defend an Enhanced Fire Giant. So I can see why the Kings are just parked up at this tier 2. Might go for a soft defense if the Jade Dragons commit too much. Alright guys, back up, we'll give it to them. That's kind of the mindset here for the Camelot Kings.
Mike's clearing out wards just around the corner. Quig's poking him over the wall. Impressive, even if it doesn't necessarily mean too much. Bracer dropped. And like you said, the Kings setting up for a defense. Lasper's hovering in the jungle, which can cause a little bit of trouble. Could go mid, good damage. Coming out from the Kukulkan, and Quig forced to retreat. Like you said, as long as he maintains his life, they got 48 seconds to contend with. It looks like at the end of this, the tier 2 tower in right will go down, but the Kings keep all 5 up. And they'll live to see another day.
Yep, soft defense. That's what I figured, but now the Jade Dragons have one more tier 2 that they're after. Captain Twig had been taking the 1v1 versus Lasper just to try and stall out. Doesn't like the idea of a scrap over in the jungle, so Mike just sends out Night Terror. Last tier 2 falls. And now the Kings have to decide, are they going to chase this? Mike's not looking too healthy, reveals himself on the beacon, and they are going to step forward. This may be the first beacon of the game that the Camelot Kings actually are able to grab for themselves. And it does seem like they want to fight if the Jade Dragons will give it to them. No surprise there. The Jade Dragons aren't just going to leave a fight on the table. They're going to back up and retreat. The one thing the Kings can do if they have wards, which Variety does, he has 2, is get some early vision towards the Enhanced Fire Giant. A possible game-deciding Enhanced Fire Giant. So Variety wants to step forward, put some wards down, know when the Jade Dragons show up to the jungle, and then head on back. I mean, what's stopping the Jade Dragons from doing what they just did? Walk up, get it low, send out Spirit of the Nine Winds. I believe Lasbra actually confirmed the last Fire Giant with a Runic Bomb and did about 1350, but now that you're full build Cuckoo, your ult's doing more than 1350, there's no doubt.
You're in a position. Those wards we just saw, I mean, who knows, maybe. Not just game-changing wards, game-changing Enhanced Fire Giant, a trip to Worlds changing Enhanced Fire Giant fight on the horizon. It's going to be marching in from the right side of the map. You got to be careful not to get picked by Mike here. Relics going to be up, save for the bracers, which are used on cooldown. Fire Giant in the pit and enhanced. Kings, they've got good vision, but it might be a 1v1 on right. Could that be everything? Hardcore forces out the bat out of hell, chases down Lasbra. Now you need a little bit more. The Kings continue their chase. Damage is good, bullying is good, but the lockdown just a little bit late. 2 ults for 1. And beads off of Coast, which could be a massive relic as the Kings go to retake the pit.
Still, though, only Lasbra's ultimate down. Losing Tycho Drums is a big deal. That's a great deal of your CC. The Jade Dragons are a little bit weak. Lasbra wants to heal up, and the Fire Giant has been started up. Someone from the Camelot Kings has to get to Dardes. This is a bait, though, Gore. They want to fight, and Captain Twig's weak.
Yeah, Kings jump in. The Dragons take this fight. Let's listen in with them as they take it.
I'm fine for now.
Hit him.
Kill right.
I'm with you,
I'm with you, Nico.
Locked up, Rajon.
I'm gonna heal if left with.
He's gonna be low. He's gonna be really low.
I'm gonna go heal. Just don't die here, boys. Come to us, Mike.
Let's just reset for fight. Let's reset for fight.
We need people to be around.
I don't need a reset. I got it.
You get rid of Twig, you get your reset. Hold on, Trelly. That could be the pick. 45 seconds. And counting for Twig to come back onto the board. Dardes doesn't use his ult. You don't have anything that contends with that burst. The Kings are not in a great spot, as well as the fact that Variety had to drop both of their relics. We'll see how well they can take this fight. They're positioning for it. Fire started up. Quig's nearby. They've got some damage. Let's listen in with the Kings as they take the fight.
Chase out maybe? Anything? This is bad. Cam is in the back. I slowed him.
Rama rolling.
I'm dead.
Oh, you hear sadness in that one, but maybe joy jumping from the other side. Focus for the Dragons. Secure on the Fire Giant, easily done. Baba Yaga still alive. Twig respawned, and those two are going to have to put in the work if they want to see the world stage, at least guaranteed for them right here. Dragons march it down mid. They take the Phoenix, no problem. Tings and Twig. Twig goes in.
He's
Twig
gone!
gets melted. Oh my god! The damage from the Dragons, and that's what Tings is going to have to contend with. They're marching in to the Titan room. They're taking it down. It might have taken them 5 games, but the Dragons are going to Worlds.
The Jade Dragons, ridiculous end to that fight. Anytime anyone got near Dardes, evaporated. All starts. You think Lasbra may have been picked. You think he may have been out of position, but he just barely is able to make it out. Tycho Drums gets wasted. Now you're in a position. The Camelot King, should we fight? Should we go in? They get absolutely deleted. The Kukul Khan, a pick that I thought would be way higher contested, brought tremendous burst, dropped way too much AoE, and of course Dardes puts on a highlight reel this entire set. The Morgan highlight of last game, I mean, the Cuckoo just did it for me this time as well. It was just way too much damage. They couldn't get near him.
Look, that team, they've gone through a lot. And yesterday, I was really worried, Trelly, coming into today, because yesterday it felt like we were going to see some struggles because, that loss to the Ferryman, while you still had that second chance, it felt a little devastating.
Yep.
But they mentally reset, and Kings can win game 1. And I get a little worried again all of a sudden. But you have to show tenacity here. Kings win game 1 and 3, but the Dragons 2, 4, and 5, the one that's important. And they get to go directly to the World Championship. And you have to imagine for them as well, feels great after making a roster swap, you needed some change. I mean, you're looking at Nika and Dardes.
Yep.
Changing up a core that's been together for so long. So getting that trip and confirming yourself there, maybe even a little surprising given where they were during the regular phase.
And we talked about this during waiting room leading up to this event. I truly believe the Camelot Kings needed to be knocked down. I think they needed to fight their way to Worlds. Getting it here, great. Weight off your shoulders, you're done. But sometimes that grind is what you need to get yourself back in fighting position. These are the defending world champions. They put up a great fight, but they're not going to get there the easy way.
Not sure how often defending world champs have then had to go fight through the qualifiers the next year, but that's the fate of the Kings. And the Dragons, meanwhile, stamp their ticket directly to the SWC. So we'll see, hopefully you there, them there, and of course us there. But for now, that's it for me and Trelly, and we'll throw it back to the desk and they can break it down.
The Jade Dragons take it to 5 and then take the set in 5 as they defeat the reigning world champions, as Gormizer said. The Camelot Kings knocked down to the group stage. The Jade Dragons headed straight to Worlds. In Mount, it felt like we loaded into that game at 15 minutes. Things just kind of slowed down, and we waited until the fights sort of started off. But then, I mean, like Trelly was saying on the cast, that Kukulkan, Darda is getting so much value from this pick.
Yeah, I mean, very slow game to start out. The Dragons slowly kind of pushing their leads, getting picks on the variety, able to walk towards these objectives, look for the secure on that with that Kukulkan, as Trelly said. And when it came down to it, the Kings never really took a true fight in this late game, and I think that was like to their downfall. Their 5v5 was incredible, but a lot of the times they were fighting their 4v5s or getting just having to give stuff up because of how well the Dragons were playing these team fights. And at the end of the day, all it takes is that one Fire Giant, couple picks, and they can walk down and they can end the game. And I think highlight to Dardes too today. I think Dardes played, and this entire weekend, I think Dardes has played like one of the best players. So just props to him and props to the Dragons taking it and making it to Worlds. And it'll be exciting to see them there.
I don't know if you know this, but Vaporish Ghost can play more than just on her.
I disagree.
As it seems, he pulls out the Rama, has a performance on it in Game 4 and Game 5. And the composition just felt like it came together and felt like not necessarily that their comp was just point blank better. Like, I'm not sure it was a draft thing. It just felt like a confidence thing maybe in this one where they just decided to feel like the game was in their hands. They had the reins. They were pushing things down. And like you said, maybe it should have been the Kings, maybe a little bit more willing to take those 5-on-5 fights. Instead, the Dragons in those moments just decide that they want to take a fight. They want to take an objective secure with the Kukulkan because like they were executing their draft pretty well.
Yeah, I think when you have the triple mage with an Aphrodite, I think tankiness is a little bit of a problem. But Nox is just such a different support mage because she can build so much more protection. She can build to just use her ult as much as possible, and the ult is reducing a lot of damage. So in those 5v5 fights, they don't have a true tank, but Nox makes these fights just a lot easier just from the fact that she reduces so much damage on the back of the Kings. And Kings were not... They weren't low on damage, but they were a little bit weak on damage outside of ADC and mid. Lancelot, not like a true... I even see Kama does a lot more damage than Lance does in a lot of fights. So I also think Mike played very, very well in that final set. Overall, Dragons, good Game 5 by them. As a team, I think they played very, very well today also, so props to them.
The Dragons, they push themselves to the Smite World Championships. We'll hear how they're feeling. We've got Vaporish Coast standing by with Gore.
That's right, I got Coast standing by, and first and foremost, man, you're going to Worlds. How's it feel?
Yeah, it's like every Smite player is playing at Worlds. Like I got the chance to play there last year, you know, from SEC team, and just playing in front of a crowd is amazing. And working with these guys is, never regret leaving Hounds. Just everything about Dragons, I've just loved it.
And that's actually a huge note. I mean, for you, you know, last year SCC, this year brought into the SPL, then brought onto the Jade Dragons, right? This has to be a huge moment. The phase wasn't the cleanest overall, but to get this trip, what's the difference in your mind from what we saw even just 3 weeks ago to what we saw today?
You just put in a lot of work in the scrims. It's like focusing on like this objectives, especially this stuff like that. Just playing with our leads, which I don't think we did terrible in Game 4 because I don't know what happened, but I'm like 2K up and they stole FG, I guess. But I don't know. I'm kind of lost for words. I'm just so happy to be at World.
I am a little curious if we're looking at this. Like, so Game 3 goes to the Kings. It's 2-1 going into Game 4. What is the mental like for the Dragons, especially since Game 4 started off really, really well, but then still ends up dragging on to 50 minutes?
I mean, you can never be too. No matter, even if we're 2-0 down, like the Ferryman said, like you've got to win 3 games regardless. So, not really worried about like the leverage. Like you just gotta, like you can adapt to what they do. Like as best of 5 goes on, it's kind of predictable what they're gonna do and what they want to play. And I think once we took the big one off, the game fell away to the play for sure.
So I have one more for you, which is we saw a lot of On Her. Then we got some Chernobog. What inspired the ROM pickup? Because it looked flashy. It does exactly what you want out of it. Great snipes, great plays. What brought him out?
Yeah, I was kind of sick of playing On Her. I've played him so much, and we kind of realized with playing Bog, like it worked like the first time we played it, I think game 2. But like the next time we picked it, they just picked On Her, and they pressured me out too much. So I think we just realized that if I'm on I can get control and pressure in my lane, but I can just kind of run the game and just have way more impact than he has. So I think Ram we had Sylve and stuff like that, so I could get through the lane and got a lead, and we were diving a lot as well, and Ram was just OP at full build, so.
And you know what? It got you exactly where you needed. So you win game 5. You're going to Worlds. Congratulations, man. Thanks for your time. We'll go back to the desk.
You hear it there from Coast, maybe a little bit tired of playing On Her. Doesn't need to go back to it, maybe though this month break, and then he'll be back on it for Worlds. You're almost guaranteed.
Or for scrims, they just put him back on her duty, because that game 1 On Her, he was missing a lot. I'm just kidding. He played a great game. His On Her's looking fantastic. He's going to get a little bit of a break, and we're going to see him in January, so about a month and a half off for them, because they've punched their ticket to Worlds. And on the opposite side, Kings, as stated, they got to now go through that. But Trelly said that he thinks he's going to be good for the Kings, so.
Yeah, the Kings, they're not out quite yet of contention, right? We'll see them again in January, similar to the Dragons, but we'll see them a week earlier in the group stages. So they'll be playing down there with the bottom 4 SPL teams, the Glads and the Hounds already down there, and then the loser of this upcoming next set, excuse me, we'll see them down there, along with our winners of the SCC SOC playoffs a little bit later on in December. So we'll see them again, and I think there's a lot to be said for that momentum, right? You get the chance to play through that. We've had some past Worlds winners. I mean, Paul Silla was born and bred out of brackets just like that. So certainly have not seen the last of the Kings, but for the Dragons in particular, you take a lot of good things from this set, and now you have to imagine like what's the prep going to be like for the next couple of months.
Yeah, I assume for a lot of the teams, they're going to look to take a small break. You know, you want to be able to celebrate the holidays. This is a special time, and then after the holidays, they can start getting their heads down, getting ready for the rest of the year. A lot of stuff to still learn. There's still one more patch that these teams are going to have to learn from, so a lot of stuff to look forward to.
Well, up next, we've got another elimination matchup. Oni Warriors versus the Highland Ravens. Winner goes to Worlds. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you after the break.
complicate things. One of my many skills. I'm making things up, all in my mind, 'cause I analyze their body language. I hear every change in their tone. Maybe they hate me, somehow I blame me. My mama said, that's just the weight of the world. It's not personal, it's just how it works. Don't be angry for too long or get burned, 'cause that's just the weight of the world. Shake it off now. It's personal, it's just how it works. Shake it off now. That's just the weight of the world. I cry my eyes out over a shallow guy. Yeah, I'm feeling left out. Got no invitation last night. I analyze their body language. I hear every change in their tone. Maybe they hate me, somehow I blame me. My mama said, that's just the weight of the world. It's not personal, it's just how it works. Don't be angry for too long or get burned, 'cause that's just the way of the world. Shake it off now. Personal, it's just how it is. Shake it off.
And welcome back to the Smite Pro League Road to Worlds playoffs. We have already found out our first 3 teams going to the SWC for qualification, and now we are down to just one more set to determine who our 4th and final team will be. I'm Jay Mack. I got Inbound joining me here on the desk, or I guess technically joining you because you've already been
you joined me.
You've been holding down the fort pretty nicely over here on the desk over the course of your first set, or of course of the first set of today. We still have one more to go. Oni Warriors and Highland Ravens will be our final set for today's matchups. Tomorrow will be all seeding matchups to determine who's going to be 1st and 2nd, who's going to be 3rd and 4th. But we still got to figure out who that 4th team for those seedings is going to be, as I said, with this matchup between the Warriors and the Ravens. Winner goes to Worlds. Loser, well, not done just yet, but we won't see them for some time. It'll be that last chance qualifier in that week before the SWC in January to determine if and who our final 4 teams will be that they get to kind of pick from here. So big matchup on the line for both these two squads. A struggling Ravens, I think, to say the very least, kind of to start our week out. Didn't feel like that the Ravens really had a full grasp on the meta. Oni Warriors, their set, able to go the full distance in 5 up against the Leviathans, but fell just a bit short at the end.
Yeah, I think that's a good highlight. I think Ravens have had much better days. I think recently they've looked like a worse team than expected. I think their grasp of the meta looked worse than other teams at the very least. I think you compare it to the Warriors side of things. The Warriors, I mean, it's truthfully they had the harder side going through the Levi's also. It's just a much higher like top 3. I think they had to play against one of the top 3. But the Warriors contested the Levi's. Ravens lost to the Dragons 3-1 on Thursday. So it's just like a kind of a tale of two coins right now. Warriors are coming from like a higher seed, Ravens coming from the lower seed. But when both of these teams have coming off losses, there's not like a lot of momentum on your sides. And there's a lot less for the Ravens to lose, so they can play a lot more loose, I think. So there's always stuff like that to look for.
Yeah, I think it's all about that reset. You know, how are you able to kind of bounce back after a loss? You know, Oni Warriors able to get a full 5 games to practice in on what they feel is their kind of meta. Ravens got to see what theirs was compared to maybe what some of the other teams are doing, and have had a little bit of time to kind of be able to sit down and watch what the rest of the teams were doing. And one of the players and one of the people in general who's been able to help sit back and kind of formulate things has been the coach for this team. We haven't had a chance to talk to Sam Marbach in a while, so who better to talk to for our pregame interview than the coach himself?
That's right. We've got Sam Marbach standing by, looking fantastic in the Raven costume. That's really where the first question comes from. Do you feel like the costume really hypes up the booth, gives the players some more energy?
I would say so. I mean, I have wings. You know, we're fully able to really just get after it and have fun while we're doing it.
No, I think it brings a lot of great energy into the booth. And I think that's sort of where I want to start off, right? Obviously not the result that you guys were looking for coming in on Thursday. How is the team feeling after that loss? And I think how have you guys looked to the Oni Warriors to try and get ready for this specific matchup?
The boys are still feeling good. We're looking forward to being able to prove ourselves. Obviously, the end goal is make it to Worlds, but I mean, I don't know. In a best of 5, it can go. Anything can happen, and they're a really good team. So we're looking forward to hopefully being able to prove ourselves. But if not, making the January run.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely spirits high, and that's good going in, right? You're not knocked out of contention totally here, obviously, but would love to win it here today. Oni Warriors, they're coming off the loss yesterday up against the Leviathans. Did you guys take a look at that set? Think you were able to take away anything specifically feeling about the meta here going into this matchup?
Yeah, I think we saw a lot. I mean, I don't want to give away too much, but I think we saw a lot of things we can play around going forward.
Well, that's Sam Marbach for the Ravens. Good luck in your set today, and we'll throw it back to the desk.
We can't even tell if he's a true Raven, though. We didn't get his best call or anything like that to know if he truly has the Raven spirit in him.
Well, he started flapping, and I think ravens are the only bird that can fly, I think.
Are they the only one?
I think.
What about penguins? Can they fly?
I don't think.
Flamingos?
I don't think.
It must just be the Ravens. It's the only 3 birds that I can think of. But for the Ravens team, trying to find themselves a big bounce back after their loss earlier this week, see if they can now maybe kind of either reimagine the meta that they were going through, or seeing if they can adapt to what everybody else has been playing and see if maybe they have some kind of counter strategy up against it. We've been seeing a lot of Momon this weekend, but outside of the first initial day of play, we haven't really been seeing the explosive performance out of that god. I think for me, from what I've noticed from both these teams, it comes down a lot to their junglers. While Scream on the Ama didn't look awful, when Scream's on a carry god and gets to be the run it down startup for the team, this team looks almost night and day difference.
Yeah, I think I agree with you a lot. I think this Ama jungle is something that I've not been a fan of unless your name is... Actually, I've just not been a fan of it in general. There's a couple players that had some good games on it, but I think Ama makes a lot more sense in the solo lane, or just not played too much right now. And then you look at the other side, you look at when Scream is playing these hard carry jungles, it seems like the Ravens have an idea of what they want to do, and I think that makes the most sense for this team. I also really did like this Chalk solo. I think this is not a spot I would look for on this Ravens team. I think a lot of it comes down to their dual lane picks, support mostly. I think Hurdy was playing a lot of picks that didn't make a ton of sense in a lot of the games, and I also think Zatman wasn't really playing as... He played on her in one of the games against a Hachiman, and he was getting bullied under tower by Coast. That cannot happen. If we're picking on her, we need to play aggressively on that side. And then, if you really think about it, if you're playing that on her and you're not playing to win lane, you're not making full use of that character. And you compare it to the other side, the Warriors. I mean, players across the board that have all done it before. They all have dominated their own role. Solo at one point on this Isha also yesterday, dominating it. And I think across the board, this Warriors team has really high highs, but then they also have this consistency problem where some games they don't really play up to their potential, I think.
Yeah, I think kind of maybe speaking to that, it's a bit of playing on hard mode maybe as far as some of Hurrywin's picks have gone towards the support role, and then really talk about the peaks and the valleys for the teams that have kind of been a little bit higher maybe on the side of the Ravens, but also a bit lower compared to that of what the Oni Warriors have had. And the Oni Warriors against them, I think this is a similar conversation where we talk about the junglers. And this is not to sound mean or anything, but yesterday's set looked like one of Panatom's worst of the year. And that's saying something considering how good of a year he's had at the start of it. Even throughout this phase, Panatom has always looked like one of those dominant factors. But yesterday on the Momon, did not really see anything to really write home about it. It felt like he just couldn't find his groove on the god. The build wasn't necessarily working out for him. It felt like in the 2 games where even with 1 loss and 1 win, the win didn't feel like it was out of Panatom's pocket.
Yeah, and you compare it to what he was doing in that set to what Adapting was doing in that set. Adapting was making plays early, mid, late game, every single game, and I think that was a big discrepancy between these players, because I would agree. I think Panatom has been one of the best players all year, but yesterday he really got exploited, and I think part of it comes down to that Mammon performance. But, I mean, this is a highlight play for me yesterday. even though they did lose the set 3-2, I think Pegon played great. I think actually a lot of mid laners so far in this playoffs have played very, very well, but Pegon has really stood out to me as a player that was putting his team on his back in some games, and then it was like a soul carry in a game that they needed to carry. So Pegon is somebody I'm going to keep my eye on today.
Yeah, I think this Tiamat pick is one to definitely keep your eyes on over anything. Pegon looked really good on the pick the couple of games that he played it. The E-Shell, the solo lane that you talked a little bit about earlier, I love what you're seeing from SOT on that pick. A god that when she came out, we saw 1 or 2 games. Those didn't net and win, so we said, okay, well, maybe we just kind of pocket the E-Shell for a little while, put it on the shelf, maybe jump back another time. Got a couple of buffs in the previous patch, and everybody's saying, okay, maybe E-Shell is back. Maybe we see what she can do. Didn't see a whole lot of success immediately. Now we get Solar Troll bringing that one out, having dominant performances, and I believe really all 3 of the games that he played looked fantastic on the pick. So now opens up another god and another mage in that soul lane for him to kind of go back towards.
And it's something that's not probably going to get banned either, because it's not in that same tier as the Raijin, the Opwash, even the MLF. So, and Poseidon, I guess, too. Yeah. So there's like this level of mage solos, and if you have like that pocket pick one, I think it's the same thing with Nika, where if those top tier mage solos are banned, you've got a couple niche picks down below that you can still pull out and maybe not play as well as those other mage solos, but well enough that it doesn't feel as bad. And I think when we hop into P's and B's with Warriors taking that first pick, I think that is something that I want to pay attention to, those mage and solo lanes, because we compare to the first game today. First game today was, we are focusing out Yamoja and Athena, and they are not getting played all day. That might change for this, and I think mage solos is where the focus is going to be.
Yeah, we'll be curious to see where the priority is for these 2 teams. That's not the immediate one that I would be thinking.
Yeah, me
of the
neither.
Naja. I mean, Scream is a really good Naja player. We've seen what Scream can do on this pick. We've seen what a lot of other junglers in the league can do, but first ban from the Oni Warriors, a lot of respect to the jungler of the Highland Ravens, but this is also a lot of what I expect to see banned on the Ravens side. Not letting this Khepri through. You don't want to play it for themselves, but you don't want to give it to Genetics. I mean, this has been a go-to pick for him since his time up in the SPL, even going all the way back to last year, was dominant on this pick. Looked really good on it during his first and second phase on it, so not surprised to see the Khepri banned away. Ullr kind of joining that ranks is maybe a little bit questionable. We don't really see a whole lot of Hunter solo unless it is SOT playing it. Pegon's also shown he's good on the god. Netroid can play it as well, so maybe it's just a ban because of how flexible that pick is for the role, for the team in general.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, because we saw the Levi's do these exact same bans yesterday, and it seemed to work out pretty well for them, and that's kind of what the Ravens are kind of following suit with. And the Warriors on the opposite side go with the Emoja Poseidon ban. Leaves open Chernobog, and I think he's kind of fallen down a little bit, but not enough to not be let through. Chernobog banned. That leaves open Athena, which is something we did not see last set. Formerly available here for the Warriors, something that they happily prioritized yesterday. And it's open, it's available, it's locked in for the Warriors. That is their first pick.
I think the big thing about this Athena is that it also still holds a bit of flex with this team. We saw Genetics take it yesterday when he got it, but when we go into the phase leading up into here, we saw Panatom take this pick in the jungle. Builds immediate 40% CDR, and it was just every single team fight starts and ends with a dash taunt. So having that threat of the Athena on the team already, the threat of that global, something to be answered back. Poseidon and Chernobog were those final 2 bans between the 2 teams, but almost falling right into expectations, Raijin drafted for the Highland Ravens, and the Maman Brigitte alongside it, so some options now for Scream on this team if he decides to go back to the Mage.
And with Maman Raijin locked in, that leaves open potential for an MLF and solo lane or an Opwash also available. Bunch of junglers still available outside of that Naja also. Maybe you want to lock in your jungle, but when you look at both of these teams, a lot of times they try to hold their jungles for that second pick phase. They like to have counter pick potential there. Usually you have your supports, your mids, your solos locked in these top 3s, with sometimes your Hunter having the pick also. And that is something that we can also a little highlight is when Chernobog's gone, it leaves 2 Hunters really. I mean, we did see Rama earlier today, but it leaves open on her and it leaves open Hachiman. And the Warriors lock in that Opwash. Little flex potential there also, but it does lean a little bit more to solo.
Let's see what the Warriors continue to draft around there. I kind of want to go back to the Maman. We saw Scream play it, and we've seen a couple of other junglers take it. Panatom's played it a little bit, Captain Twig played in his set, but we've also seen a ton of mid play from her. Do you think that this is a god that can fit well for Venenu in that mid role? Is this one that you think fits better for Scream on this team?
You know, I was a lot more comfortable with Maman in the jungle leading up until this tournament, and then I've seen a lot of jungles play the Maman, and it looks like an uncomfortable pick when it comes to mid and late game, and then you see the mid laners play it, and a lot of them just seem more comfortable on it, and it doesn't make a ton of sense with how hard the laning phase should be, but a lot of the times the Maman is just able to lane easily and get to that late game portion, and then they usually just opt for that alternate timeline for an extra threat in that late game. So yeah, I think Venenu could play it, but I think it's just going to be defaulted to Scream a little bit. And with the Warriors on their last pick, get that on her locked in. So overall, some flex potential. On her is pretty firmly set into that ADC role. Opwash, maybe mid, most likely solo. Athena, maybe jungle, most likely support. On the Raven side of things, a little bit more flex potential, I think. I think we've seen Raijin play mid almost as much as solo. We've seen Maman in jungle and mid evenly, I would say, maybe slightly more towards the mid lane, but nothing too surprising so far. The Ravens having this one more pick before we get to the next ban phase. Maybe they want to lock in that Hachiman or get a jungle somewhere else. Thoth, actually.
So triple mage right at the top for the Highland Ravens, which now opens up the question of where do they go for their support, because typically when we're seeing the double mage, or I guess I should say the triple mage comps, usually it's one support and then either your mid or jungle and solo. But now potential for the Highland Ravens to have 4 magical if they do put either a guardian or a mage over in that support role. Where do you think the Ravens go with their next pick?
This draft stinks. I do not like this top 3. You're putting your dual lane as double physical, or if not, at best, you're drafting 1 hunter with 4 magical gods. You're not able to exploit the true strength of all these characters. That poke in solo lane with this mage is not going to be as strong because they're just going to opt for some heart word in support or something along the lines of that. I really think if you just don't go for this Thoth here, and you keep flexing that Maman, you pick your hunter or you pick your support, I think it makes way more sense. I am not a fan of this top 3. But enough about a little bit of rambling of my opinion of this. Thor ban, Hachiman ban. I just do not like this top 3 so far by the Ravens.
I really wish the camera would have seen you giving your kind of little stinky impression that you were throwing over this way. But Highland Ravens, you have to figure out, are they going to run the double physical duo as you call for, or we see that 4 magical? And I think my next question then comes to you is there maybe more value? You know, whenever we typically see games of Smite, you oftentimes will split your damage types into a 3 and 2 split, either 3 Fizz or 3 Magic and then 2 Fizz, 2 Magic, depending on which one you go. Is there value in having something like a 4 magical comp against the team compared to having something like a 4 physical? Would it be inherently better in that regard, or do you think that having this many magicals, it doesn't matter how many more you have there, there's ways to build around it?
I think 4 physicals. Are you asking is 4 physicals or 4 magicals better?
Is there value in having, you know, if you are going to go 4 of 1, is it more valuable to have it as 4 magical than the physical?
I think 4 physical. I think actually makes a lot more sense. It works a lot better on objectives. It allows for your crits to be hitting a lot harder. I think it's harder for your magical gods to be 4 magicals and to be as strong because there's no really big like explosive damage burst like a Deathbringer. I think Rod adds a little bit of damage, but it's not like an exorbitant amount like Deathbringer is. So I always think it feels better. And it feels like there's a lot more pen options in a lot of the stronger warriors than there is on the magical side of things. Because you look at the 3 mages, Raijin has no shred. Maman, no shred. Thoth, no shred. I think the one thing that maybe makes me say that I don't hate their comp as much is something like an Atlas that has true protection shred. But before we get to that, before we get to the last pick by the Ravens, Ares set locked in for the Warriors. And I think you're right. We're getting an Athena jungle.
Wow. Ares, and I think while the Ares is definitely the spicy one to also talk about, I think going back to the set, because it's been a while since we've seen the Assassins kind of really dominate, especially towards mid-roll. Don't necessarily think that well, actually, thinking about it,
oh no, what are we thinking?
Where do we see this set? Is this going to be a set mid for Pagon then?
Yeah, I think
set mid for Pagon? Okay. And in that instance, how do you kind of feel about the set right now? Because we haven't really seen very many Assassins mid as of recent with introduction of Breastplate and the glyph that it gotten kind of pushed the Assassins out of the mid lane. That Breastplate glyph has been toned back just a little bit. Do you think that that's enough to still find value in these Assassin mids?
I think Set is still in a great spot. I think he farms a little bit worse in that early and mid game to the nerfs to his 1 and his 2. But, I mean, late game, you are still very hard to kill with this Sigil build with your 3's mitigations. You're sitting at about 30% mitigation when you're diving the enemy backline, and you have consistent damage. You've got good burst. You've got survivability. You've got movement speed. And I think when you look at it in a lot of these 1v1 matchups in mid, Set is very rarely losing these 1v1 matchups. Yes, he might not be able to win them, but he's not losing them. And then you compare it to something like a lot of these other assassins. I think they've fallen out pretty comfortably. I think Pele is a lot weaker. Cam is a lot weaker because they relied on Soul Eater. Set doesn't rely on Soul Eater. Set's going trans, and he's just going full power with that Sigil. I think this Warriors comp makes a lot of sense. The last pick, Nox by the Ravens. I'm really not liking the Ravens draft.
It's an immense amount of magical with no true tank to this team. I mean, yes, you can build the hybrid mage solo. Yes, you can build your full tank mage. Doesn't quite feel the same as having a guardian or maybe a warrior in that spot there. So maybe going to be a bit difficult for the Highland Ravens to find their damage. Really going to be banking, at least on Zapman more than anybody, to really get that damage out there. And on the Cernanos, I think I want to kind of go back to this as a duo lane. Nox we've seen a little bit this weekend, but nobody's been playing the Cernanos. So what are your thoughts on the God right now?
I think Cern's in a pretty solid spot. I think especially with these like full backline comps, because a lot of the times it's going to be a mage solo, so you're going to have really strong backline. And if you're playing around objectives, Cern is one of the best objective hunters in the game. His laning phase is strong. It's not OP, it's not Izanami on her strong, but it is a strong laning phase. So you can play through this duo. Once you go to the late game, you have somebody to play around these objectives. My only gripe with the Ravens comp is that 4 magical. That's just really making me not love the comp.
It's going to be maybe a bit difficult, maybe a bit interesting to see how they kind of dance around this 4 magical style of composition. I also want to ask you, before we jump into game, do you think there's value in the set build maybe going away from the Sigil and going towards some of the newly buffed items, maybe that Warrior's Axe or that Bluestone that got recently buffed as well?
I think maybe potential for it, but I think Sigil just makes so much sense on set and allows that level 20 spike to just be through the roof compared to that Axe or the Bluestone, because Axe, Bluestone, you farm better, you're fighting a little bit better early game, but that level 20 finishing that starter is insane with Sigil. And then I think it just makes the entire build just round out really well. So I prefer the Sigil, but maybe he's tested a little bit with Axe and he's found something with it.
Well, it's one final best of 5 for these two teams to see which is going to be the 4th and final one to go to the SWC, but it all starts out here in game number 1 with the Warriors and the Ravens. We'll throw it to our casters.
Thank you so much, J-Mac and Inbound. You've got Frog, Mifflin, and Doug to take you through this one. And the Oni Warriors, Highland Ravens, both looking to secure that 4th and final spot, at least the final spot that we're giving away this weekend, to the SWC. Both these teams coming off a loss a little bit earlier on in the weekend. Oni Warriors fell down to the Leviathans. Highland Ravens falling down to the Jade Dragons to start us off on Thursday. So looking to build momentum here in this first game. And that poll, I think, certainly heavily favored towards the Oni Warriors, and that makes sense. They were in the same division. The Oni Warriors, they topped out that division. Highland Ravens, they've lost in both of the matchups throughout the regular season.
Yeah, and the most recent look at the Ravens kind of indicated to me that they were struggling with the meta a bit. I am liking the adaptations in individual God picks. I'm liking, Maman Brigitte in the jungle, Scream off facilitators, now playing a hyper carry, but I do echo the sentiment of Bobby on the desk. This Quadra magical composition going to really struggle once a little bit of defense starts to stack up. We're not going to have to see Prophetic Cloak. You might even be willing to forego things like Thebes. Doubt that, though. Genetics generally wants to pick up that aura defense, especially because of the synergy with Ares passive, but Heart Ward Amulet certainly on the table, just going in almost entirely towards defense in the magical regard, because for the most part, is Zapman going to be doing enough to justify picking up 2 defense items? I think really you only just need the 1.
Especially on this Kernos. Your J-Mac talked about it a little bit. Hold that, though. Scream. Putting some pressure onto Pagon here in the mid lane. A little bit of a different matchup than we've seen in a while in this mid lane. We do have 2 mages, but they're both on the same side, the Ravens, having those double magical there. Meanwhile, a Guardian and an Assassin make up that mid 2v2 for the Oni Warriors. And that sort of begs the question, when they prioritize this Athena, something we've seen so heavily prioritized this tournament throughout our Road to Worlds phase, and then they don't put it in support where it's seen success, they choose to give it to Panatom in the jungle.
I mean, we've seen plenty of Athena jungle throughout the year and throughout the years. So what does it do? Heavy bursts, great global presence, really solid ganks. anytime you've got taunt, it's just great initiation, even if it is going to be on a squishier target this time around. But I trust Panatom to be able to pilot this one relatively well, but keep your eyes on that 3-4 item power spike. Until then, Athena generally struggles a bit in actually doing kill pressure damage. Once you have Polynomicon, a little bit of penetration, things start to shore up. But something people don't talk about enough on Athena is that she's actually got pretty decent jungle clear. Having a cleave in the auto attack chain as well as just cleave from the passive makes it very fast to work through the jungle.
Dash in from Panatom. Heroine caught in the slow, and they're looking for the last bit of damage. They will not find it through the dashes, and the Highland Ravens stay safe on that first attempted gank.
Yeah, Panatom coming up a bit empty there, but even in just putting out a bit of pressure, has stripped away the meditation from Hurrywind, taking away some of that sustain, and now any damage that Netroid's able to do in lane should stick a little bit more easily, which is important. On her wants to take that fight early on. Massive boxing potential. I wonder, do you just keep the pressure in duo if you're the Oni Warriors? Have Genetics just hover here like all the way until level 10? Make sure that Hurrywind isn't allowed to rotate out. That could benefit them, but take into account maybe some of that jungle presence. You'd really like to see the Oni Warriors try and focus out Scream too. Maman Brigitte, very strong. No one's saying she isn't. Massive win rate so far. Only been available this weekend, upwards of 70%, but doesn't exactly have a strong early.
Solo Troll, no beads, and getting taunted back in the stun, and the dash secures it. Haddix first on the board with the kill, and the Highland Ravens grab that pressure over in solo.
Clean stuff. SOT on the Opwash just has so little mobility. Easy for Haddix and Scream to jump on him. That said, now that Panatom's got his global presence, would be able to make that a little bit easier for SOT to survive. And once you get to that second slot on these mage solos, that's generally when junglers stop showing up. Pythag's piece helps out a lot, then defense in second. Kind of makes it a little bit less appetizing to hang out on that side of the map. SOT, though, might not be going towards true dedicated defense in second slot. Maybe wants to shift things up. Unfamiliar with how Soul Laners will think about this for Magic Draft.
Scream looking for some more pressure and taunted out by Panatom, but not sure if this will be a full engagement before the ultimate comes through. Pagon knocked down to 10% right there. Will not secure the kill, though. It's certainly the Ravens looking to try and force some of this pressure early on. A lot driven by Scream on this Maman, and you have to imagine with this quad magical composition, you do want to try and get involved early before some of these granted magical defense items come online.
You might, but it's also awkward because mages tend to scale into late. That's generally what they do, need that power stack up from their items. So it's this catch-20 of, we want to play early before the Oni Warriors can get their defense, but we're not exactly playing the earliest game gods, though not exactly the fastest. Maman Brigitte needs some items. Hurry's going to not be tanky until he's 2 or 3 items into his build, so it's an interesting position for the Highland Ravens. I wonder if the Oni Warriors might just decide to slow things down. We've seen a very heavy, objective-focused gameplay plan from the Warriors so far this week, and they'll be allowed to do that.
Damage onto Zapman, ultimate forced out, and Netroid cleans it up even before the no escape comes through. Just gets everything dumped on. Netroid started the engagement with the ultimate there.
Yeah, he said, look here, Zapman slowed, can't dash. Pretty easy to line up Desert Fury from there. So Chains from Genetics set things up. Panatom, I mean, simple juke there. Scream just won't have the damage.
Yeah, and Panatom actually a level up here in the jungle on this Athena. You mentioned the farm prowess of this Guardian jungle pickup. This mid 2v2, though, thought we might see a little bit more action from this Assassin. Pagon's played a lot of this set throughout his career, throughout this season. I think we might get some more action in the solo lane before we get a chance to see it. And there we see the power of the Athena. Whether you get it in jungle or you get it in support, that Athena ult is going to do a lot to protect your team across the map.
But it's simple for the Highland Ravens to force it out, and valuable still. Even in just showing presence over towards that soul lane. Threatens enough on the SOT that Panatom had to respond. Zap's not in a good spot.
He doesn't have beats either, the slowdown.
Oh, he's all right.
And he does dash into the safe spot in the jungle. Heroine would have met him there if the chase had continued. I mean, back towards this set, though, Bobby was talking about it on the desk, how the build would go and whether or not we would see this sigil come out. It is going to be this Warriors axe slightly buffed, and with Pagan not getting involved, I mean, maybe just looking to scale a little bit with that buff starter.
Yeah, I like axe a lot. Maybe if it were a tankier team, you feel a little bit better about it, but you've got opportunity to go between heroes or sundering. I tend to favor the sundering axe. We'll see where Pagan's got his mindset. Scream. Hovering the jungle has walked over 3 total wards, so the Oni Warrior is absolutely aware of exactly where he was. Won't be stepping up anytime soon. Doesn't reveal himself on ward on the way back to base, so Warrior's likely assuming that Scream is still hovering nearby.
Pretty slow game thus far, and I think to be expected with how slow we've seen things going this weekend. I mean, just last set we saw EFG in pretty much every game of that best of 5, but quite a bit of action attempted by the Ravens. Despite that, only 1 kill on either side, even gold lead thus far. I mean, you look at these two compositions, we've talked about the quad magical, so maybe question to the Oni Warriors. When are you looking to get fight started? Is it around that sort of second item power spike, or do you want to even wait later?
I mean, looking at their draft, I would almost say on the Oni Warriors, if their picks are strong at 3 items, 2 items, that's fine, but because of the Highland Ravens draft having 4 magical, you could just wait until the absolute latest portion of the game and then play the defensive game. Then, taking a lot of chains here. Should likely just use those beads, but is it hurry on the chopping block?
Gets pulled back in, the taunt, the damage from Panatom, and it won't be the finisher instead. Venenu grabs Netroid, and the fight is on. Panatom looking to be taken down, and Pagan finds Zapman as Panatom finishes onto Heroin. So a 2-for-1 is the Oni Warriors still end up on top of the trade.
Netroid, though, was a high-value trade for the Ravens. Scream's got to play safe here. Taunt guarantees chains, and chains guarantees the kill. And so Scream will make himself scarce. Oni Warriors further tip the scales in their favor. Not only is it a kill trade favored to them, but being able to strip away a few of those buffs. Also putting a little bit additional gold in their coffers. The Highland Ravens need to figure out the response. Can't allow the Oni Warriors to simply walk them down. Doug, can you show me the ability priority order for the Athena jungle, please? I wonder if Panatom is putting any points into that taunt. Has nearly maxed it out now, so he's got the initiation.
Venenu trying to find some pressure here, forces Pagan to back up, and will not find the red buff invade. I think one of the things we were looking for in this matchup, though, was that mid pressure, whether or not Pagan would find it, but still pressure on the duo lane. Zapman, the chains won't find enough tick damage, but the pressure certainly being held onto. The Oni Warriors have kept the pressure up over here for the entirety of the first 10 minutes.
Netroid's ult's coming back up. There's the slow. Here comes the ultimate. Should just be hurry.
Heroin does not get to survive there. Another great pillar and great lockdown from Genetics on this Ares. It's been a while since we've seen this Ares picked up, especially prioritized there early on, or not, a little bit later on in the draft.
Gross, gross!
Oh my goodness! Will be able to dash under the tier 2 tower. Scream! He comes in and is able to trade 1-for-1 with that final judgment. Netroid takes down Scream. I'm amazed that Venenu survives.
Yeah, Ven, well played, able to walk himself out of there. Barely survives. Just fortunate to have as much HP as he does, because that was not missed abilities, it wasn't missed auto attacks, didn't have the beads to avoid. Just barely able to make his way back to base, but still does miss out an entire minion wave. So, maybe a small win for the Oni Warriors still. Trading out their 1, though. Pretty significant. Does catch Scream up a bit, who was the recipient of kill credit there. Han Ravens, they got to figure out something soon, because the Oni Warriors scaling really starting to stack up. Transcendence finished. You've already got the Jotuns, and looking across the board, Magic defense starting to come through as well. Genjis for both Panatom and SOT. Heart Ward finished up for Genetics, who is double dipping in value on that item. Or a defense is additional power for Ares, because Ares privilege. And the Oni Warriors in a very strong spot right now. I'd almost like to see them just go ahead and start forcing some of those engagements around the Gold Fury. Could be that they're waiting for Pyro, though.
Solar Troll under pressure and pushed up against the wall. Gets the beats forced though, and now Haddix, maybe the turnaround coming through. Pre-beats there, and Panatom holds the taunt beautifully, and Haddix will fall under the tier 1 tower.
Wow.
Scream looking for the trade as well. Beautifully played from the Oni Warriors, but they've got more pressure to deal with. Zatman running away, and Panatom and Solar Troll, they've got to run away on the right-hand side, but Venenu won't have the damage. It'll just be a 2 for nothing.
Oni Warriors are just too tanky already. I mean, just magic defense stacked up so soon, and the Highland Ravens playing at a deficit and haven't got their percent penetration there just yet. It's going to be a little while until things get better. If I get a chance to look at those builds, maybe Scream has to build into some percent soon. Maybe a Spear of the Magus helps out, some additional percentage damage, but the scaling of the Oni Warriors coming much too quickly. I think the Ravens really drafted themselves into a corner here. And it's not just the fact that there's aura defense on the side of the Warriors or that each individual member can itemize towards magic defense. It's also bolster defense, giving 50 of each prot to everyone near genetics. I mean, if it seems like Panatom and Sod are tanky already, they're going to be even tankier once genetics is making his way across the map. And good eyes on it, Doug has decided to max it out second. Tough stuff, man. I mean, the combos are there. The Ravens can just hit Shadow Lock from Hurrywind and have Ven hit someone with the ultimate. But I'm thinking whoever they're hitting is, so long as it isn't Netroid, is just going to eat it up.
Beacon up at 12 minutes and taken without fuss from the Oni Warriors, who have now amassed themselves close to a 4,000 gold lead here, just 12 minutes in. This pressure certainly being pushed by, I think, these Guardians. A lot double blink there, and Scream sniffs it out, is able to stay safe for the time being. But you see the aggressive positioning here on the left side jungle. Have to imagine they were looking for a pick around this Gold Fury. They don't find a pick, but looks like they will find the Gold Fury down low and secured by the Oni Warriors. Nobody from the Ravens able to step up.
And it's got to be going through the Ravens' head now. Well, if we can't fight now, when do we fight? Can't be for the next few items. Oni Warriors are only going to continue building more defense. Things are going to look really rough. Pick-based composition, though, for the Ravens means that if they can isolate members of the Warriors, things could start to look a bit different. Netroid, of course, the ideal target, but Netroid, of course, also up 3 levels on Zatman, who has just been accosted the entire game. Maybe you can jump on Pagon, but nobody's posed any threat to Pagon just yet. So it has Beads and Aegis and hasn't been forced to use either of them so far this game. Yeah, it doesn't seem to me that Pagon's too concerned with anything coming his way. And then it's just this constant looming defensive measure of Panatom. We've seen a few attempted ganks of Soul Lane. Panatom's there. We've seen 1 or 2 in mid. Panatom's there. That global presence further compounding the defensive nature of this Oni Warriors draft, just making it so hard for the Ravens.
And when we talked about the gold lead, haven't really talked about the experience lead, but it is staggering. 1 level in every single role, if not 2 levels ahead for the Athena, for both dual lane members, 3 levels, as you mentioned, for Netroid on the Anhur. And you get that sense that maybe they were willing to scale. They were happy to get those 3 items, 4th items online and wait for those 5-on-5s because of what we've talked about with the draft. But I mean, they simply don't have to do that if they continue to snowball this kind of a lead. I think a lot of this pressure has been driven by genetics, just the constant push forward on the Ares. And in addition to that, being able to almost consistently stand next to Netroid and make sure that he's had a good lane. Haddix under pressure and through the ultimate, Pagon takes him down with the help of Panatom, and that's what I'm talking about. They're just in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Pagon is forced to use the beads there to make sure he's able to stick close to Haddix, but beads for kill trade with Pyromancer right around the corner, one that I'm sure the Oni Warrior is happy to take. Netroid makes the rotation to defend the tier 1 mid tower, much more valuable than the tier 1 on left. So Zatman at least able to grab a few waves, grab a bit of farm, but on the left side of the map, he's pretty far from the Fire Giant.
15-minute Fire Giant this would be if the Oni Warriors stick to it. Genetics, though, he wants to hop off early and look for some of these kills. Hurwin, he cannot dash, and Pagon on a killing spree will find the kill onto the support. Still, though, Scream in the area, and Haddix on his way back from base if they want to try for a miracle steal to secure here. Maybe the corpse explosion, maybe they want to look for something, but instead Looks like the Highland Ravens giving up the Fire Giant at 16 minutes for the Oni Warriors.
And there's still so much gold to collect on map, and timing should allow them to grab that Oni Fury relatively easily. Fortunately for Zapman, able to knock down a tier 2 tower, so Highland Ravens at least find something on map, but I'm sure there'll be a response just as fast. Tier 1 on right, taken. Time to head back to base. Group up as 5, and I don't see the Oni Warriors losing out on any team fights anytime soon. Haven't quite seen the massive ultimate from Ven, and we're going to have to. I think Ven has to hit like 3 or 4 people with a full charged ultimate to see any chance of winning out on this team fight. Obsidian Shard 3rd slot means this might be as heavy hitting as he's going to get so far this game. Oni Warriors, I mean, their job is simple. Anywhere they can find a fight is a good place to take it. Tier 2 towers, I imagine all 3 go down, fall back to the Fury. Highland Ravens not going to want to take a fight in neutral territory. Might not even be willing to take a fight on a Tier 2. Haven't seen any grouping just yet.
All 5 here in mid for the Oni Warriors. Don't have a minion wave quite yet. Solar Troll will tank that one up, and it should fall down relatively quickly. And this might be a bit surprising. Still have 2 Tier 2 towers to take down in the left lane and in the right side. Scream, he's behind the entirety of the Warriors here, over towards the red buff. So if they want to engage, they may have to deal with the Mammon. So far, though, the wave's just being cleared. The Highland Ravens, I mean, they're looking for the right engage. They finally find some damage, but their Phoenix has been poked down to half.
Yeah, I mean, the initiation of the Highland Ravens, if AoE, has to be Haddix. Otherwise, it's single target from Hurrywin, so do they have the damage to kill that one guy? I'm not sure.
3-man silence, and Haddix fires the drums through the team, as he will force them back off of the bird. But the Oni Warriors still 5 strong around this objective, and Fire Giant's not dropping off anytime soon. There's the corpse field, and a good silence once again, but can't stop the autos, and it just hits Solar Troll. The final judgment takes him down low, and the Phoenix still stands strong. Scream on the engage, drops Netroid a little bit low, but off the mark on the ultimate, and that's a re-engage for Genetics. A huge pull, and Sot gets one. Pagon finds Satman. Hurrowin, not long for this world. Venenu falls as well, and in the blink of an eye, a 4-man ultimate from Genetics takes the Oni Warriors to game number 1.
I mean, it's just clinical from the Oni Warriors. Identify the weaknesses of the draft and exploit them. The Highland Ravens were not allowed to play at any portion of the game. Does Haddix have enough to get the Oni Warriors out of the base?
Oh, wow.
I mean, Tier 2 towers still up, pretty healthy. Fortunately for the Highland Ravens, they've been losing pretty bad, so those respawn timers pretty quick. Able to make themselves alive and ready for the defense, but I think only prolonging the inevitable at this rate. The Oni Warriors, even in just tanking up the Phoenix for, what, 30, 40 entire seconds, playing into the ultimate to the Highland Ravens, able to take out the team fight and win immediately afterward. Love the ultimate from Genetics. Connects with 4. Panatom initiating the fight even as a squishy. Looks pretty good on that Athena jungle. And the Oni Warriors break the base and grab themselves a Fury. Highland Ravens, it's not getting any easier anytime soon. It's not as if the Oni Warriors are already 6-slotted. They're not level 20 yet. They're only going to continue to get stronger.
I think just 18 minutes in, you dive the Titan room, and Haddix looking a little bit more tasty, wanting to try and finish off that kill. The Oni Warriors, though, still standing strong, almost a 10,000 gold lead here. And like you said, there is still plenty of room to get stronger. Nobody has sold those recipes just yet, not even any upgraded starters for that squad. I mean, remember this first Fire Giant came in at 15 minutes into the game. It's been an absolute dominant performance from the Warriors thus far. And I'm almost, getting into the heads of the Highland Ravens. Does this feel like one where you're trying to start thinking about game 2 and how you're adapting? Or is it one where you're still like, okay, let's group up in the jungle, let's try and find a pick somewhere?
Yeah, there has never once been a team that was just thinking about the next game in their match. There's plenty of time between matches to consider opportunities there. I mean, you got to look for win conditions, and I don't think it's in the PvP, so I like what we're seeing from Scream and Zapman. We're not going to win a fight. Maybe we can backdoor the Titan. Maybe we can catch one guy. But instead, it's them caught.
Genetics grabs Zapman, and he is removed from the map. Panatom grabs the last hit there. You're trying to look for some macro play. You lose one in the process. That seems to still open up the Fire Giant. here on this right-hand side. I imagine you're looking to still give this up if you're the Highland Ravens, but I mean, you're talking about those win conditions. What are you trying to play through? Do you have to try and isolate a member, or is it a structure game here? Just try and make a path if you do win a fight?
Well, the Highland Ravens are so far behind that win conditions have not been exposed just yet. What we saw from Zap and Scream was, hey, maybe if we can just knock down a bird, we might be able to find an opportunity to work our way into the base, sneak in there. It's not team fighting in neutral territory. Base defense, I think, looked all right from the Highland Ravens. Very nearly able to repel the Oni Warriors until that Category 5 disaster ultimate from Genetics. So if they want to group up and play on birds and buy 20 more minutes, catch up and build a bit, might help out for the Highland Ravens. Essentially right now, they're preying on mistakes from the Warriors, waiting for an overextension. And the Warriors are maybe the most likely team to make mistakes like that. They have a bit of fun, especially when they've got massive leads like this. So keep your eyes on Pagon. Keep your eyes on SOT. Those two generally the ones getting a bit over-aggressive. Highland Ravens are waiting to play their own game. Their hands are no longer on the levers of power. It's simply play defense, hope that they can withstand the storm.
Oni Warriors grouped up, looking to group up as 5 as they still have Pagon back farther a little bit in that mid lane. The Highland Ravens did put up a solid defense around that middle Phoenix. It's only gotten more difficult, though. You're going to have to keep that mid Phoenix alive. It's just respawn. You've got fire minions pushing down a bit. And now you're going to have 5 members with a minion wave on this left-hand side. Watch for Panatom with the dash taunt on this engage. Last time was Herwin slowing things down on the silences. The Oni Warriors looking for the right moment.
Mid Phoenix low. It's a 3-2 split. Panatom in first, finds Scream, and he's burnt fast.
Taunt in, Scream finds the dash for safety, and Pagon will not be able to get the follow-up, but maybe it's Haddix who gets the beads forced early, and that Phoenix still stands strong, but the left side will fall, and the health bars look like they're still at full for the Oni Warriors pretty much. So much power on this composition, and still 5 strong as this middle Phoenix incredibly weak. The right Phoenix has a tier 2 tower standing in the way, but they're not focused on that right now. Mid Phoenix goes down, and another taunt onto Herwind. He will keep his life, but they're right outside of the Titan room.
Panatom has burnt 3 beads and found 3 easy targets now to start off the fight. A taunt on a Scream, Haddix, or Hurrywind would just cost them their lives. Hurry, fortunately, still has that ultimate. Might make the Oni Warriors work just that much harder for it.
Waiting for the right moment. Scream on the right-hand side. They don't even care about the tier 2 tower. They're looking for the potential end, or at least some more kills. Haddix taunted back in and will be pulled here unless he goes into the ultimate. So you force some members out, and the Oni Warriors forced to disengage for a second. But Scream taunted back in, and the follow-up isn't there for him either. The Titan takes a little bit of damage from minions, but the Oni Warriors not on the same page with that follow-up.
Yeah, SOT a little bit too far from the fight. Pagon hovering on the left-hand side. Netroid falling back to resustain. Was not quite able to close out any of those kills, despite, again, Panatom finding phenomenal taunts throughout the entirety of that engagement. Pagon wants the 1v1, the 3-time world champion on the back foot.
Dodges out the stun and gets the beads forced there, and will find the pick onto Zapman. Maybe a small opening here. You don't have the Anhur, you don't have the Athena, you don't have 5 strong for the Oni Warriors. So despite getting that pick, looks like they won't be able to push for the end just yet. But I mean, what can they do but make the Titan continuously weaker? Still, this tier 2 tower to fall, and they grab the Pyromancer and yet another Phoenix to push down.
Not a whole lot of time left on this Fire Giant power play, so the Oni Warriors going to slow it down from here. Head back to base, spend up all that gold they'd accumulated, and just victory lap for the next whatever 3-4 minutes it's going to take for them to close this one out. The Highland Ravens, I mean, it is 99.999 odds for the Oni Warriors. Highland Ravens depended on a miracle to make a comeback from this position. At this point, I've seen enough on base defense to say that the Highland Ravens can't take it there. I'd almost just say Hail Mary time. Group up as 5, see if you can catch someone on left side jungle, send Ven at the Fire Giant, see if maybe he can steal it with ultimate. But even then, Genetics at level 18 he's got a lot of damage to play with.
Genetics is 2 levels ahead of Zapman here. Burns the beads and the ultimate there from Whirlwind.
Ooh, good taunt.
And a late taunt there.
Silence, excuse me.
Great silence from Whirlwind will prevent the follow-up from Panatom. But this grouping from the Oni Warriors is almost meant to punish the Highland Ravens trying anything. You want to step up? You want to try and get farm anywhere? No, we're going to make sure that we add just another extra 9 to that 99.999% and make sure that we are as guaranteed to win this game as possible. And remember, this is a Worlds qualification match. This is just game 1. Oni Warriors looking to set the tone here with this dominant performance, almost 20,000 gold up, a Fire Giant at 15, 20, and now 26 minutes into the game. Nobody from the Highland Ravens going to be willing to step up, try that Hail Mary as you mentioned. They're going to have to try and stand strong under this Phoenix Siege once again.
And the Phoenix Siege has been strong for the Oni Warriors. I'd like to see SOT hold on to ultimate until he's actually in the throne room. Would make it very difficult for the Highland Ravens to actually defend their Titan. Mid and left Phoenix coming back up, but weakened, permanently weakened. The Oni Warriors likely can just sweep their way across the map. Any runic bombs in play, 2 in pocket for Netroid. Not exactly the ideal person to be holding them. Difficult for him to get into that real short range, but maybe not that difficult considering how ahead the Oni Warriors really are, approaching that 20,000 mark. Highland Ravens, it's all about finding that one priority target. I've seen a whole lot of hanging back, trying to return poke. It's got to be an all-in, I think. Have Scream try and isolate Netroid. Netroid, the only one, I think, that's really going to go down easily here now that Pagon's finished up his axe, has a little bit more utility to play with. You might be able to shut down the Onher. Onher is the battery of the team. Any ADC of Fire Giant, the one you want to keep your eyes on. But your mid Phoenix already taken. Your right side Titan going to go down before it meets the enemy Titan. The Highland Ravens not exactly stepping up.
Everything stands in the favor of the Order side now. The Oni Warriors, they've got these Phoenixes to take. Mid Phoenix already down. Left Phoenix looking to fall without much of a fight at all. It's just Solar Troll and Panatom looking there. One more auto will do it. And the Highland Ravens looking to stand strong in their Titan room. Genetics burns the beads off of a couple and still waiting to find that perfect engagement. They've got their Titan, though, pushing up the right-hand side, and that plus waiting for the Fire Minions. I'm not sure that you can try and get much more guaranteed than the Oni Warriors pacing right here, trying to make sure everything possible on the map is in their favor.
Keep your eyes on Ven and hurry. No beads to play with, and an Athena on the other side will make it very difficult to survive. Haddock's taunted in, and another bead's lost.
Scream blinks in, looking for Panatom, and the corpses get dropped. Panatom back in on the taunt, and Scream falls. Pagon on the dash, and Netroid finds Zapman, and the Oni Warriors looking to march it down. Only 3 members from the Ravens surviving, and the Titan becomes the focus. The Order Titan as well, helping out on that damage. And the Oni Warriors take game 1.
Massive draft chasm. The Highland Ravens thought they could make the magic work with 4 magical. Does not work that way, and the Oni Warriors pick up the pace around that 8-minute mark, wrestle control of the match, and hold on to it for the entirety of the match from there on out. Objective play looks good. Team fights look good as well. Highland Ravens, we didn't get to see anything there, and I'm sure the Ravens themselves will say, look, that's just one where we lost before we loaded in.
Yeah, that's a bit of a clinic from the Oni Warriors, not only in the draft, but I mean they executed on field as well, certainly taking advantage of those 4 magicals. And my mind still goes back to that quadruple ultimate, the no escape from Genetics in the mid lane. I mean, it felt like they could have ended the game at 18 minutes in after a 15-minute Fire Giant. Just incredible team play pulling through. They pick the Ares, haven't seen it in a while, and Genetics looks fantastic on this pressure pick.
I think all adaptations have to lie with the Highland Ravens now, and adaptation could be very easy. 1 less magical pick and things look a whole lot better. What we saw from the Oni Warriors was second-slotted magic defense nearly across the board, and from there was never any kill pressure on the side of the Highland Ravens. Just don't even think about that one. If I'm Marbach in my little Raven outfit, I'm going in there and saying, guys, game 1 what? That didn't even see it.
Yeah, he's got to flat bring the energy, to the team, try and increase the spirits up in the booth, perhaps. Certainly trying to put that one out of your mind, but that's all the momentum now in the hands of the Oni Warriors. If you're the Ravens, is it just as simple as taking a magical pick off the board, or do you want to try and maybe formulate some sort of game plan? Maybe you need duo pressure, shut down genetics here.
I mean, you could do anything, any adaptation, any one thing is better than what we just saw.
That's fair enough. Highland Ravens need to bounce back after that game number 1. Stick around. We'll be back after the break.
Things. One of my many skills. I'm making things up. All in my mind. 'Cause I analyze their body language. I hear every change in their tone. Maybe they hate me, somehow I blame me. My mama said, that's just the weight of the world. It's not personal, it's just how it works. Don't be angry for too long or get burned. 'Cause that's just the weight of the world. Shake it off. Now it's personal, it's just how it works. Shake it off. Now that's just the weight of the world. I cry my eyes out over a shallow guy. Yeah, I'm feeling left out. Got no invitation last night. I analyze their body language. I hear every change in their tone. Maybe they hate me, somehow I blame me. My mama said, that's just the weight of the world. It's not personal, it's just how it works. Don't be angry for too long or get burned. 'Cause that's just the way of the world. Shake it off. Now it's personal, it's just how it is. Shake it off. Now that's just the way of the world.
It's 3 a.m. I just touched down. Wanna call me to buzz down. It's love over lust now. I don't know who to trust now. Tell me who can I trust now? Hey. Yeah. It's 3 a.m. I just touched down. Wanna call me to buzz down. It's love over lust now. I don't know who to trust now. Yeah. Who can I trust now? Hey. Lately I've been on the go. School is home away from home. Inner teed up on my own. Load up the beat, I'm in my zone. I feel alive today. Don't fuck up my vibe today. Don't come at me stirring my pot. You might get erased from the plot and end up under plot of them grass blades. They been throwing me mad shade. All this ducking and dodging, your offs in the wavelengths. You negative headspace. That version of me that you thought that you knew, if it newly updated, I'm activated. Whatever they on, oversaturated. I'm the cure, my intention is pure. My life been a blur, yes sir. Yeah. I've been stitching my wounds and flipping my tunes, reversing my curses. I wrote it in braille, never stale. I spoke it in cursive. I'm not from where earth is. The features ethereal, the ancestors surging through veins. I've been curving and purging all person in places and things that don't serve me. My hands on the cloud, my feet where the turf is. That's perfect. On God, yeah, I'm activated. Control, burning down trees. Big shot on my ashtrays. Never empty, I'm litty. I've been painting the city. Still painting the city. It's 3 a.m. I just touched down. Wanna call me to buzz down. It's love over lust now. I don't know who to trust now. Tell me who can I trust now? Hey. I just touched down. Wanna call me the buzz down. It's love over lust now. I don't know who to trust now. Yeah. Who can I trust now? I've been playing the city. It's 3 a.m. I just touched down. Wanna call me the buzz down.
Dame la plata, plata. Cash, cash, cash. Get money, get money.
It truly is the best time of the year jumping into the SWC, that second week of January. It's a great way to kick off a brand new year as well. So make sure that you are tuning into the event, whether you're going to be there in person or watching it online, whether it be on Twitch or YouTube or any other channels. Make sure you just check out the SWC. If you don't get a chance to pick up the merch there in person, make sure you pick some up over at shop.hirezstudios.com/SWC. We got jerseys, t-shirts, hats, bags, stickers, pens. We got just about everything. I think we had a full jogger set as well that you can pick up. There's all kinds of great stuff that you can go over and pick up online over at shop.hirezstudios.com/SWC, or if you're going to be there in person, pick some up while you're there. It's a great opportunity to rep your favorite teams or just to rep the Smite scene in general for the Season 10 Smite World Championship. Again, those dates, January 12th through 14th, where we get to kick off the illustrious event in Arlington, Texas. It's going to be a lot of exciting matchups and a very fun weekend, so you're not going to want to miss out on that. Just like you're not going to want to miss out on the remainder of the set here. Game number 1 was a very fast-paced one, Bobby, by the Oni Warriors. Nearly 18 and a half minutes, thought they were going to be ending the game there. Played with their food just a little bit too much, trying to get that kill on Haddock, screening the kill towards the fountain. Didn't get that. Game ends up going just a little bit longer, but ever so dominant still for the Oni Warriors all the way through this one.
Yeah, and I think we can focus on the draft by the Ravens. I think it was rather obvious heading into that first game it was going to be an uphill battle for the Ravens. I think their comp doesn't make a ton of sense with what they want to do. And the opposite side, the Warriors had the exact style they want, the exact type of gods that they want, and they played it near flawlessly. Dominance in the dual lane, pulling relics wherever they can, punishing relics being down, and getting a lead onto their Honor, and using their global with this Athena, this set, so much chase down potential that they had. They really used it very well at almost all points in the game. And really at no point was I thinking the Warriors weren't going to win this one. It was that dominant.
I mean, we're pushing, as you can see here, 14 and a half, almost 15 minutes in. And you look up, we're 5, almost 6,000 gold up, and then you just keep going further and further in the game. Here's 3 minutes later. Oh, another like 3,000 gold for the team. And it just felt like every minute that kept going by was another 1,000 gold the Oni Warriors were getting over the Highland Ravens, where we're pushing near 20K in the lead for the Oni Warriors by the time that this game is starting to round itself out. An 18.5-minute push, again. Probably a bit of jumping the gun to try and go for that one. Still 2 towers up at that time, but maybe just trying to go for the greedy kill more than anything over the end. But all of that comes off the back of a great Ares pull by Genetics. This Ares got so much value on beats pressure this game.
Yeah, so much power in the beats pressure, and then also just having that bolster defense. If you have just one resource of damage available, this magical damage is really all the Ravens had. He went Heartward, and then bolster defense, Thebes, so many auras to the side of the rest of the Warriors. That magical damage was just not too effective by the Ravens. And as you can see across the board, I mean, other than this Thoth, who's a very poke-oriented god, not a lot of damage anywhere for the Ravens. And then you look at the opposite side, Pegon, 604, Genetics a part of 13 kills, Panatom a part of 14 kills. That core that the Warriors had were kind of like the playmakers for their comp, and the side lanes did what they needed to do. Obviously, Net was winning lane, Solo was living a few ganks, but I think the Ravens just kind of need to rethink their strategy. I think their prio on their top 2 is fine. I think Raijin is a great god. Maman is a great god. I think it really threw it off with that Thoth pick in that 3rd slot, and you and I kind of talked about it a little bit. if we just pick our ADC, we pick that Hachiman before it goes to that next phase and it's banned, and then you can actually just decide whatever you want to do for Maman maybe mid. Maybe you can keep the Maman in jungle, switch it up there. I think it makes a lot more sense, but fortunately they did go for that Thoth, threw up their P's and B's, but now we're jumping into P's and B's, and with Warriors taking first side, or Ravens taking second side again, maybe a little switch up there. So far, first ban coming through, Naja. Trying to keep Sprack off that, Scream off that. It makes a lot of sense. And the Khepri again. First 2 bans so far, same as last game.
Yeah, really not wanting Scream to have any fun on that pick. Along with the Emoji ban, just a standard one to go. It's also one of Hurrywin's better picks that he's had over the course of his years. Made some really strong highlight plays from it on that selection. And just in general, the God being as good as she is. With the inclusion of Fabulous Tubes kind of back into the build, it has really kind of skyrocketed that God back up once more. Highland Ravens, though, change up their second ban. It was Uller in the first game to go along with the Khepri. This time, going to be let through. Is that enough for the Oni Warriors to now top pick that one? I'm not so sure because Athena is still up. That gave them so much trouble, and it will be picked up once more for the Warriors.
Yeah, no surprise there. The Warriors have been prioing this Athena more than most other gods. So they're going to be locking that in again. Ravens have the opportunity to go the Raijin Maman again. Raijin locked in. So far thinking about that second one. The on her instead of the Maman. But I mean, already, I like the top 2 prior. I like the Maman Raijin a lot more. But I think on her has just shown so much strength when that Bog is banned. It makes just so much sense to get this on her here.
So Maman will go to the opposite side. Now under the belt of the Oni Warriors. We'll see if that one gets put into Panatom's hands. Or if maybe we see Peg on or SOT try their hand at the God. Because I will say, again, the Maman yesterday didn't quite click for Panatom. He didn't really have the greatest performance on that one. Maybe just an off day on the God. We'll see if maybe he gets to try and reprise that, try and have a little bit of a better matchup. Or if he lets one of his teammates have a chance at that one. Uller, which has been banned in the first game from the Highland Ravens and banned against the Warriors in general, now snakes its way through and will join into the top 3 of the Warriors. And given that we do have the Athena Maman, the Athena's already shown the flexibility from game 1, whether you throw it support or jungle. Maman showing that she's been able to do jungle or mid. And now Uller, which on this team has 3 different roles. It feels like nobody might be knowing where these gods are going.
Yeah, I mean, this is a full-on flex draft so far by the Warriors. And the opposite side, the Ravens, everything pretty confirmed where it's going to be going. Maybe a tiny bit of flex potential on that Raijin between mid and solo. But Afro, nearly guaranteed support. On her, nearly guaranteed ADC. So we have the dual lane confirmed for the Ravens. Kind of curious to see what the Warriors end up doing, because there is like a more normal style that they will be going. Maman in jungle, Uller in mid, Athena in support, but it could get as funky as Uller solo, Maman in mid, Athena jungle. They have so many opportunities to play these gods wherever, so that flex potential is going to be through the roof here. Going into the bans, the Ravens ban away that set. They do not want Pegon to get that again, and the Warriors ban away this rat, something that wasn't picked in the last P's and B's, but always going to be a strong jungle. And that's what I want to see. I want to see Izanami banned against Netroid. When Onher's not picked, he likes playing for pressure. Something like that Ola run, that Izanami, I like that throwaway.
Yeah, so throwing out the Izanami, keep Netroid down, especially after he just had a great on-her game, taking that away and taking his next comfort pick out. A wise call from the Ravens. Pretty standard as to where these gods are likely to line up unless this Raijin goes mid. Possibly seeing that one go over to Haddock's hands for the solo lane once again. Aphrodite was that last pick by the Ravens for a hurry win. So we could see his hand on the God this time. So now where the Ravens go, still needing their jungle and still needing either their mid or their solo. Morgan Le Fay still up if you want to go for the double mage. You've been seeing that a lot as a combo if given the opportunity. So I wonder where the Highland Ravens do go. Given the situation you're in now, if you're Scream, are you calling for your pick now, only knowing what the first 3 are in the Warriors, or are you waiting for the full draft to go for your selection?
If I'm Scream, I'm wanting to wait to see the entire draft to decide what I want to go. It does mess it up a little bit, not keeping that Raijin at least semi-flexed, but just picking your mid laner here, something that has a nice value here. I mean, we saw a lot of value from Thoth, and we've seen it picked before, something that could be locked in here. It was also played last game. It just makes more sense when you don't have triple magical in the top 3 and you still need your support, so I don't mind the Thoth here as much, especially with how much value he actually... I mean, he did 22,000 damage last game. A poke-oriented character, so the damage is going to be a little bit higher anyway, but I do think the Thoth value is still there for the Ravens, but taking their time a little bit, thinking about what they want to go for. Scream has a few picks here also that they could go for if they really do want to wait on that that last pick, but Morrigan is what they're opting for. Something that, I mean, we saw Dardes play it in the first set today, and it looked great.
Yeah, that Morrigan pick has really kind of wheels its way back into the minds of a lot of players, and especially just onto the battleground for a few different specifics. As mentioned, Dardes in the previous set looked so good on the god, it had to get banned away from him. And seeing some of the selections that the Oni Warriors have already drafted gives some good targets maybe to the Morrigan. I think immediately get an Athena for your side, jump over into a team fight right away, get an extra Mammon. That's what we were seeing. Some options towards give one team a Mammon, get Morrigan, and have one for your own team fight. But now we'll maybe get some answers from the Oni Warriors to where these three gods are going. Ishel, very likely going over to SOT in that solo lane. 3 games on it yesterday. And the Hachiman drafted up means we'll be seeing very likely an Ullr mid, and then throwing over the Hachiman Athena duo lane.
I think that makes the most sense. I think we both were in agreement that Mammon on Panatom, he didn't play it all too great yesterday, but I think it's still something where I want to see him play it again because I think there is potential for the character there. I think the draft also around the Mammon wasn't very strong yesterday, and I think this one makes a lot more sense. Free engage with the Athena, beats pull on the Ullr, good chase down potential with the rest, and I think I like this entire draft by the Warriors more with the Mammon in jungle. And then looking at the Raven side, the last pick, Nemesis, which I don't know if I love this Ravens draft again. It's just another weird set of gods that don't really have a ton of stuff together. There's not a ton of CC. Yes, like a Nem Afro late game is very strong. Afro on her, we've talked about a bunch on broadcast about how good this is as a duo. But overall, I don't think the draft has enough strengths to match up with what the Warriors have.
I think I'll then lead this question towards you kind of around the Nemesis. Typically when Nemesis is meta, it's because there's a lot of really strong tanks you need to kill. You need a lot of big HP targets you kind of want to burn away, things like Cthulhu, Zhong Kui whenever he was in a time of meta. We don't really have a whole lot of that kind of style of play anymore with all the mages jumping over in solo lane, even mages in support. You look at the Warrior side, there's only the Athena. Is that just the primary target for these Nemesis ultimates at this point, or is Nemesis starting to, or maybe going to have to kind of re-identify herself as just a high burst damage style of assassin?
Yeah, I think she's going to have to become more a high burst style assassin or a 1v1 character. I think if Nem gets ahead, she's one of the hardest characters to 1v1, and Mammon is another character that has very good 1v1s. But I think if you compare how these 1v1s will happen, I think if Nem gets even a slight lead, maybe that is where they're looking for. Have Scream kind of split off and try to 1v1 the Mammon. Problem with that is, even if you are looking for that 1v1, the global Athena ult is going to make it so you're fighting a 2v1, even if you do have the Morrigan on your side to transform into the Athena. Also, makes it really unique in what could be happening, because do you want a global ult over with your mid laner and then have a lot of damage elsewhere? But I still don't mind Nemesis as a god. She makes sense. I think you just need more CC around the character, because the character doesn't have enough on her own.
Yeah, it feels like initiation maybe a bit lacking here on the side of the Ravens. You can Raijin Thunder Crash in, maybe throw a kiss if you're the Aphrodite, or maybe you are banking a lot on this Morrigan, get that Athena transformation, have that dash taunt for yourself right away. But feels like this almost kind of in towards more of like a counterpunch style of draft. Wait for the Oni Warriors to walk in, maybe try and answer back from there. So for the Highland Ravens, where do they find their win conditions in this early game?
It's got to be duo. I think they can. I just think their late game feels a little bit more weak, but I think they can dominate duo lane with this Afro on her.
Well, we'll have to see if the Highland Ravens can get through that duo lane, can find themselves to a late game team fight. Will they be able to tie up the set, or the Warriors go up 2-0? Let's jump right into game number 2.
Thank you so much, J-Mac and Inbound. Oni Warriors going up against the Highland Ravens. Still Frog, still Myth, still Doug, bringing you the action. And the Oni Warriors up 1-0 after a dominant Game 1 performance. Going to be interested in what the Highland Ravens were looking like in the adaptation phase. And you heard it there on the desk. I mean, I think I side with Bobby a little bit. I'm not sure that I have a clear idea on what this composition is looking to do necessarily as we go through the stages of the game, early, mid, and late, where they're looking to play through.
I mean, it's certainly better. Let's start there. It's certainly better.
It's a good start.
And I think that's all we could really ask for, right? Just go ahead, lean back, let the pros do their thing. You got pressure. You can play through that. maybe that's just it.
Yeah, maybe I mean, Bobby mentioned on the desk the duo lane, the Aphrodite on her here specifically. We've seen not Panic Cat. I don't know why that name popped into my head. The Jade Dragons have played quite a bit of that Aphrodite on her. And I think that pressure in duo lane, especially, I mean, Zatman was 3 levels down in game number 1. Maybe trying to provide a little bit of guaranteed pressure over there in that duo lane up against the support from the Oni Warriors. I'm completely blanking on the draft.
We only got
here
to see it for like a
in my
second.
head.
It's fine.
Only got to see it for a second. The Athena, right? Athena Hachi. That's what it is. Athena Hachi, man, Aphrodite on her, giving a little bit more pressure over to the Highland Ravens.
Yeah, so I think playing through for the Highland Ravens, the duo lane's certainly one way in. You can leverage the additional power that On Her has throughout the early. I could also see the Highland Ravens trying to reprise an attempted play we had seen in Game 1, which was 3 attempts at SOT's life. Ixchel, not exactly the safest pick on the planet, so jumping on her early could be one way in. The only difficulty is you're dealing with the exact same issues as game number 1, which is that there's an Athena on the map, giving over a little bit of additional damage mitigation. So global presence from that Athena has been incredibly difficult to deal with all year. I don't imagine that changes out here. Otherwise, I think the Highland Ravens have got pretty strong late game. Their initiation, although single target for the most part, still is strong thanks to the Tycho drum from Haddix. Certainly some opportunities. Good God, that's lopsided poll.
Yeah, 16% there for the Highland Ravens. Tell you what, if the Ravens do win, those fans are going to be really rewarded with the points, the channel points, getting a heavy return on that 16%. But I think after game 1, it would be maybe a little bit foolish to bet against the Oni Warriors. You can call a little bit of that, or I mean maybe that's the question. How much of game 1 are you calling into just that draft in the Ravens?
I think they loaded into a loss. I mean, I said it in the game. I just hated that composition from the Ravens. Bobby talked about it on the desk, so we'll see. I think this time around, certainly much, much better, so long as they can survive some of that early pressure.
Wow, Zatman taking a lot of damage. You're forced to use the shell there early if you're Heroine, just to keep the ADC alive, and he will survive. Zatman will not fall for first blood, at least quite yet. We haven't seen it, but Genetics already putting the power towards the Athena, something that the Oni Warriors, as has the rest of the league, continued to value here. This flex potential, you give it over to the support this time. Genetics was doing a great job of maintaining that pressure on the Ares last game. I think with the Athena, just you have the global pressure, the taunt. No surprise that they're going to try and force down this pressure, but I mean, Heroine on the Aphrodite, I think maybe once you get a little bit more on the abilities, will try a little bit harder to get that pressure back if you're the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, the Ravens certainly have potential to fight back in. Zatman already showing how much sustain he's been given by Hurrywin. Back to full HP and maintains his potion economy, actually winning out up against Netroid, who had elected to pick up double multi-pot. And so, I think keep your eyes on the Ravens duo. That's where I'd be playing through if I were them. Scream, attempt on the shield buff, successful, which is so significant to getting off onto the right foot. So the Oni Warriors won't have too many opportunities to push their lead. And although Athena looked real good on that first wave, I think it's just because Zatman is caught off guard by that taunt. Now things should start to turn around slowly.
Blink in from Scream, dash in onto Pagon. And the Aegis gets forced. No beads quite yet. Beads down though for Venenu. And Panatom finds the first blood. Jungle mid pressure there. Venenu will fall first.
Man, that's tough for Ven. Steps up trying to peel out for Scream. Had already used his beads just earlier, so has nothing left for that stun from Panatom. And do not sleep on Maman Brigitte's damage. Certainly high if he's allowed to free cast, and that's exactly what Panatom did.
Dash in onto the Maman though, and dash in from Panatom. Keeps him safe for a second, but not long for this world. Scream able to answer back as they were looking for this blue buff invade, but now it'll only be Solo Troll up there, still looking for some aggression as the Highland Ravens battling back, trying to maybe find the purple buff invade on this left side of the map.
Sot's in some trouble. Doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't have a lot of mana to play with either. Doesn't pick up the blue buff and just gets a bit over-aggressive. Scream, MP5, gives him the slice and dice. Confirms the kill for himself. I think maybe if Sot decides to walk out, he gets a little bit further, but certainly doesn't escape. Now with Haddock so close by and Leap coming back up. So I like the idea from SOT. Well, if I'm not making out alive, I'll at least try and take someone with me. Unfortunately for him, just off the mark.
He does steal the blue buff away, at the very least, so will not have access to that if you're Haddock, so they might go for the blue buff invade after the fact. Instead, Solar Troll falls down. That's 2 kills now for the Highland Ravens, both falling onto Scream. And Bobby talked a little bit about it on the desk, this Nemesis matchup into, the Oni Warriors' entire composition, but specifically this Maman Brigitte, maybe Nemesis, getting a little bit of a lead, one of the few gods that is looking to have that 1v1 versus this magical assassin.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting 1v1. I'm having a hard time imagining how it's going to play out. I think it is almost completely contingent on how well Scream utilizes the shield, but Maman Brigitte's also got answers to it. Could just go immediately in towards the stun and then play her own damage game immediately afterward, or just dash out, avoid the 1v1 entirely. We'll have to see. Otherwise, how difficult would it really be to time the shield for Maman Brigitte passive? I'd argue pretty difficult, so I'll keep my eyes on that one. If it ever comes down to an auto attack battle, though, I'll tell you what, Scream's going to win that every single time.
Blink in from Panatom, and Athena ult on the way. Scream deleted from the map, and Panatom grabs another one. Venenu, though, with the transformation, trying to answer one back, and will not be able to have the damage. Panatom and Scream make up all the kills in the map.
Yeah, Panatom certainly did some VOD review on how to play that Maman Brigitte after yesterday's performances, and looking much better on it already here today, playing around that pressure very, very well. Speaking of, this is something we've seen from Ven 5 times now already, just using the decoy to block out that axe stun from Pagon. That's got to be frustrating. I mean, Ven is on the ball right now mechanically for that.
Netroid gets his dash canceled out, but the Impale is off the mark. Ultimate comes through from both ADCs, and Netroid will survive. Have to imagine if the Impale hits there, a little bit more opportunity for a kill. But you feel that pressure coming through. Zapman and Scream combine over there. And now that the supports have perhaps left the lane, rotating the mid a little bit earlier than last game, this On Her, I think, going to fare a little bit better in this lane matchup than the Cernernos of last game.
On Her is the highest pressure hunter in the game. If Zapman's not getting pressure here, be hard pressed to find a god he'll find it on. Purple buff invade successful, I believe, for the Highland Ravens. Hurrywin and Scream teaming up for that one. Genetics not quite able to hold it down on his own. I wonder, though, now Scream showing presence on the left side of the map, has to take away all of that farm.
Okay, Zap.
He's fine. Relax.
Okay.
That's a 3-time world champion.
I got scared. I got scared, man. I'm dying to that in my rank game.
You shouldn't be.
100%, dude.
That's PvE.
That's PvE. Zap takes a little bit of extra farm there under the tier 2 tower. I think this pressure, though, you got to imagine they want to use this pressure a little bit earlier if you're the Highland Ravens, because this is already starting to, I don't want to say spiral, that's too aggressive of a term, right? But this is a 2,000 or so gold lead for the Oni Warriors off of but just pure farm, right? They're evening kills, but they've gotten a little bit more of this neutral farm, perhaps getting off a couple of those buff invades here and there, pressure in some of these lanes, despite some of the attempts that we've seen from the Ravens. I mean, it's these opportunities from the Warriors as Panatom rotates over and takes the life of Hurrywin once again. It's this jungle Maman getting the action started on this left-hand side. Meanwhile, Solo Troll needs the defender of Olympus. The peel will come through, though, and Sot trying to survive and will do so successfully. Good peel from Genetics.
Yeah, Pagon not there just fast enough. If he's able to get over that wall, Scream would have likely lost his life after utilizing the dash to chase out onto SOT. That ultimate combo, SOT and Genetics, just makes it so difficult to shut down the Soul Inner. So much damage mitigation he can play with on that right-hand side. Maybe that's why you pick up the Nemesis. Okay, well, I can't stop Athena from ulting somebody, but maybe I can deal with some of that defense that she's given over. Clearly not enough just yet. Haddock's the next damage slot. Scream picks up a finished mace item. All of a sudden, there's maybe a little bit more damage to play with, but until then, I think better suited using your time elsewhere. SOT just a little too tanky.
This is an interesting build for Scream. I mean, certainly looking to finish off that Mace item. You think there's any logic behind the tier 2 or the tier 1 item there in that first slot and then the Atalanta's bow, or you think it's just on the gold he had when he backed?
He got back to base, could afford Atalanta, said I was going to slot it anyway. Attack speed, power, it's all the things he needs. Helps out with some of that chase down too. Hurrywin, Zapman attempting a purple buff invade here. I believe able to secure it this time.
Hurrywin trying to find the escape for Zapman there and will do so successfully. Hurrywin does not secure that purple buff though. Netroid able to grab it successfully. And back towards the jungles, I'm really focused on this experience lead. We talked about it being in favor of the Warriors in game number 1 in every role. Right now, maybe in favor just in the jungle, but I mean, briefly, that was a 3-level lead there for Panatom. And this pressure certainly continuing to roam its way around on the map. Genetics once again, just the threat of that dash taunt's going to grab them a tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I mean, the Ravens are really just playing to the tune of the Oni Warriors drum here. I mean, the Warriors have chose every single engagement. They're choosing where the pressure is. The only proactive play we're really seeing from the Ravens are these attempted invades on the purple buff, and I think essentially telegraphed in P's and B's when you have an on her on your team, you're going to try and play through pressure there, but hasn't really amounted to a whole lot. Biggest difference is Panatom on map, that level lead, 1.5, but it's the gold that's really starting to build up in his favor, nearly 1,000, maybe a little over. Scream in the jungle. And Raven's got to find somewhere to draw that line in the sands.
This might be it, though. Aggressive positioning from the Warriors. And the Athena ultimate onto Panatom. Everybody staying above 75% HP right there as the solo laners will poke each other out a little bit. Look at Pagon, though. He is deep in the enemy jungle looking to chase out Venenu. This pressure on the Iller, have to imagine if you don't see some of those blocked axes, maybe Pagon's looking for a little bit more pressure. Nice try on the Impale. Netroid will be forced to dash away. And I think, you know, I match what you said. Oni Warriors consistently the ones looking for that pressure. They find themselves in the enemy jungle, and in the cases where they do get the pressure, they find a pick where they find an objective. And even in cases where they don't, right there, they're outnumbered, and everybody gets out. Nobody even drops below 80% HP.
Yeah, positioning on map, vision on map, all favoring the Oni Warriors. I mean, look at the wards all the way across the Highland Ravens jungle. Those are very aggressive on both left and right. Nowhere the Ravens going to rotate through without the Oni Warriors being privy to it. So with as aggressive wards as they've got, I think the Oni Warriors are going to start posturing for this gold free sooner rather than later. Zapman able to secure the buff there. Return a bit of his own HP. I'll be keeping my eyes on Panatom. Panatom's a major part of the objective DPS, so once he's on the left side of the map, that's when Gold Fury really becomes an option. But I can also see a world where the Oni Warriors say we don't really need to risk it. I mean, there's decent steal potential from Desert's Fury, so if Zapman's up, why even look towards the gold? We can just continue rolling through PvP as we have been. But forcing a fight there, forcing a response from the Highland Ravens could serve the Oni Warriors well. I'm looking at the disengage potential from the Ravens, and Scream and whoever Hurrywin's linked to has it. Otherwise, chase down from Panatom. Pagon's incredibly fast. Genetics dash taunt. Can't underplay how strong that is. And then Netroid's ultimate is a chase down tool too. Just make it real difficult for the Highland Ravens to start backing themselves up. And tier 1 mid towers generally where teams start to retreat towards, especially this early in the game. And it's already gone. Things not looking great for the Ravens.
Around that 12-minute mark is when that beacon will spawn. And once again, similar to Game 1, Oni Warriors take that without any contestation from the Highland Ravens. And I mean, if you're the Oni Warriors, you're maybe starting to think about these neutral objectives. Perhaps you don't want to risk it, but what risk is there as Venenu holds on to his beads the entire time right there and will not get punished for it. Just won't make it back to base. But begs the question of this positioning is Scream is far up, and Hurwin Haddock's rotating over from the solo lane as well. A 4-man, 5-man grouping as Venenu joins with the transformation. But the beads get forced, as does the Undying Love, and everybody from the Highland Ravens now on the retreat.
Yeah, Ravens utilizing that changeling to get an Athena on their side. Have to take the fight because Haddox is there. SOT says, I don't really need to be there, and I couldn't get there in time. So instead, pushes down a tower on right. So in a moot fight, it's the Oni Warriors come out ahead. Unless Panatom falls here, has Blink, has ult, I'm thinking he's all right.
Got to run to his team. That ends up being aggressive towards the enemy jungle, but we'll find that bit of safety there as both the Hunters walk through the Gold Fury pit. I have to ask when they do want to pick this up, because at this point, this gold lead continues to spiral a bit for the Oni Warriors, close to 5,000 or 6,000 here for the Order side. And once again, my focus goes towards the solo laners. You said just there, they have to take that fight because Haddix rotates over. And for all of the fight taking that they did, they don't get any kills. They have to full retreat. They use a couple of those valuable ultimates. And now maybe Solo Retrol, after taking down that tier 1 tower, in a very valuable spot to look for that rotation himself.
Yeah, and the fight goes south for the Ravens because of the desynced initiation. Scream caught early, forced to retreat, would have been a great ultimate target for Ven after he transformed into Athena, but because he's on the way out, nobody's able to dunk in with him, and nothing comes of it. Oni Warriors attempting a bit more pressure on the left-hand side, but it's all a distraction. It's all about the Gold Fury, and it's already dead. Pyromancer grouping from the Highland Ravens. I wonder if the Oni Warriors can get there in time to defend it. Just a two-man core rotating through, and the Ravens have already decided not to go for it.
This might be an ambush, though. Double dash forces the dash away from Pagon, and the jump will not find safety. Ultimate's in here, though, from the tanks, and a taunt for Venenu forces the relics out. Panatom rejoining the fray, and is on a killing spree as he finds the killing blow onto Venenu. And a trade out, a 1-for-1, makes the space for the Pyromancer, and the Oni Warriors keep it up on the objectives.
Yeah, Warriors just playing much too quickly there. That's the classic response attempt from the Ravens. Gold Fury's down, we'll get the Pyromancer. Oh, it's not spawned just yet. At least able to take off Pagon on his rotation in. Good positioning from the Ravens to set up that ambush, but still a little bit too tanky. And that Athena ultimate once more crushes what would have been a double kill for the Highland Ravens. Ravens have just not prioritized this Athena. They're not putting a lot of respect on the pick and P's and B's, and the Oni Warriors are going to go towards it just about every opportunity they get. And that's not an Oni Warriors exclusive. That's the SPL at large. Highland Ravens maybe thinking that Nemesis would have been the answer towards it, but I haven't seen that just yet.
Dagon jumping in, looking for a little bit of damage on Scream. We've seen this pick quite a bit of the Uller, seen it both, in the ADC in the mid lane and over in the solo lane for Sot specifically. Provides a bit of pressure, and I think pairs pretty well with this Athena. Typically, I would want, a standard mage to get that taunt follow-up, but I think you get a lot of the ability damage coming through from this Uller, and Pagon in particular plays it very well.
He does. Been playing through a lot of pressure now. Hasn't got to the absolute strong point of Ooze when he upgrades that starter, and all of a sudden those hail of arrows hitting like Agni bombs. Up a little bit more often, have a little bit more range. Until then, decent auto attack potential. Not often we see it will go towards Fail Not. A little bit of crit for him to play with. Let's see, does that force a spectral armor response from the Highland Ravens? I'll have to wait. And it might be a good long wait, considering gold's hard to come by if you're on the Chaos team. Oni Warriors suffering from success here, Frog. Not much for them to do on map right now because they'd already done it all. I don't really think we're going to see them group up and try and knock down a tier 2 tower, so we might just be waiting on either the Primal Fury spawn or any individual pick could immediately transition them in towards the Fire Giant. Massive power spikes for the Warriors already hit. I'm keeping my eyes on Panatom. This next item, significant. Get a little bit of percent penetration from that Typhon's Fang. That'll help out a lot against the quote-unquote tankier targets. Not exactly tanky targets for them to deal with, though, on the Ravens. I mean, pseudo-defense from Hurrywin had to go Magi's second slot. Haddix is kind of tanky, but Mage stat tanky. Not exactly strong there either. It's hard to say, but I think I'm willing to go out on a limb and say it. Oni Warriors are in a really good spot.
Wow, that's a...
It's hard hitting.
Yeah, you feeling comfortable out on that limb? That's pretty...
It's precarious.
That's pretty dangerous.
I'll die on any hill.
Wow. Oni Warriors in a good spot. That's a myth quote. Don't take it from me. Certainly feeling, though, themselves in this mid lane as Solar Troll, Genetics, Pagon grouped up here in the mid lane. I think a lot of their damage, though, looking for Panatom with a 4-level lead now. in the jungle to really be the driver of this pressure. You saw out after Pagon got picked a little bit earlier, it was Panatom coming in, able to essentially, you know, get in there, just delete Venenu, which you might expect with a level 18 Maman on your team. But it's the Oni Warriors continuing the pressure, and a blink in from Scream. Pagon gets the ultimate from Athena, will find the safety on the blue buff, but Netrioid up against the transformation and will be taking down. A great kill from Venenu and looking to retreat now, but a three-man taunt from Genetics takes down Venenu, and a 1-for-1 trade as the Oni Warriors looking for a little bit more.
Panatom went a bit crazy there, as does Pagon, jumping into that back line. Forces a response, but it's Netroid who pays for the crimes. Highland Ravens now 4-stacked in their tier 2, praying that no more aggression comes their way.
Dash taunt in, double root there from the enemy team. Highland Ravens maybe looking to find safety under that tier 2 tower, daring the Oni Warriors to dive in to look for a little bit more, but they will not be baited into the overcommittal. Just the 1-for-1, and as Venenu comes to the respawn, Netroid now respawn, but Scream has stepped too far forward and will dash away, takes Panatom with him for the time being, but Solo Ritual, he burns the ultimate as well. It's the Oni Warriors with constant pressure here around the Fire Giant.
Scream sent back to base, Hurrywin sent back to base, a neutral objective on respawn. A simple formula for the Oni Warriors. No issues for them when they're the equation. Take the Pyromancer. Could potentially look towards that Fire Giant, but Netroid not exactly in a healthy position. Needs to head back to base first, so won't be able to pull it out just yet. 2 Runic Bombs in play now for the Oni Warriors. That's 2,000 true damage once they move in towards a structure or an objective. Keep my eyes on the Ravens. That's significant grouping on the left-hand side. Perhaps concerned with an Oni Warriors Gold Fury pool, or maybe hoping that they could grab the Gold Fury while the Warriors are working on the Giant itself. Warriors, though, scattered to the winds, trying to split the map. Haven't quite made a decision on exactly where they want to be.
Primal Fury picked up here by Panatom. Looks like they will have the damage if uncontested. Scream, though, only seeing 2 here. May go in for the steal, at least able to stop them from doing it just by putting the ultimate onto Netroid. But the Oni Warriors trying to test the waters, see if they can get away with something for free. Game number 1, we saw a 15-minute Fire Giant. I'm not sure I would have expected that here in this game. The Oni Warriors didn't have the same type of lead at that point in the game. But now 20 minutes in, I mean, if they're just going to spend so much time up in the enemy jungle, wouldn't you expect them to have taken a Fire Giant, or at least tried to push one by now? I'm surprised they're not trying to bait the enemy team in and instead just wanton looking for picks in the enemy jungle.
I think it speaks to the style of draft the Oni Warriors are playing. Every single one of them just about has great pick potential, decent CC from every individual member, so looking for those battles in the jungle makes sense to me. It also speaks to the strength of the Highland Ravens draft. It's just much better this time around. Would be difficult for the Oni Warriors to just completely disrespect the Ravens and pull the Fire Giant in their face. Finding a pick first might be the answer they're searching for. Haddock should have spotted out Panatom's rotation there. So the rest of the Highland Ravens now have an opportunity to move over towards that left side of the map, but if the Oni Warriors play fast, and they always do, there will be a response. Fire for gold trade, I'm sure they're happy with that.
Certainly looks like it will be the case here as Fire Giant taken down at 22 minutes. For the Oni Warriors, Highland Ravens, they get a Primal Fury under their belt, and they'll be feeling a little bit better about the damage they're doing the next time the Fire Giant rolls around. But right now, maybe concerned with the siege potential as these fights may start to shift, right? Tier 2 tower is where they're grouped up now, and Highland Ravens, they've got to make sure that they get their back timings off so that they're here to defend this Phoenix if they continue to push. And in fact, it looks like they will continue to push. On her back and now, Scream will be behind them. They may run into each other in the jungle, but I mean, what changes for these compositions around these siege fights?
Well, double Hunter draft for Oni Warriors means any time left alone with a tower or Phoenix will deal with it very quickly. Highland Ravens, on the other hand, non-standard mage out of mid. Ven's going to struggle a little bit more so to clear those waves, so a lot of that slack going to have to be picked up by Haddocks. Decent no-play zone abilities there. Zapman with the shifting sands might make it a bit more difficult for the Oni Warriors to work their way in. but I tend to really favor teams on Siege that have Athena. I think she's one of the best on defense and offense, just simplifying your engagement. Dash taunt on repeat really is just that strong. We saw it in Game 1 from Panatom, where he systemically took apart the Highland Ravens one at a time, working through all their CC immunity. Genetics is going to have a much easier time doing that with tank stats, so Highland Ravens got to figure out a response to that. There's one of a few ways you can do it. Wait for first dash taunt, drop Nemesis ultimate, and say we need to kill Genetics now. And I think that's a decent avenue for them.
This rotation here, though. Scream alone here on the left side, trying to trade one out, and does get close. But Panatom and the rest of the squad, Pagon grabs the last hit onto Scream, and that's a 40-second pick. Wow, you've got the Fire Giant. Gotta be careful here, though, as they left 2 alone in the middle lane. Chase down from the Highland Ravens. They've got to force Genetics into the ultimate, but he will not fall. Has to return to base, that low health bar with the Titans pushing, though. The Oni Warriors, they've got a power play with this man advantage.
Love the idea there from the Highland Ravens. There's so many people on left. We could force a fight now. And if it's anything but Athena, likely would have hit pay dirt, but that global presence, not just good to peel out for others, also for Genetics himself. Makes himself scarce, gets out of that situation, and the Highland Ravens actually use a pretty significant cooldown. Tycho Drum, only halfway back up. That's such a major part of the Ravens team fight.
Scream now rejoining the fray here as the Order Titan pushing down this tier 2 tower. Solar Troll, he's the only one here. The rest of the Oni Warriors, they've tried to go to this right-hand side. Netroid takes down Venenu, and they find the bird all the while.
Good damage.
Zapman trades back, though, and Sot grabs Scream in the mid lane as it turns into a 1v1, and all of a sudden, the Oni Warriors are looking for a little bit more. Zapman jumps into Sot, and he'll find a double kill. That's 2 Phoenixes now down for the Oni Warriors, and 3 members in the gray screen looking for a little bit more, though, trying to ramp it back up, and they've got a Titan to help them out. All 5 members here strong, as Panatom the only one down, but the Titan will fall down, and the Oni Warriors up 2-0.
Look, I've seen it twice now where the Highland Ravens decide in the early game, we're going to try and play through solo, let's try and knock down SOT, we're going to gank them. And then both games now, they run into the brick wall that is SOT's got mitigations, Athena's got global presence, we can't jump on them. When we're on them, we just get taunted off. And if that's going to be your play, if you want to camp SOT, get Athena off the board. Bans are pretty decent at removing picks like that. So ban Athena, you can camp solo. If Athena's available, I don't think you can exactly play there. And then otherwise, there are large sweeping issues. The Oni Warriors are playing their own game. They're playing fast. This is new objective-based Oni Warriors dominating the map. And the Ravens are just kind of waiting. I hope someone walks into my tower right now. I mean, I sure hope someone just like DCs or something. You got to play your own game. There needs to be a strategy to win. It's an issue I've seen with this team in the past where they're playing not to lose as opposed to playing to win.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine, though, if the enemy team were to walk under.
Oh, they win those for sure.
Yeah, they definitely win those, but that is not how you're going to beat the Oni Warriors. Maybe some draft changes, maybe some other adaptations on map. The Highland Ravens have to find an answer in this Game 3, or they're going to risk getting sent home. Stick around for the action. We'll be back after the break.
Well, it is a Game 2 win for the Oni Warriors in similarly dominant fashion to what we had in Game number 1. A couple things that we asked for from a change in Game 1 to Game 2 is fix up the draft a little bit. Felt like the Highland Ravens did a little bit of that, able to kind of change up, get away from the 4 magical. Now maybe the second thing that needs to work is still go back to the drafts a little bit, mostly because you got to get this Athena off of the Warriors team. It has been so powerful in the last couple of games for the Warriors.
Yeah, we're talking baby steps. First draft, glaring issues. They fixed them up for the second draft, and now we realize Athena is an issue. Get rid of it. And by starting off, taking first side is a good start. It allows you to now actually have the opportunity to either play the Athena or force them to ban it, which I would not be surprised in the slightest if the Warriors ban it. This character has shown a lot of prowess, the playmaking potential of it, the ability to pull beads, the global potential. There are so many strengths to this character. That is why she is getting banned. That's why she was banned all day today in the previous set. And now we start to see kind of reasons why she is very strong. And with a lot of these plays that you're able to make, you're able to kind of make extra daring plays when you're solo or troll and when you're Panatom and you have this Athena as backup. I mean, you saw them playing into the enemy jungle because they have this fallback option.
And I think you called one in particular, which is solo or troll, that the Oni Warriors are maybe getting so much extra leeway in the game because of. I mean, how many times in just these 2 games have we seen the Ravens try and commit to a dive onto solo or troll and just come up empty-handed? Or they get the kill on SOT, but then they lose 1 or 2 immediately afterwards. The first gank in game number 1 worked really well. They got the beads off them, they come back, they get the kill. But then SOT gets a bit of defense online, the Athena ult becomes available, and from that point forward, it just felt like solo or troll was soaking up so much pressure on the solo side of the map that the rest of his team was just able to flourish across the rest of the board.
Now we've hammered it enough what we think of this Athena and what we think about for the rest of the comp. It's on the Ravens to kind of draft a comp that they think, and not to take away from the second draft that they had. I think the second game draft makes sense. I think it's more just how strong this Warriors team's draft was. Like, look at this. Across the board, we're talking just like a blowout just in terms of what they were able to do comparatively to what the Ravens were able to do with their comp. It is ease of access. We talk about this all the time. How easy is your comp to play? The Warriors had such an easy comp. The Ravens on the other side, it was not easy to play. Yes, they got some picks here. Yes, they got some picks there. But for the most part, a lot of kills were hard to come by.
Yeah, this was, I think you put it best, ease of execution, simplicity in the playstyle more than anything for the Oni Warriors. And simplicity's just been winning Smite. Big circles, nice easy giant AoEs to either pull people back via Athena taunt, dash in, nice big cone in front of you to try and pull people back in, divert some of that attention, or just big circles, long lines to be able to really hit these abilities. The E-Shell, I really love what we've seen out of SOT on this god, has really kind of cemented himself not just as a great E-Shell player, but maybe even now bringing that god into the limelight for that potential soul lane. I think you hit it best kind of jumping into this second game where she may not be that number 1, maybe even even top 4 style of pick for the mages, but she's definitely found a place over in that lane. And while I don't know if you need to ban it necessarily, it is something that I think now a lot of teams have in the back of their mind going up against the Oni Warriors thanks to Solo or Troll. We'll see if that E-Shell comes back again here in game number 3 with the Ravens on that first pick side, as you alluded to earlier. We'll see if they get a chance to pick the Athena for themselves, or will the Oni Warriors just go ahead and ban that one out. Ravens going to keep up their bans of the Khepri. Still like to see the Khepri ban for the team, taking that one away from Genetics. It's one of his best picks to go to over the course of this entire year. But there's the adaptation, but maybe in a weird spot, the fact that it's the Ravens banning that one away.
Yeah, I agree. I think when you're playing this first side, you should force the second pick team to ban these OP picks. But the Ravens just throw away banning that Athena, pairing that with the Khepri ban. We have 3 Guardian bans already. Kind of the same situation in the first game, but there's no Athena pick available for the Ravens. And on top of that, Opwash ban, Naja ban. I mean, at least when you are taking this first side pick, you're having the value of getting this Chernobog unless the Warriors are banning it here. And if the Warriors ban Chernobog, I don't know what you're first picking that has enough value. I think there's a few characters that there's a lot of value with first picking. I think there's, okay, Poseidon was one that maybe slipped my mind because I think that character has shown some strengths, but Bog is now available. Should be a pretty easy pick here. Lock in the Bog, take your win from this first pick side, and allow the Warriors to kind of pick into that.
It will be That Chernobog that you were talking about just a moment ago will go over to the Highland Ravens as a first pick, but immediate response is now take the Raijin for themselves on the side of the Warriors and the Maman Brigitte. So some flexibility for your mid, for your jungle, but I will say, while yesterday's performance left a little bit to be desired, I think Panatom's now figured out his groove on this pick. Looked great in it game number 2.
Agreed.
And those 1v1s he has taken early game against the Nemesis, really showing that God's early capabilities against that kind of God.
Yeah, I agree entirely. I think Panatom looks a lot more comfortable. I think he's finally starting to do things with that. And with the Ravens picks, the On Her Morgan Le Fay, it looks like we're going to have a Chernobog mid, Zapman back on that On Her. And I should state, I think Zapman is an exceptional On Her player. But last game was not a very good On Her performance, and I think even the previous set that they had, the On Her was not something that I really liked Zapman on. I would almost prefer this Chernobog in Zapman's hand and get Venenu something else in mid lane. And in response, the Warriors lock in that Izanami, which is something Netroid loves to do. He likes picking Izanami into this On Her.
Yeah, this Izanami is pretty much exclusively a Netroid style of pick, even really over the course of this entire year. That has just been Netroid's kind of go-to God. Whenever, I guess during last phase, kind of when the Ola run wasn't there, he'd go towards the Izanami a little bit over the course of the first phase. So has pretty much become synonymous with this player and this team for the Oni Warriors. Now what does this leave for the rest of the squad? Still need either your mid or your jungle or your solo, I guess. So you still need one of your other carry roles, and then you need your support. So already looking at what the Highland Ravens have drafted for themselves, the Chernobog On Her, the Morgan Le Fay. Is there support that kind of comes to your mind right away that Genetics can maybe go towards to kind of round out this composition a bit?
For the Ravens or the Warriors?
For the Warriors. Anything
for Warriors,
Genetics to grab?
For the Warriors, I just think something that's a little bit... with these mage solos, I don't know how to say it any better than you need something in support that has engage. It is so hard to play around your comps when you're playing with an Aphrodite and your solo laner is also a Raijin. You just need something that has ease of access into the enemy's comp and can start fights. Even that Atlas has some semblance of engage, so something like that is fine. Ganesh is something that also, with the ultimate, has some potential there. But just anything that can start these fights out. These uber backline mage supports, I think a lot of the time, make the comp harder to play. So something like that for Genetics. For the picks and bans, the bans portion, finishing up with our final 4. Camazot's Rat for the Warriors, taking a big shot at Scream's Jungle God Pool. And on the opposite side, the Ravens betting out the Horus Alma. A little flex potential with the Alma. We've seen it on Panatom. We've seen it on Solo. Both of them have been happy to play it with the Warriors' next pick available. As you said, we have a little bit of flex potential here. With that tier locked in, assume it's got to go to Genetics.
We will wait to see what the last pick is, but I think you're right to allude to it. Now Genetics having gone towards that pick twice so far in just these last couple of weeks of competitive play. Once so far this weekend, and then once, I believe it was in that final week of SPL that he went towards this selection. But we'll see what ends up being the last selection for the Oni Warriors. See if that one does get locked in that way. Highland Ravens with a double Hunter and a Morgan Le Fay. The carries are rounded out, so they need their support and their jungle. Having taken a look at the entire roster, it's going to be Ares, drafted by the Highland Ravens. Going to be great for the Izanami. Going to be really reliant on those beads to try and escape from there. Everybody else CC immune in the kit. But it feels more like anything that this Ares may be an answer to the tier if this one does end up being for Genetics.
Yeah, I don't really mind the Ares support. I don't think he's a great, engage god, but I mean, that helps up with that engage. Thor's now a god that has very easy access, dive to the backline, can pull relics. Ares can punish those relics. I think a lot of this pressure and early and mid portion of the game is going to be on Netroid because he picks this Izanami to win lane, but it's also going to be very easy for him to get ganked over in that duo lane. So a lot of pressure on Netroid for this early portion. But I like this bottom 2 by the Ravens. I think this makes the most sense. I think this is their best draft so far today. I think the rest of them had clear weaknesses, but Ymir locked in, which means it's not tier support. Tier's most likely going solo. We're going to have a Ymir in support.
Do you think that tier pick was maybe originally going to Genetics, and then he sees the Ares drafted, kind of that counter matchup, at least in the lane, doesn't let Genetics get to do what he wants to do? And so you think maybe that one was held as there as the both of us can play it, but it wants to be Genetics, but now seeing it has kind of pushed him over towards this Ymir?
Yeah, and it's probably a pretty good matchup for both now. I think Ymir is one of the best gods you can play into Ares. I actually think when Ares was like the go-to support for a little bit before he caught those nerfs, Ymir was his best matchup. Ymir matches up so well into him. Wall, can freeze his flames. You slow him very easily. You trade ults very easily. And then at the end of the day, you're one of the few gods that can actually match him in lane. And then you look at the solo lane, Morgan into Tyr. Tyr's just going to be free farming over here. There's very little kill potential. But on the opposite side, you can kill this Morgan. I mean, you're kind of relying on the Morgan or the Mammon to get some of that damage out. But you can pull beads pretty easily in this lane. You're knock immune, so the 2 for Morgan's not going to matter all too much. And if you think about putting that Tyr in support, what would have happened, he would have not been able to play the game very much for the most early portions of the game.
So looking at the Highland Ravens, now down 2 games in a very important game 3 for them because they need to not only win this game, then they've got to win the next 2 after that if they want to qualify to Worlds from this event. So having to, first off, stop the Warriors now and then kind of continue the trend. What's the win condition for them in this game to try and slow down the pace and the momentum of the Warriors?
I think it's playing through duo. I think so far Zap has not had a great weekend. I think he has not played this on her as exceptional as you expect he would be. Usually he dominates lane a lot of the times, but he's just playing very passive, losing a lot of lanes, giving stuff up with this on her. And I think if you play through duo, if you kind of give Zap all this help that he can get, pull Netroid's beads and then punish him, play for the enemy's purple buffs, I think Zap can be the win con for them, because I think on the opposite side, if you don't do that, I think this lane is just going to get ran by Net and ran by Genetics, and there's going to be not much that the Ravens can do until lately in the game.
Yeah, Izanami Ymir, not a fun one to go into. That Frostbite passive from Ymir just gives him that extra bit of clear, but also just makes it so dangerous to try and box up into him. So, again, putting on the stakes here, the Highland Ravens, they've got to win this game, they've got to win the next 2, basically a full reverse sweep here in order to win out and qualify to Worlds from this. Oni Warriors 1 game away from punching their ticket to the SWC, and they'll guarantee themselves either 3rd or 4th seed, depending on their matchup tomorrow, to see who ends up going there. It's them against the Jade Dragons for that 3rd, 4th seed. So if the Oni Warriors can get that win here, it's SWC for them, a nice easy coast for the remainder. For the Highland Ravens, they've got to be able to stop the momentum here. Can the Highland Ravens do it, or are the Warriors going to sweep out and make their way to the SWC? We'll find out in Game 3 with Frog and Mifflin.
Just 1 game away for the Warriors to make it to SWC, and they have to be feeling that pressure to win this game, or maybe lack of pressure to win this game. They've got 3 chances to do it. Oh no, the Highland Ravens, they've got to win this one. They've got to win the next 2. You've got Frog, you've got Mifflin, got Doug bringing us through the battleground. And I really thought we might see some spice with Mammon locked in, as well as the Tyr, which we've seen Genetics in, and Ymir, which we've seen in solo and in jungle and in metas past. I really thought we might see some spice there towards the end, but just a standard round out where you would expect these picks to go, although some fresh eyes on these picks, as we haven't seen a Ymir in a while.
Been a little bit for the Ymir, been a good long while on Tyr solo. You know, the Oni Warriors, they always want to do something a little bit off the beaten path, and I like what they've got for themselves here. A team fight composition that has clear identity. It's about displacement, catching out individual targets. I imagine Haddix in particular going to struggle a good deal once that 5-on-5 starts up. Genetics has been hailed as the wall god's guy. Did it with Onher. He's done it with Thor. He's done it with Ymir. And I imagine, even though it's been a little while, he's still got it on the Ymir. But I agree with Bobby on the desk. I really do like what the Highland Ravens have drafted for themselves here. Best look at a composition so far this set. And best look at shutting down some of the strengths of the Oni Warriors. Getting them off that Athena was steps 1 through 5 on my 6-part plan. So, good stuff to the Highland Ravens. Even getting a little bit of global presence themselves. I love that Chernobog and how it's going to operate against maybe some of the lesser mobile targets on the Oni Warriors. One of the weaknesses of Ymir has always been his propensity to either absolutely dominate or be dominated. Lacking mobility, could be that Ven tries to put the kibosh to Genetics early.
But I have to ask, on the 6-part plan, steps 1 through 5 at ban Athena, what's step 6?
Profit.
Got it. No, that makes a ton of sense. I should have put that together. Pressure here in the mid lane a little bit for the Nanu and Scream. Thought we might see this Raijin head back towards solo when it was picked up early on in the draft. Instead, it will head towards this middle lane. And it has, I mean, Pagon has been one of the mid laners more willing to pick up that Raijin in the mid lane. up against this Chernobog, typically you imagine the hunters of the mid lane getting a little bit more pressure, but maybe it's Oni Warriors. They're trying to find an early first blood of Venenu with no dash available. Pagon grabs the first blood. They're looking for more as well. Scream forced to teleport away, but the Oni Warriors on the board first.
Yeah, Ven was real worried about that instant stun coming from Maman Brigitte. Here's the thing. Maman Brigitte don't do that. She continues to blow smoke in your face forever. Hurry win in a little bit of trouble here. Body blocks from Netroid, no good, but Panty might have the chase.
Trying to slow him down, needs the stun. Not in range, though. And Erwin will find safety under that tier 1 tower. But Panatom makes it over for the shield buff. And so you get a little bit of pressure in that mid lane off first blood, a little bit of pressure on the left side of the map as well. And you heard Bobby on the desk. Maybe the Highland Ravens would be looking to change up their game plan, and instead of looking for these picks onto solo or troll, you try and play through a duo. And I think that maybe in large part due to the tier. Now, he's not on a mage. He's that much harder to gank on this tier.
Yeah, but there isn't an Athena, so it is that much easier to gank onto the tier. SOT already receiving a bit of that pressure, forces the beads and loses his life. Scream makes an early rotation over, but it's Haddix who benefits with the kill. Sure, a little bit tankier, but Warriors aren't picked a whole lot right now, and for good reason. Tend to struggle a bit in the current meta. But if you're going to put that much attention on on right, left side, a bit exposed. And Genetics and Crow able to strip away the purple.
Genetics has to be careful. He doesn't take too much poke here. Gets slowed down and knocked to half HP. Panatom was ready to come over if the engage continued, and may have left the engagement a little bit too early as Netroid hiding around these camps. Panatom a little bit low on the health bar. Pagon now ready to rotate over. I think the Highland Ravens think better of it as they back off, will not try for the double invade across the map. But that's really on me for Sod. I mean, I caster's curse it a little bit. They go right over and focus him out, but I mean, maybe that's even more reason to put the focus on here. You get an early kill onto solo or troll, and now that it's not mage versus mage, you have the benefits of if one of them gets ahead, you kind of want it to be this mage, some power for this Morgan Le Fay if you're getting ahead and you're rotating a little bit earlier.
That, and it's the physical magical damage split. Jungle and Solo flying in as Ven. Genetics in trouble.
Looking for the damage and will find it. Heroin grabs the second kill for the squad. That's the power of the Chernobog, this global pressure, and they find another pick onto the dual lane.
Now, going to be a little while until Genetics takes over to level 5. So if Hurry beats him there, going to be an opportunity, although brief, where he could jump on him.
Wow, Haddix under some pressure this time, and they flipped the script. Now, not even waiting for the buff spawns. The Ravens get a kill on the duo side, and the Oni Warriors say, oh, okay, we know you're not on solo side, so we'll engage onto Haddix. And it's shutdowns across the board. All the while, Oni Warriors, maybe in part due to that first blood, they're holding on to a small gold lead.
Yeah, able to control the mid camps relatively well, have traded out 1 or 2 buffs for only the 1 invades that the Highland Ravens have been able to find. So things starting to look good across the board. Even Zatman a little bit struggling to find some of that farm. I believe we saw 1, maybe 1.5 waves completely frozen out from him. So going to be a little bit until the Highland Ravens feel confident in their ability to fight back in. But power spikes have been hit across the board. I'm keeping my eyes on Scream. Always a playmaker. Could definitely do it on the Thor.
They're looking for Haddix right now. Beads get forced and a blink in early from Solo or Troll. Maybe a couple taunt spams come through there as Haddix does survive the attempted gank. It's right around the time of these blue buff spawns as well. Waiting for the right period of time here as Scream joins the fray. Makes it a 2v2 for the time being. They're still going to have to wait another 10 seconds or so for this blue buff to spawn, and they don't have to wait that long to burn the beads off of Scream. A little bit more damage was needed. They will not find it, though, and Scream will find the ultimate and escape under that tier 1 tower. But with a 4-man, 3-man rotation towards this blue buff, I think Haddix has lost all hope of getting it. Meanwhile, fight on the left-hand side, and Netroid, he's running the wrong way.
Yeah, he's going to try and grab as much farm as he can. Unfortunately, only able to catch up to the melee minions and does not quite have the damage even with Dark Portal to knock those down. So won't get any of that wave, and in fact, softens it up a bit, the tower. Going to take out those melees and maybe lose out on the archers too. Unfortunate play for Netroid when his team's playing on right. No one to help him out on left. But this is, again, what the Oni Warriors do so well. They make these rotations over towards right when they know there's something to collect. Blue buff taken away, red buff taken away, speed buff, I believe, as well. Perhaps stripped there, and Genetics isn't done.
He's still here around this totem camp, trying to wait for the perfect time. Little bit off the mark with the wall, and will not time the ice carpet correctly. But all that being said, I mean, that's just pressure for Scream. Scream, every little bit of time counts there. You got to take a little bit more time to make sure you secure that. You also lose a couple of buffs in that deep right side jungle. And you keep hitting hard as you trade this damage back and forth in the mid lane here. Scream, one of the biggest problems there in game number 2 was this level deficit that he had. I think it was 3 or 4 levels at a period of time for Panatom on this Mammon. So Scream picking up this Thor, last pick for this, potentially to help out their engage a little bit. He's got to be getting active, and so far he has been, but maybe he has to look to find a little bit of purchase now that he's ticked over to level 5 and well past that now. As Genetics gets pulled in, Heroin, maybe the one actually under pressure, didn't expect the damage turnaround, and he will be the one sent to the gray screen. All the while, Zatman takes down Panatom with the help, and you get another 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Looked to me like Hurrywin was probably communicating with Scream, hey, I can find a pool here. They're likely going to step up, try and take the fight. Pagon up, down!
Oh my goodness, able to dash out the damage, but will fall down. Genetics trying to stay alive and will dodge out a couple of auto attacks. Look for Netroid. Maybe if they stick around a little bit too long on the rotation. Benadu able to survive. And all the while, Pagon gets the beads burned, has to up down to cancel the damage, but loses life.
Does. Good dive there from the Highland Ravens. Ven finding his opportunity once more. And Scream getting active on map. SOT has his kit essentially completely removed by those chains. Can't use the Fearless. So Haddock's able to pull that blue buff to relative safety. But Zot's hanging around. I don't really think he can do a whole lot here. Maybe he can threaten the blue buff into tower, but maybe he's just baited himself.
Yeah, Haddox is almost just holding the blue buff, not hitting it there, just to keep Zot standing around and make him think that he might be able to get in there. You will make it out to safety, though. Makes a little bit of room as well for Panatom, who I believe stole that camp in the back once again, stole the red buff away as well, it looks like. So all the while, they're using this macro play, stealing away a little bit of farm. For that, though, they get a couple of level deficits, couple level leads across the map, and thus far, the Highland Ravens looking the best we've seen them so far this set, trying to match the action, and we haven't gotten a full-on scuffle quite yet, but that may change just here. And Villadon channeled, perhaps looking for Genetics. Well, will just find the camp, though, and Scream ultimately decides against it, but Heroin, he might be caught out a little bit, gets a 3-man ultimate, but the damage is there on the follow-up, and once again, he will be the one to fall.
Yeah, once Scream utilizes that dunk, and you see it on the Oni Warriors, they say, okay, well, no longer is that global presence a threat to us, we can go ahead and force the fight. Zatman similarly trying to force a fight here.
Wow, trying to go for the one-on-one against Panatom. Great wall, though, will slow him down. And Zatman forced to jump away. Thought he might have gotten punished there for the transgressions, but not able to take down Panatom. Good peel will keep him alive. Looking for the aggression is Zatman, though, having maybe a bit more confident game on this Honor.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Zatman, playing with that confidence, jumping in, leaping, playing aggressive, knowing his team's right at his back. He'll have that safety to fall back towards if it doesn't work out. That said, great individual plays from the Oni Warriors, what makes them escape. Panatom utilizing his ultimate to immune the stun from Scream. Genetics wall placement stops both Scream and Zatman from stepping forward. The Warriors no stranger from a reactive play style and a double freeze.
Double freeze, Zatman under pressure.
Oh my
Great
God.
wall will prevent the jump. Zatman can't make it over the wall. And the Panatom rotation grabs him another kill onto that on her. It's been back and forth here, but you're matching the kills at 11 minutes in. Scream looking to change that. Off the mark with the ultimate, though. Zot jukes the other way.
That's
just
not
being
good.
a nuisance in the enemy jungle all the while. His team's on the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Sot threatening. Yeah, well, maybe my boys are coming for this blue buff. You better be ready. Unfortunately, though, the Highland Ravens fall prey to the bait. SOT, I don't think he wins this one 2v1.
Looking for it, though. 1v2. And the up down on the ultimate, just ready to engage if he gets the opportunity. And he's tanky enough to at least be asking the question, especially with Pagon around the corner, forces the beads from Scream.
He's gotta be dead.
And now the punish has to come through. Venenu looking for the damage, will get bailed out for a second, but a trade, and Pagon's able to grab Haddix through the chaos. Panatom look for the rotation. Pagon doesn't even need it, and looking for one more, but Van won't have it. A triple kill for Pagon. A huge play for the mid laner of the Warriors.
Pagon is just built different. Once I realized after Aegis he had Raiju available and Scream stacks up with Haddix, that damage just too much to deal with, but unsung hero SOT sacrifices his life so that Pagon can look good. Makes a lot of that happen himself and burns the beads off a Scream. Tough stuff, man, for the Highland Ravens. SOT is simply styling on him there. Just gets way too much value on what was a ill-advised tier bit of aggression.
Genetics maybe under some pressure. This will be the first time, though, the beacon will go towards the Highland Ravens, at least if the Oni Warriors don't want to step up. Genetics has to be a little bit careful, but anywhere the Oni Warriors can take a fight, feels like they want to take a fight at this point.
My God.
A huge Lawbringer over the wall, and Zapman somehow makes it to safety. Herwin pulls back one, but Solo Retrol not feeling too worse for wear. And it's 5 strong for a second there in the mid lane. Oni Warriors, they lose out on the beacon. They'll take that tier 1 tower, though.
Panatom back to his 3-level lead shenanigans. Scream struggling to keep up with the Maman Rajit as the rest of the Oni Warriors push down to tier 1, consider a tier 2, and think better of it. Only 13.5 minutes in. That'd be a dangerous call to make. Nearly connects that fear. Does Haddix. Instead, it's Panatom who makes himself scarce. There is still potential, though, for the Highland Ravens to find their plays. I want to see more of this global presence utilized. We're seeing a lot of Scream trying to ult people in the jungle. I'm going to catch this one guy. Maybe if I just started at my own red buff, you know, the Warriors are playing so aggressive, someone's going to be coming over here. Just has not had that opportunity. I want to see Scream and Ven working together to gank a side lane. Netroid's playing safe for the most part. I take it back. It's not going to work either. Nice try, Scream. Back to the drawing board for you and me both. Maybe you can do it to SOT. Nope, that guy's unkillable. Keep doing it to Netroid. Maybe have Ven nearby.
Just got to find a window in on one of these picks. You're punishing Netroid pretty heavily early on, and sure enough, he's lost that tier 1 tower early in this game, so that's where the Highland Ravens have found their pressure. But with this objective spawn, 14:30, the Pyromancer up on map. Have to be a little bit careful, as once again, Highland Ravens, best spot they've been in all set, so sure enough, they are going to use it to try and contest this objective. Genetics shoved up against the wall, but the wall from himself will prevent a little bit of that damage.
Nice
Ultimate's traded out, though, for the supports, and Sot over the wall! 4-man Lawless will take down Zapman as they're trying to find the damage, and they will do so. Zapman taking down Pagon. Low and worse for wear. Venenu finds the 1v1 trade as Sot blinks back in, and Venenu CC down and looking to find the last bit of damage, but will survive. And the fight, it's scrappy, but the Oni Warriors still looking for more, and who else but Sot grabs the kill onto Scream. Herwin, they're still looking for more damage, and the Oni Warriors maybe have to back off now.
Sot on the retreat. Got Ven on his heels, slowed by the Shadow Demon. The Oni Warriors won't be able to defend this tier 1 tower. Panatom, Genetics, both too low. An overstay from the Warriors will cost them a tier 1, but all the while, you might be wondering, where's Netroid? Where was he at? He was pushing down left, so no towers remaining there. Puts even more cold in the pocket of the Oni Warriors. You know, even when they lose out on lives, winning out on map state. Highland Ravens reeling from this hyper-aggressive play style. SOT, of course, deserves every bit of praise we can throw towards them. Take a look back at it. It's a 4-man right over the wall. Separates the entire team fight. secures the Pyromancer as well for the Warriors, who pick it up immediately afterward and just keeps that aggression rolling. There needs to be an answer to this tier, and I'm just not exactly sure what it is besides get both hunters and pray that they've hit every single shot.
Man, I think if this kind of value was guaranteed from the tier pick, maybe you would see it picked over some of these mage solos more often. But this is just damage here. Scream, he's looking for the disengage. Haddix does not have the retreat button that Scream does, so he will fall on that right-hand side. And we've reached 16 minutes, Mifflin, and for the Oni Warriors, that means a Fire Giant attempt. As we look to pick up the objective here, Highland Ravens nowhere in the vicinity. They're not willing to step up to this one, it looks like, so it'll be another primary objective, biggest one off the map for the Oni Warriors.
Easy pickup. Highland Ravens need to find something in the interim. Killing SOT would be massive, but I'm not sure they have it in them.
Ultimate.
Oh, they got him. They got him.
Oh, they do have Hurwin on the other side. Do they have him, though? They pull him back, and he gets the heal.
They have to have him.
They have to have him, dude. You have to chase down Sot. And they will. With 4 people and all of the abilities in the world, they find the kill onto Solo Patrol on a tier 2 tower to add to the tally. But still, 4 members strong with Fire Giant here for the Warriors.
And their siege potential is decent. Better still if they can find a pick first. Scream in some trouble. Forced to use the beads, but is it Satman that's gonna die?
Ultimate here. Panatom dashes in, looking for the retreat. Perhaps the re-engage from his team as Pagon is under pressure, but he turns it around, and a great wall traps Venenu in the Ymir wall. Netroid there to help out, and once again, Pagon is on a mission and survives against 2. A double kill for the Oni Warriors as they continue the pressure.
Genetics' walls are just different. I mean, it's one thing to just separate the fight. It's another to block Chernobog's dash and just keep him there and then early cancel the wall to knock him out of it and make sure the rest of the boys can kill him. I mean, that is just heads-up play through and through. Scream tries his best to make something from nothing. Loses his life because Pagon had already pre-ultimated. Went into the Taiko drums for the CC immunity. Tough stuff, man. Panatom wins out on his one. Zatman loses both beads and Aegis, so what's he got left in the tank? Desert Fury for CC immunity, but you kind of want that for the fight. The Oni Warriors just can do no wrong right now. They are on a warpath up against the Highland Ravens. Only one tier 2 tower still standing, and for how long, really?
Oni Warriors, dominant state of the game for the Chaos side. 6,000 gold ahead and major experience leads. I think especially we look back towards that jungle roll. Once again, 3-level lead for Panatom on this Mammon. And he's not necessarily even the one doing the most in these fights. It's every member of the Oni Warriors contributing here. Netroid even here just farming on this right-hand side to still take down the Pyromancer. And now, only a minute and a half left on this Fire Giant power play. Have to imagine that they could push down that tier 2 tower, I think if they wanted to take everything, but with how willing they've been to be in the enemy jungle regardless of if they have Fire Giant or not, I mean, I think I'm happy with them just looking for picks regardless. So far, a small grouping on the left-hand side of the map, but with this Gold Fury spawning and still waiting for the Fire Giant, seems like they may wait for another round of objectives.
Standard MO for the Oni Warriors is generally have that Fire Giant wear off, group up, utilize the last remnants of it to knock down the Gold Fury, and then as they wait for Fire Giant to respawn, they usually try and knock down a tier 2 tower on the opposite side of the map. SOT steps far, far forward, doesn't have ultimate, and surrounded.
Dangerous Scream, though. He's off the mark with his own dunk, and Netroid has to find the escape, but he's coming right back into the rest of the team, and Zatman finds the ADC. Look on the backside, though. Zatman will get traded out, and another kill for the Highland Ravens. A 2 for 2 thus far, as the rest of the team is here to help. Highland Ravens on the retreat, as Hurwin will fall as well. A 3 for 2, as it took a minute for the Warriors to join, but they do come in to help.
Trading anybody is just good for the Ravens, though, who are in much more desperate need of gold. Unless the Oni Warriors get to knock down a Phoenix here. Showing themselves on wave. Haddix takes notice, heads back to base. Scream likely needed here. I'm not sure Haddix can do it on his own.
I don't know if he has the defense. They've got a wave coming in, but damage onto Haddix to start things off. Panatom, no poly here, just the defense item, but he's just hitting the Phoenix. Nobody's trying to stop him. Scream goes up, but nobody has slowed this damage down, and so they will get that left-hand bird. Genetics will trade his life for it, and Pagon, he might fall down as well. Almost takes one with him. Panatom, he's got to be careful, even if this is the trade, though, as Panatom will make his way out of there, so it's 2 for left bird.
I mean, I love the idea. Need to deal with Pagon early on in that fight. The Highland Ravens stay focused on that. Haddix, though, not the most damage in the build just yet. Really desperately needs to finish that Typhon's Fang before he's going to be doing the most. But the Ravens do knock down Pagon and Genetics eventually. And considering the timing of that Fire Giant, if they play fast enough, might be able to strip it away from the Warriors. This would more so extend the game rather than swinging in favor of the Ravens, but SOT giving me a bit of confidence in the Warriors here.
We've seen a 4-man Lawbringer already.
So
this
smart.
game in Zot, he's ready to set it up again. Slows down Zatman and looking for the disruption here. Up, down with the stun, and the Fire Giant gets slow. Zatman finds Solo Patrol, but they've got to find the secure, and they do. Fire Giant down for the Highland Ravens, and Scream up into the air, just looking for the retreat. The fight will not continue, but objective for the Ravens.
SOT makes a decision. It's not a steal attempt. I'm just trying to slow them down, and nearly does enough. If he buys another 2-3 seconds, the rest of the Oni Warriors are there in numbers, and the Highland Ravens would not have been guaranteed to grab the objective for themselves. Instead, are able to grab it, maintain all 5, and disengage. The Oni Warriors get to make a decision now. Are they far enough ahead that they're willing to siege even in spite of the 5-man Fire Giant of the Ravens? And I don't believe that's the case. Instead, slow things down. Ravens doing a good job, buying themselves a time, putting a second lease on this game. But what can they do with Fire Giant while they've got it? I think with map state as it is, you essentially, the decision has been made for you. You have to play through the left lane, push out those enhanced minion waves, maybe pressure a Phoenix. You can do like a 4-1. Someone can threaten the tier 2 in mid. Or the Ravens play it slow and just thank the heavens that they have time to farm up a bit more.
It's an interesting grouping just in terms of map state. Thought nobody was going to head back to deal with those fire minions, but it will be Scream heading back to base, and you'd think they would send him or maybe somebody else, maybe perhaps the Chernobog, over towards that left lane to ensure that they can keep clearing those minion waves out. But still have a tier 1 tower to clear in the right lane, still 2 tier 2 towers on the map that the Highland Ravens would look to take down. And it might just be the engage from the Warriors instead. Herwin caught too far up, may lead to a big ultimate though. Pagon finds the kill onto the support, and it's the re-engage here for the Ravens. Scream takes one down, trades Pagon, but Zod in the back takes down Zatman, and it's the continuation, the push forward from the Oni Warriors. It's Haddix low on the health bar and will not survive back to the Phoenix. Venenu and Scream, the only 2 left alive here, but the low health bars from the Warriors. And Scream, he takes one down, a 3 versus 2 into the Phoenix.
SOT still nearby, has to play safe here. Wall hammer, real threatening. Scream, healthy, hammer forward. Wall off the mark. Netroid escapes into the jungle, but has Scream done too much?
Panatom looking for the trade back and gets the combo, but the Aegis is beautiful and slows things down for the time being. Solar Troll has to be careful here. The CC and the slowdown comes through. It's almost enough, but it will not be enough to prevent him from the jump. Herwin trying to chase a little bit throughout the jungle, but that double heal coming through. They might commit for this, up into the air and dunk down. They'll find the delayed kill on Assad.
Yeah, Scream, nice global usage there to secure the kill. Desyncs SOT with the rest of the team too, but not a whole lot that the Highland Ravens can do at this time. Fire Giant stripped away, only on 2 members now. The Oni Warriors, as far as I'm concerned, get way more and get a way better team fight than they should have, considering the Highland Ravens had Fire Giant on all 5, and the fight was in neutral territory, and it was telegraphed. The Oni Warriors simply walk them down. But walls from Genetics separating the engagement, Panatom target selection, and SOT legacy game on the tier. All would swing that in favor of the Oni Warriors. That said, Map State in a much better position now for this next round of Fire Giant. Left side bird back and available. No more enhanced minion waves going down the left. And a little bit of time for it to regenerate some HP. Oni Warriors opportunity though, if they want to, group up, get aggressive, try and knock down the Han Ravens Titan as it starts to move itself down the right side of the map. And based on timing, might be able to have their own Titan start to pressure that right side while Fire Giant's available. Depends though. Hound Ravens still certainly in it. 3,000 gold doesn't mean as much now as it did 20 minutes ago. So, ability for the Ravens to meet the Oni Warriors on even grounds.
I mean, we used to think of the Oni Fury, still do a bit. You get the Oni Fury, have those waves pushing down while you take an objective. This Titan pushing down the right-hand side might be just a more potent version of it. As the Titans unleash here, just 30 seconds or so away from this Fire Giant. Not enhanced quite yet, have to peak over 30 minutes, so if there's an elongated dance, perhaps you start to ask this question. But the Oni Warriors looking for the engage. Let's go to a listen-in with the Warriors.
Chill. Don't group. Let's show. Throw one.
Bug frozen.
Bug. Prison bug here.
Bug.
He's one. Anchor no bit behind Thor HP. They're 1 HP guys.
Freeze one. You play right.
Try to get out.
Walk away. I have a wall in two, so.
Thor's dead at least.
Third there.
I blink.
You're fine, keep running. You're fine, keep running.
They cannot do fire.
So just wasting a lot of time here.
God, Ares is so cringe.
You need to win this.
Saw doing what he can to delay the team fight, but a Highland Ravens fight win. They might try to take the Fire Giant.
Yeah, Scream finds a lot of value with some of those hammers in the team fight, separates the engagement, connects with priority targets. Panatom goes down real early, but the fact that the Highland Ravens could jump on a Pagon first was the most important. Fire Giant down to a quarter. Genetics got a lot of work to do.
Wants to slow this one down, and Zatman did hop off the DPS for a second. Gotta think Pagon, he's right around the corner. You're giving him time to bring himself to the Fire Giant. Genetics hasn't even fallen low, and Zatman loses his life. They try to take the pick onto Genetics, and they hop off of Fire Giant instead, and the Ravens, they lose their chance.
I can't imagine what's going through the Highland Ravens' mind there when they decide to jump onto Genetics. Genetics is not a threat of steel. Even a full-channeled Ymir ultimate, not that he would have even had the opportunity to do so, it's not exactly the most threatening thing on the planet. So I think worthwhile for the Highland Ravens to coin toss the objective, weighted coin toss. It's not even fair to call it a coin toss when it's just a full defense Ymir in front of you. But in deciding to jump onto Genetics, buys time for Pagon to rotate through. Zatman over-aggressive positioning makes it an easy Taiko drum target. Now it's the Oni Warriors with significant advantage going in towards the Fire Giant. 10 seconds left on Zatman's respawn, and it takes about 10 to 15 seconds to walk to the Fire Giant pit. But the Warriors, they want the fight first.
Blink in from Sot, looking for Venenu. Won't find the Fearless, though. They're looking to double down on the pick that they already have. Zatman has rejoined the fray, the land of the living, and will make his way back towards his team, but still Relics down for this on her, and into the air goes Scream, looking for the dunk, and won't find purchase onto anybody as the fight balances on a knife's edge.
Keep your eyes on Panatom. Going for the flank here. Pagon over the wall. Haddix taking some damage.
Looking for the damage, and Genetics finds the freeze, but a great wall locks in Whirlwind, and Sot keeping 3 out of the fight, and will live through it for just a little bit longer. He makes the time, though, and the duo lane for the Ravens will fall. A 4 versus 3 now on the left-hand side, and Panatom looking for more. Pagon finds one. A double kill for the jungler, and only one member remaining. It's Haddix, alive for the Highland Ravens, but if they want to end this game, they have to get through him.
No runic bombs in play, so need to collect the wave first. 30 seconds on nearest respawn. Hurry. Up in 20 now. I don't think the Oni Warriors can end, but they can certainly break the base. Mid Phoenix goes quickly. 15 seconds left now on Hurrywin, but Genetics too low to stick around. And the Oni Warriors once more play a team fight just perfectly. The disengage on time with Scream's ultimate. Don't even go back towards the Fire Giant. It's just back up, make sure you're not getting dunked, okay, reinitiate. Pagon over the wall, creates space, distracts from Panatom going through the lane, and then from there finds purchase onto priority targets. Ven, Scream, Zap, struggle to survive afterward. And then good luck retreating through lane up against a Ymir pick, especially a Ymir pick that has picked up some movement speed. He's going to catch up to you, throw the wall right behind you, and keep it easy. Take an eye toward those relics. Hound Ravens haven't got a whole lot left in the tank to play with here.
Fire Giant picked up here, down to half HP. If they want to step up, it would be a miracle steal that they would need to look for. They won't even have the time. Meanwhile, though, the relic's down
dead.
for Scream, and he is gone off the map. So they find EFG, and they find a pick to start. They've got the middle Phoenix already down. They're looking to push for more.
Yeah, collect the minion wave. Highland Ravens gotta buy 50 seconds now for Scream to get back. Warriors keeping pressure on two fronts.
Trying to push down this right side Phoenix, and it will fall in just a couple of autos. They're looking for a fight. Let's go to a listen-in with the Oni Warriors. They're gonna try to end this game.
Can I just take a little bit? I get it. Like 1 on maybe.
Yeah, we can definitely end. I have the builds, man. I have the builds, man.
Let me attack here.
I have 110.
I got their blinks,
They're horrific. Look all the boys,
I'm finishing.
Sure. Time's low.
Woo!
Whoa! Trophy!
What a play! Whoa!
Incredible hype coming from the Oni Warriors there. They take the game, and in a dominant fashion, they managed to push it down. A close one there for the Highland Ravens. It took them a couple of games to maybe play the Oni Warriors to where they were hoping to in that set, but ultimately a little bit too strong, and the Oni Warriors sweep it 3-0.
And it's the Oni Warriors' objective-based play style that we'd seen all weekend. Looks incredible here, but this time around I feel like it's really a lot of PvP and a lot of individual plays. That reminded me a bit of how Phase 1 Oni Warriors used to be. SOT running at you in the back line with zero regard for whatever you're doing or his own life. Pagon jumping over walls. Panatom finally starting to look a little bit more comfortable in that Maman Brigitte, and when all those things start to line up, when everybody's playing comfort picks, everybody's aggressive, feels good, well, the Oni Warriors look real good.
The Oni Warriors with that 3-0 sweep headed straight to SWC, guaranteed Seed 3 or Seed 4. I'll have to find out tomorrow in the matchup. Highland Ravens, they're sent packing, not done quite yet. They'll have the group stages in January to fight through, but a dominant matchup coming through from them. Game 1 almost comes through in 18 minutes, and then just sub 30 for Game 1 in Game 2. And if you're the Oni Warriors, you're looking ahead towards Worlds. That's got to feel good to come through with a clean sweep after the loss yesterday. That'll do it for me and Mifflin on the cast. We'll throw it back to J-Mac and Inbound on the desk.
That's right, the Oni Warriors sweep it out 3-0 to qualify to the SWC, your fourth and final team from this event to qualify to the World Championships. Now joining the Jade Dragons, Atlantis Leviathans, and Styx Ferrymen. Again, we're going to see exactly what the seedings are tomorrow when those matchups do get played through. But this just clean stuff from the Oni Warriors. A bit back and forth, more so in this game than in the previous two. A really strong draft from the Ravens allows them to really be able to sit down and continuously box up into enemy opposition. But I just got to say, the front line of this game just felt unstoppable for the Oni Warriors. Genetics on the Ymir with the wall placements, the one to catch Netroids, or to catch the Venenu's dash is who it was, playing on the Chernobog, and then cancel it right away just to squash any hopes of being able to escape that team fight. And then Sot's 4-man ultimate around the Pyromancer to really kick things off. This Oni Warrior squad really stepped up in Game 3.
Yeah, that definitely reminded you of the Phase 1 Warriors a lot more than this Phase 2 Warriors. Less calculated, more, let's just fight as many times as we can, win as many fights as possible, show them that we're just better than them. And it was, I mean, the tier, the Ymir, both of them really popping off. Pagon on the Raijin dashing in a bunch. I mean, everyone top to bottom on this Warriors team was happy to take fights and was happy to win a lot of them also. But with the Ravens, I think there is stuff to take from this third game. I think Game 1 and Game 2, you put behind you, but Game 3, there is things you can take from it. And I think now you've got a little bit of time. You can start working on P's and B's, scrims, what you want to be playing, and going back and just kind of trying to find what you want to run, what your meta is going to be for this world in this 10.13 patch. And I think that's where they need to start. I think that their picks and bans this weekend probably looked the weakest across the board, and I think a lot of the other people, a lot of the other players had an idea of the meta, and I think theirs was a lot weaker.
Really love what we saw. The Oni Warriors in this set, and again, I think you're right to say this third game much better out of the Highland Ravens, but still a little bit of time to kind of develop exactly what strats they want to take come SWC time, because it will be a couple months before we see these guys actually play up against each other. First week of January will be the last chance qualifier, the group stages, where we have the top 4 teams from the SCC, 2 from NA, 2 from EU, along with the 2 SPL teams that didn't qualify, that being the Gladiators and the Hounds, at least in towards this playoffs, and then now our 2 teams that didn't make it through. This one's Camelot Kings and Highland Ravens. We'll see them in a little bit further time here. But for the Oni Warriors, a big win for them today to find their 3-0, get themselves at least that guaranteed 3rd or 4th seed, depending on how their matchup goes tomorrow, and just be able to kind of take a bit of a weight off the shoulder, now knowing that they have made it to the Smite World Championship. So we got the man himself, the mid laner, Pagan, standing by from the Oni Warriors for our post-game interview.
Pagan, congratulations on the win. With that win, you guys secure the 3-0 sweep, secure your ticket to SWC, and that's the first question. I mean, how does it feel to be going back to Worlds?
I mean, we're definitely super happy. It's a little disappointing we can't play for first seed, but everybody's definitely happy to go back to Worlds.
I mean, you guys had pretty high energy in the booth there, and a couple of incredible individual plays. I think it was really fun to watch that set. What was the energy like, I think, throughout the set? You got like a 4-man Lawbringer, you with that triple kill over in the Soul, and are you guys just pumping each other up and feeling good throughout?
Yeah, we were just super confident we're going to win that game, and like everybody just wanted to go for their own plays, make some cool stuff happen.
No, I mean, Mifflin said it looked like the Oni Warriors of past. You guys just kind of playing individually. I got to ask about the matchup tomorrow, right? You're playing for Seed 3 or Seed 4 up against the Dragons. How you feeling going into that matchup up against the Dragons?
Easy 3-0.
Easy 3-0, says Pagan. Well, thank you once again. Congrats on your win here going to SWC. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Gotta have a little bit of confidence going up into your future matchups, and Pagan calls it, he's saying a 3-0, not just that, an easy 3-0 tomorrow for his seeding match up against the J Dragons. Let's see if he can live up to that hype and expectation, though, inbound.
I mean, love to hear that, the confidence. I mean, you finished 3-0ing the Ravens in a pretty dominant fashion. You got to be confident going into your final match of the playoffs. And this is, I mean, difference between 3rd and 4th seed isn't like night and day, but I mean, you at least get to choose between those final 2 teams of who you'd want to play against. Maybe it's someone you match up better against, or maybe a sneaky strong team makes it from those bottom 4. So stuff like that, it'll end up mattering maybe a little bit, but at the end of the day, momentum is a big thing, and you want to win as many games as you can heading into the actual Worlds tournament. So, I mean, big things to look forward to. Excited to see them play tomorrow. Excited to also see the 1st and 2nd seed tomorrow to see who is actually going to be our 1st seed going into Worlds.
Yeah, I think also just that combination of not only picking who your opponent is going to be when you get to that bottom 2 of the ones that are left over, but maybe even not just give yourself an easier opponent, but could give yourself the Jade Dragons or whoever may be in that case, whoever that 4th seed is, give them the hardest opponent that gets end up left over, really make that a tough battle on that side of the bracket. Could keep things interesting. So it's always fun when we start getting to those kind of draft phase, picking your opponents earlier in the draft. The higher up you are in there is usually the bigger statement to be made. If you're that 1st seed and you pick your opponent, you want to make sure that you could beat that opponent, because if you pick somebody and then they end up beating you, it's almost like you shoot yourself in the foot a little bit.
Yeah, I actually didn't even think about it like that. If you pick your own opponent and they end up beating you, that's like a double loss, because you lost just outright, and then you lost the team that you picked to beat. So, interesting way to think about it. I mean, it's going to be even worse if that does happen. But hopefully, at least for the top 4 teams, it does not happen, and they can actually take those wins. But again, that's in the future for a long ways. Yeah. We got tomorrow's. We have the SOC tournament in early January, which is going to be the big focus for those teams, like the Ravens and like the Kings.
And with it, we have only 2 more sets to go for the rest of our weekend. Tomorrow's matchups, we'll start up with our 3rd and 4th place seed, the Jade Dragons and Oni Warriors battling out, see who gets 3rd, who gets 4th. And then to round out the weekend, Styx Ferryman and Atlantis Leviathans for your 1st and 2nd seed match. A little bit of prize money online, but also that coveted 1st seed, because then you get to have the pick of the litter against what of the 4 teams that qualify right before Worlds in January that you want to have as your opponent. So big matchups for all of these teams tomorrow, in particular that 1st, 2nd seed, to see who's going to have a lot of the weight and a lot of the power going into the SWC. It should be exciting matches for the both of them. I mean, Pagon's already called a 3-0 for his matchup tomorrow against the Jade Dragons. We'll have to see if they're able to hold up to that. We'll have to see how the Leviathans can fare up against the Styx Ferrymen. This should be a very fun weekend for this one. Again, best of 5s to round out the remainder of our weekend.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting games, to say the least, because I think it is going to be interesting to see who comes out as that #1 team, because it is a little bit of momentum-based going into Worlds. Theremin and Levi's both have looked great, and now we finally get to see them play against each other again. And then third and fourth match, like we said, you get to choose between the final 2 teams, so a lot of interesting things to end the year. I mean, we still got a little bit of time until then. Really excited for tomorrow's games.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow in our seeding matches, so make sure that you don't miss out. But that's all that we have for you guys today, so thank you so much for watching. On behalf of myself, Inbound, all the other casters and production behind the scenes, thank you for watching, and we'll see you for the seeding matchups tomorrow at 11.